Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the ISO, I'd like to welcome you to today's Resource Adequacy Modeling and Program Design call to discuss modeling improvements and straw proposal leanings and options. My name is Christina Guimera, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I will be facilitating today's meeting. Today's slide deck presentation is available on the initiative webpage. You can get to that page by going to kaiso.com, and then under the Stakeholder Center tab on the home page, you'll see policy initiatives. If you click that link, it'll take you to our main initiative landing page where you can search for the initiative webpage. This meeting is being recorded and the video file will be posted to the initiative webpage for information and convenience purposes only. The recordings and any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. If you need any technical assistance at any point during the meeting, please send a chat to Inteller Events, the host. To ask questions during the meeting, you can open the participant and chat panels on the bottom right. You can then raise your hand by selecting the raise hand icon, or if you joined audio only, press *3 on your device. For everyone joining us today, please state your name and affiliation first before speaking. You may also send comments and questions via chat to all panelists. This is a visual representation of where we are in the stakeholder process. As you can see here, we are in the proposal development stage, right around the straw proposal. Today's agenda for tracks 2 and 3 will begin with Partha giving an introduction, followed by Hillary reviewing track 3 visibility. Then we'll have a stakeholder presentation on MRP visibility with Noah. And then we will take a short break before going into track 2 outage and substitution with Anya. Then we'll have an LSC DMM presentation before lunch. After lunch, Anya will review track 2 availability and incentive mechanisms, and then Partha will review next steps before we wrap up. So with that, I'll turn it over to Partha.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, everybody. Really appreciate everybody who's joining us here today. And what I really appreciate is the folks in the room, as I recognize that most people are in the same seats that they were yesterday. So from a logistical standpoint, that makes it a lot easier, at least from my part. And really thank for everyone who's joining remote as well. I recognize that we had a really robust, good discussion yesterday, and that we're looking forward to continuing the dialogue as we move forward with our various tracks leading into ultimately our straw proposal. So just to kick it off, on this slide, we're really trying to just highlighting the fact that we have the first 3 items on the slide were really what we covered yesterday, where our team covered some of our leanings on our modeling and default rules. We really got good input and insight on stakeholder perspectives on those topics, as well as we had a really robust discussion around a potential UCAP design and ambient D rates as well. Going into today, Hillary is going to be leading some of the discussion on visibility, which is really a portion of our backstop discussion and our first step we're looking to take towards potential backstop reforms. And then Anya's going to get into some of the details on some of our leanings and options on a modified incentive mechanism, which Anya had come up with the acronym of MORA for measuring unavailable resource adequacy, but we got some good feedback on that yesterday as well. So we're going to be looking for your insights on both on the acronym as well as on how the mechanism can work to improve on some of the challenges that were identified in the working group process with our current RAAIM design. And then Anya as well as we get into some of the options we're looking at to improve some of our processes around outage and substitution. I just sort of highlight that as part of the working group process, we heard kind of a number of insights from participants just in terms of how our current rules for outage substitution are working and some of the impacts both on the inability to perform maintenance in a timely manner to maintain reliability, as well as some of the inefficiencies with the individual SCs holding back capacity. So we have some options, some leanings out there that we're wanting to discuss with participants in terms of how those processes can be improved. So this slide, I think I really like this slide, and one of the reasons is I think that what we're really trying to get at here is that in this process, and I think that we, part of that the discussion yesterday really highlighted is like we're really looking for ways to improve our process and procedures, but as well as having them work in conjunction, particularly with the LRA programs and some of the evolving LRA programs within the CAISO BA. But as well as with the various processes that the LSEs do with the resource providers, and that we're really trying to make sure that each one of these elements are, that in our processing programs are working as efficiently and effectively as possible in conjunction, so that all the gears line up and that we can have it work, as reliably and cost effectively as possible, given the design that we have. And we recognize, I think, as we discussed yesterday, the challenges aren't easy, and that I think that I really appreciate the engagement on everybody, and that I think that while we're based on the stakeholder feedback last round, we're bringing a straw proposal leaning. We recognize a lot of these will likely have some small or large tweaks in terms of what the design proposals we have, and so we're really looking for kind of further insight just in terms of what are the implications to you all, what are the implications to the overall design, so that we can continue to evolve them in a effective manner. So finally, before I turn it over, this was our proposed schedule. We discussed this a little bit yesterday. I won't go into it more. I think sort of at the end of the day, we might want to revisit this just in terms of the timing. Do we feel like we are still looking to have a straw proposal out? And we'll get into some of the details on sort of what we're anticipating having and not having in the straw proposals. We recognize that there likely will be potentially multiple iterations, and some of these topics will be more challenging than others. So this might be one that we want to revisit at the end of the day to get feedback on and see if we're alignment from a timing and process standpoint. So maybe I'll pause there and see if on the first three slides, if there's anyone who had any opening comments or questions before I turn it over.
I'm not seeing any hands raised at the moment.
Fantastic. Well, yeah. Well, with that, I'll turn over to Hillary to kick us off on resource visibility.
All right. Good morning, everybody. As Partha said, thank you for joining us for day 2 here. So we're going to swap the track numbers a little bit here and start with track 3 this morning, specifically a subset focused on resource visibility. Before we get into the resource visibility idea in detail, I wanted to do a quick review of track 3 more broadly, just as a reminder of where we've been last fall and where we will eventually be going. So I won't go through every detail on this slide, but broadly speaking, we're looking at 3 areas in track 3 that originated from tracks 3 and 4 of the RA working group, for those of you who participated in that. We've got resource visibility as the first one, specifically a new reporting structure for RA eligible capacity that is not shown as RA on the supply plans today. The second category is looking at the capacity procurement mechanism, specifically around structural policy reform. That stands a little bit in contrast to resource visibility, because resource visibility is less structural change to the program and more developing new sources of information that can help us implement the existing program more effectively. But in the second area here, we'll look at policy reform for the CPM. And then the third category is a variety of ideas and issues around the EDAM resource sufficiency evaluation, specifically on a day 2 post-launch timeframe. These are ideas that in some cases came up during the conversation about the at-launch approach, and for a variety of reasons were deemed maybe not the best fit there, but needed more time, and so can be revisited here. So we covered all three of these areas in the issue paper last fall and in the stakeholder meeting in December. And based on the feedback that we received there, specifically about the relative priority of these three areas within track 3 and also their relationships with the issues, the RA issues being addressed in the other 2 tracks, as well as the benefit to receiving the information in the resource visibility area as quickly as possible, we've opted to move forward on a more accelerated timeline with resource visibility and come back to these second 2 issues later in 2025, at which point we will still be considering those in coordination with the development of tracks 1 and 2, as well as the development of any relevant policy issues in other areas, such as the LRAs. So we will be focusing today on resource visibility, and that's also what you'll see the focus of the first track 3 straw proposal being on. And with that, let's get into resource visibility. Now, Stephen?
Yeah, before you move on, can I just ask one question about, not about visibility, but the part on RSE? How does that relate to the day-ahead sufficiency initiative that's going on? I'm confused what the difference is between the 2 of those and how it's divided up.
Thank you. I appreciate the question. That's a good clarification. The day-ahead sufficiency initiative is focusing on the at-launch approach, and that is also kind of a phase 2 or a successor to the CAISO BAA EDAM participation rules initiative, where some of the issues that we have, I can go back a slide here, where some of the issues that we have in that 3rd bucket there came up originally. So but the day-ahead sufficiency is focused on the at-launch approach. Everything being considered here would be a longer-term time frame. This is maybe a good place to pause. Are there any other questions while we're here?
I'm not seeing any questions at this time.
All right. Moving along then. So let's review the goal of this resource visibility effort. As I said, we're looking here less at changing the structure of any of CAISO's backstop programs, but more at developing new sources of information that will help us implement the existing ones as effectively as possible. And so specifically here, what we're looking at is giving CAISO, as we're going into implementation of the monthly CPM process, maximum visibility into the pool of capacity that is available potentially to accept a capacity procurement mechanism designation. And the origin of this effort is illustrated by the graph that we have here. You may recognize this from the issue paper last fall. This is looking at the offers of capacity into the competitive solicitation process over the past few years since 2019. The CSP is the process by which we identify capacity that is eligible to receive a CPM designation on a monthly basis. And as you can see, over the past few years, and including in some of the generally tightest months for reliability, the offers have been quite low. And so our goal here, with the understanding that there are multiple potential reasons for this trend, that'll be something that we will get into more in the backstop reform conversations later this year. We also appreciate some of you provided feedback last fall on why this may be occurring. So there's a bigger question there, and we will be getting into that. But in the meantime, we want to make sure that we have as much visibility as possible into where the available capacity is when we need to conduct that backstop procurement. So that's the goal of this effort. And we can talk a little bit now about the feedback that we received so far in the conversation on this. Overall, when we were talking about this last fall, the range of responses to this concept has been neutrality to support. There's been specifically, some of you expressed support or interest in the idea of capacity that has been sold outside of the CAISO balancing authority area. We'll get a little bit more into that in a minute when we go through the full list of capacity categories that we're thinking about here. But that one was of particular interest, including in the possible approach of coordinating with RAP or other emerging reliability programs as that becomes relevant in order to create a clearer picture of where capacity is going. Moving then to the second bullet, the biggest caveat on this was that several of you expressed interest in making sure that this would be an information-only effort, that reporting on the status of this capacity, would not result in any new obligations or availability requirements for this capacity. And this is something that we will keep in mind going forward. We are looking at this on an information-only basis, although some of you also expressed interest in the possibility that one thing that was raised in the issue paper, for example, if we eventually went in a direction of a pool for substitution, for example, there may be an opportunity for coordination there. But what we're looking at right now is an information-only effort. And then finally, I wanted to acknowledge there was continued interest in the approach to credited demand response programs. And this is something that came up last fall in the structural backstop reform conversation as well. Some of you raised it here in the through the lens that this is a visibility issue in the sense that these resources don't currently appear on supply plans and thus aren't visible to CAISO. So I wanted to make clear that is still in the scope for track 3. The specific idea that we're addressing here this morning won't touch on that, but we will be continuing to come back to that in the backstop conversation, as well as coordinating with the developing conversation on that at the CPUC, which may ultimately help resolve some of that as well. I'll pause there.
Hillary, we do have one question in the chat from David Francis asking if you can provide the number of resources associated with the M megawatt volumes of slide 12.
On the graph there, the number of individual resources by MW. Thank you for the question. Can I, Arthur or Abdul, can either of you speak to that? If I understood correctly, it was the number of individual resources associated with the offers in that graph. Is that correct?
Yes.
Otherwise, we can follow up.
Yeah, we'll have to follow up. It's been a while when we pulled this, so I don't remember the number of resources. It was small, but I don't recall the number. We'll have to follow up. Yeah, sorry.
And I'm not seeing any further questions at this moment.
While we're here, though, David, was there any, if there's any context on that question, I'd be happy to spend a minute on it.
I'm not seeing any follow-up questions coming in.
All right. We can move along then. So let's talk about what this could look like. What you see up here is an initial list of capacity categories that we've identified as ones that would be most immediately helpful for identifying capacity that either is available potentially to accept a CPM designation, or in some cases is categorically not, even if based on its characteristics and location, the default expectation would be that it might be. So we can go down the list here. First is the category that we already touched on, capacity that has been sold outside of the CAISO balancing authority area. And this is helpful to know about because if you have a resource that is located within the balancing authority area, then the default expectation will be that it is available to help serve load within that BAA. And so resources that are not shown as RA might then be able to accept a CPM designation. But if they've been contracted elsewhere, that will not be an option. So this is one of the categories that we're starting with. If we move down the list then, we have a few that capture capacity that is not shown as RA, but might be spoken for other reasons. So we've got held for substitution, held for anticipated outages, or contracted but not needed to meet an LSC's RA requirement with its LRA. And then finally, we have the fourth category there in the list, capacity that has not been contracted at all. And this especially is the subset that would potentially be eligible to accept a CPM designation on a monthly basis, and that we want to make sure that we are aware of so that if and when we need to do CPM procurement on a month-ahead basis, we can go to it. In terms of timing and implementation, there are some things that we would have to develop further. The timing, it would make sense since we're looking especially at the monthly CPM process to set this on the same temporal rhythm as the RA showings, both monthly and potentially year ahead as well, in order to have this information to assist with the year ahead CPM process. I also want to acknowledge that we received some feedback last fall about the potential value of having sub-monthly granularity, because sometimes the capacity over the status of a capacity resource will change within the month. So that is something that we're thinking about and might be able to find a way to accommodate in the final design. And then moving to the last bullet there, I wanted to point out that this can be iterative. What we have started with here is a relatively short list that we've identified as immediately valuable to those who are implementing the month-ahead CPM process. But some of these capacity categories, for example, held for substitution, the relative value of that may change as we move through the other tracks and the RA program evolves. So we've started kind of at a place that would be immediately valuable, but could evolve this alongside the broader RA program. As I said before, there might also be potential to synchronize eventually with other ideas like the substitution pool to provide maximum efficiency on locating this capacity. And in general, this is something that can evolve with the RA paradigm as we go. So with that, that is my final slide, and the floor is open. I see Eric and Rahul. Got a few here. Why don't we start at Eric?
Eric Little from CalCCA. Who does the ISO anticipate will do this reporting?
This would be coming from the supply side.
Okay. The reason I asked that question is let's just run through a scenario. I'm a generator. I have sold the resource to an LSE. The LSE is hanging on to it for substitution or for anticipated outages. Is the expectation that the generator is then going to have to contact the LSE to ask them what they're doing with it?
I can speak to that unless.
Oh, I think the idea would be the scheduling coordinator for the generator would be reporting, because, you know, if the LSC is saying they're holding on to it, they can only hold on to it if they're actually the scheduling coordinator for the resource. So in other cases, it wouldn't be the LSC that could hold on to it in the first place.
So the SC for the generator then.
I think that's the idea, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Next, Rahul, and then we'll go to Chris.
Hi, this is Rahul with AES. So, you know, I have a series of questions. Is this more of a compliance as an obligation? How is it like a voluntary thing, or this is a mandatory? What are we?
This is something we're anticipating being required.
So the immediate question comes to mind is whenever a resource is going COD, and by the time it shows up on the supply plan, there is a delay, and there are many things that are happening between those timings. What is the expectation when either the COD gets delayed, all of those things? You know, is the idea to have a very clear, defined path? Because that can be really challenging.
I appreciate the feedback there. I think the goal is mainly transparency. So if there were sort of a status there that maybe we could build into the list to reflect that time between COD and when it would be on an RA supply plan, I think we could work towards finding a way to reflect that. And else want to?
Yeah, I think, as Hillary said, we're trying to align it with the RA showings. So if you COD goes in time, you get your NQC, everything is in time where you can show the resource on your supply plan, then tell us what's going on with the rest of the capacity. If it doesn't happen in time and you don't make it into the monthly showings or yearly showings, then there's nothing to report.
And the last question I'll ask, sold outside of CAISO BA, is the obligation to, what is the obligation to share? Is the megawatt quantity, the off-taker, point of delivery?
All megawatt quantities.
Just megawatt quantities.
Yeah, so megawatts, 5 megawatts going outside the CAISO, sold outside the CAISO BAA, 5 megawatts not contracted, 10 held for substitution, just megawatt values that tell us how the contractual status of your resource at that point. To the best of your knowledge, at that point, it could change obviously during the month, but that's the most up-to-date information.
And this is only up to what NQC you have, right? It's not for energy only, it's only those that have an NQC.
Correct.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Chris.
Chris Devon, Terrigen. So I'm just thinking about, I hate to ask this question, but like, how big of a problem is this really in actuality? I mean, because it seems like we're creating a situation where we have a lot of reporting that we're going to have to do as a suppliers, SCs for these units. And I just don't know how often CAISO gets into the situation when you really actually have a problem with this. I mean, how many times do you even do CPMs in the first place? Not very much. How often do you issue CPMs and then they say, well, sorry, we're actually contracted, we're unavailable? I mean, the current status quo doesn't seem like it's actually that much of a big deal to set up this whole, this whole process, in my opinion. But you guys are the ones that, maybe get those rejections from people that you issue the CPMs to. But rather than set up this entire process to report all of this stuff, are we really, building a whole design that isn't maybe necessary?
What we're doing, I think the goal is, rather than frequency, we want to make sure that we're maximally prepared when you hit the highest risk months and situations. And Abdul, I don't know if you want to have any further thoughts on it, but what this will do is prepare us for the absolute tightest months. And I think that's where we're focused, even if sometimes in some months it won't be needed, in many months it won't be needed. But Abdul?
Yeah, spot on. I think, Chris, we've had, with the exception of last year, in the prior years, we've had CPMs every year, whether they were significant event or month ahead, exceptional dispatches. We've had CPMs continuously. I think last year was a nice kind of change, but otherwise, we were one heat wave away from, system conditions getting tight, and such visibility would give us tremendous. I think we talked about this in the working groups. What's the benefit this to us in assessing the system and assessing, what's available for CPM and CPM possibilities. So I don't know if you recall in the working group, we had slides and we talked about that process and how this helps us out. So we think it would be useful for us. Obviously, when we do implementation, we'll work with you guys to make sure it's the minimum burden as possible, as streamlined as possible with the showings process, so you don't have to do a lot extra work.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
Chris?
I would just say this. I mean, the ED CPMs, that's really kind of outside of the discussion because that's going to happen regardless of, and it's not really through the CSP, right? I mean, you just give them, then you just have to do a double check. Are you contracted for RA or not, right? So really, you're only talking about these month ahead CPMs, which we really haven't done that many of them. I mean, over the last few years, I'm just saying, I kind of disagree with this statement, but I'm just thinking, can you actually provide some data about how often you've issued a CPM in the month ahead time frame where somebody said, sorry, we're actually contracted already? I mean, have you done that analysis yet? Do you have a number of times that that's happened?
I'd also direct you to the history of significant event CPM. I think that's a bigger issue here, because we need the data, in the month ahead to know. Then once we get to the significant event process, what's available. So if you go back and look at some of the market notices from prior years where we say there is a significant event, if you have available capacity, please contact your client rep or something like that. One use of this information would be so that we don't have to do that, wait for people to call us. We know exactly what's available, and we can be a lot more targeted when things are going down and we see some issue that's requiring the significant event. And that was something that happened probably 2020 and 2022. I think, for 2020, I think basically the significant event was declared for the whole summer. So when we need it, and having the efficiency to see exactly what's there rather than putting out a plea in a market notice is going to be a lot more efficient and a lot more effective for us to know what's there, and that if there really isn't available capacity to use for CPM, at least we know that earlier, and whatever other measures happen after CPM fails, at least we can start looking at that earlier rather than later.
Okay, I appreciate the response, but again, back to my point, it would be nice if you guys actually provided some kind of analysis that shows you really need this. And then the other thing I would say is we had a situation where we were in a scarcity conditions for the supply side for a couple of years, but we've added tons of batteries and tons of other new resources, so we're going to continue to alleviate that situation going forward. So I wouldn't expect we're going to get into any more of these significant event CPMs in any time, but obviously anything can happen. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Noah, and then we'll go to Eric.
Sort of following up, Noah Tom from Middleware Power, following up on what Chris was just saying, one, if you're only really focused on the extreme summer events, then why not only limit it to the extreme summer events, or sorry, months rather, and rather than require it for all 12 months of the year as a starting point.
I think a couple thoughts there. I appreciate the feedback. You're envisioning that maybe we would put this in place for a subset, maybe the summer months?
Yeah, I mean, if that's your concern, why not? And we all recognize the reality of the fact that the ISO does not CPM generally for January and February, even though you have 3,000 megawatts. A couple of slides up, you didn't. There's no need. We all know this, right? That's reality. So why not, as a starting point? Why not, as a starting point, ask for Q3 months to provide this information?
A couple thoughts there. I think having this information, we'll have to create the infrastructure either way, with appreciation that the frequency with which we draw on it might vary month to month. I think there would be overall transparency value to having this throughout the year. The months in which we need it may evolve. It is, with appreciation, it's unlikely that January will immediately become a high-risk month, but it would be good to have that transparency throughout the year. But I appreciate the feedback there. I see what you're saying. Did anyone else want to comment?
Yeah, just a small thing to add here. It's a fair starting point that we start with the summer months. So that could be an option. But I don't know if you saw the CEC's forecast. Things are going to change in the future years. So the winter, the winter load is gonna go up really high based on that forecast. So what today is the summer is the main concern. Tomorrow it could be other months, like winter months. That's possible too. So I guess we can start right away and get it done with like let's implement it correctly and require it every month, or we can wait. I don't know if it makes a big difference for you guys, but I think if you have any feedback, we'll take it.
And then the second extreme counter proposal here, not an actual proposal, is why not just make it a requirement in the tariff to have suppliers automatically put the uncontract capacity into CSP? Then you would have every megawatt under CSP. Have you thought? I mean, again, this is workshopping, right? Like, have you thought about that?
Well, can I maybe give some feedback? Is this something that you are proposing that we should do as a part of the design? Is that sort of Mill River's? Is this something that you all would like to see as a proposal?
Not an actual proposal, but it's just something to talk through. What have you thought about this as a requirement?
I think a requirement. I think at least the way we were teeing it up before is that we were like, and I think Hillary has alluded to this sort of early on. There probably is some ways to have a more efficient processes between our CPM, between our backstop, and what this residual capacity pool looks like. And I think that one end state that would be ideal would be to have all of this capacity available to us. I think the question is, in effect, what are the obligations that come with associated with putting it into a CPM to the CSP process? And that we anticipated based on the feedback that we had heard so far that unless we had sort of a significant alterations to our CSP process and rules, that many resources would push back to say that's a burden or obligation that they wouldn't want to have on a mandatory basis. But I think that we're going to sort of have those discussions as a part of the both as a part of the backstop processes as well as a part of the outage substitution pool processes. How do we create better incentives? How do we create a process where all this uncontracted capacity can be available and assessed by the CAISO for our reliability needs? But I think my own take is that that's a harder conversation, but I'd love to hear your insight if you think it's something that is at least easier and something that we should be sort of pursuing quicker to have it be mandatory for making something.
Having managed Middle River's portfolio as well as SDG's portfolio before, there is like limitation on how many megawatts that are available on a per resource basis that makes sense to either contract or not contract. I've had folks ask for half a megawatt or a tenth of a megawatt, and sometimes it's just not feasible to transact for 1/10 of a megawatt in the market. And so maybe some limitations on your data requirements here go down to a megawatt or something like that. For intents purposes, the reasons of held for substitution, anticipated outage, and not contracted ultimately are effectively the same thing. I'm not sure you need. It might be nice for you to sort of know the particular reasons, but there are basically all not contracted because we may have outages certainly, or we don't. Sort of depending on megawatt size.
Thanks, Noah. And I'll note, later this morning we'll talk more about the pool design. I think some of the options or types of capacity that are listed here may go away depending on how we progress in the pool design discussion, and hopefully the incentives created by the pool design create an incentive to make that uncontracted capacity available to the pool, and maybe it doesn't need to be reported here because it's there. So.
Thank you. Next we have Eric, and then we'll take some online comments.
Eric Little from CalCCA. A couple of things. I think the ISO does need this information. The ISO is the backstop when it comes to capacity products, and the ISO needs to know reasonably whether or not it's going to be available. The ISO is also working with the LRAs to figure out what is out there and what is available so that there is an expectation as to what's going to happen. Secondly, I think it's needed because the market needs it. If you look at FERC EQR data, we have seen prices north of $80 a kilowatt month. I'm kind of troubled by the idea that somebody wouldn't sell 1/10 of a megawatt, since that's $8, which is more than what you would get for a full megawatt of CPM to the ISO. So if we're not willing to offer $7.23, I think is the current rate for CPM, 732. I'm dyslexic, whatever. 735. 34. I'll get it sooner or later. Just give me higher, lower. I'll get there. So it's kind of troubling what's happening in the market right now, and I think there needs to be a lot more visibility into that. The final thing I want to say is I would encourage you to kind of change a little bit of the language on this slide. Contracted but not needed to meet an LSE's requirements. If we're going to be asking for this from the scheduling coordinator for the generator, I think you're asking them a question they don't know, right? The only thing they can say is, I'm the scheduling coordinator for the generator. It's been sold to an LSE. The LSE didn't show it, so it's not going onto a supply plan. Why the LSE didn't show it, I have no idea. The LSE might be holding it for their own substitution. They might be holding it for their own anticipated outages to avoid RAAIM. They may have sold it to yet another LSE who actually didn't show it in their showing. So I just want to be really careful in expectations about what the scheduling coordinator for a generator can and can't tell you about the reason that wasn't shown. Thanks.
Eric, I think that's a fair point, but in cases where the SC for the resource is also the LSC, it would apply. So, maybe we tailor the request saying, if you are also the LSC, then provide this additional information. That's a fair point for when it's, the two sides are unrelated.
I just want to follow up on that. now, when you get supply plans now, let's say a supplier has sold RA, and they give you the supply plan, do you see a lot of supply plans that come in that don't match up with an LSE because the LSE hasn't decided not to show it? Okay.
Yes, especially at the initial showings, the first validation runs, there's usually plenty of errors and mismatches, and then folks start fixing them in that 15-day kind of cure/error fixing period. Very common, yeah.
Next, we'll go to Michaela, and then we'll take some online comments.
Yeah, thanks, Michaela Flegg, CES. Just quickly back to the recommendation that you require excess capacity to be made available. The CPM, I think there might be some FERC precedent there. I remember MISO a few years back tried to do something similar where they wanted to put some like availability requirements on non-RA capacity. And I think it was mostly for like market power concerns, but FERC was very clear that if resources were not contracted for resource adequacy, that they couldn't be held to any expectation for availability in for the energy markets. So I think that could be harder to move forward with, but like looking through FERC precedent might be good there.
Thank you.
Next, we have a hand raised online by Kathleen.
Great, thanks. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. I raised my hand in the spirit of kind of, I like how Noah said it, workshopping this. So going down the same similar thought process of, okay, let's talk about some potential options. And then I do also have similar feedback on what you guys have laid out here. But first is thinking about like the timing. And I also appreciate Chris bringing up, you know, how often is this needed? Do you really need a monthly report? Noah, I liked your suggestion of maybe if out of the gate thinking about just the summer months, which is possible, but I also, Abdul, I think your answer resonated with me as well. My thinking of workshopping, and curious what your feedback or anyone else in the room, honestly, is I can agree with the problem statement that David, you talked through about when you're going through your CSP process, there is a time lag and a bit of an inefficiency if there's not in that CSP timeline kind of a clear reporting deadline to provide you more information to know what's available or unavailable. So as I've been thinking about this, I've been thinking about it more within the CSP timeline after you had identified that there was a need to move forward with the CSP. I was wondering if you had any thoughts on that.
Kathleen, can I clarify? Are you thinking then that we could?
Of course.
Oh, is it echoing? Sorry. Are you suggesting that maybe we could improve access to this information through changes to the CSP process and timelines?
Yeah, I'm looking at the BPM right now, and I don't have like a specific proposal. So again, spirit of workshopping. But yeah, we have annual, monthly, and intra-month timelines, and I could see you know, if I'm looking at the monthly, so say 50 days before CSP offer submissions are open, 40 days before the submissions close, but you can still adjust or cancel those through 30 days before, right? So T30. And then generally after that, if there's a need for a CPM, you start to notice it. So I can see some process improvement where, let's say, between 30 to 25, I'm just making up dates, and then Abdul, feel free to, if you seem wild, maybe there's a better place to start, but like between that 30 to 25 days prior, if you identify that you are going to have to do a CPM designation, and this is more under the significant event idea that David brought up, you could then notice that a CPM designation is needed and that a deadline for the report that we're discussing is due, let's say, 20 days before the RA month.
Create kind of a second process within the CSP construct. I see what you're saying.
Just a wild idea.
Well, I'll put this out there. I appreciate the idea there. And you know, Partha or Abdul, so actually, fair enough. Let's go to you, and then this I had sort of
Hey, Kathleen,
process ideas.
this is Noah from Middleware. Just trying to understand, does this get into the intra-month CSP?
Yeah, that's an interesting. Oh, sorry. Yeah, take it.
No, go ahead.
I was going to punt and say the intra-month action timeline is actually 14 days before, but Noah brings up an excellent point that if we were to add a second submission of this kind so that the CAISO has what is unavailable versus what's available clearly in front of them in a timely manner for their process, it would have to be mindful of that intra-month timeline as well.
Kathleen, this is Abdul. I think so yeah, we have deadlines in the BPM right now, and they kind of align with our BPM decisions. So like a month ahead, CSP offer has to be, there has to be it comes in around, after T-minus 45, and then it's like finalized right around T-minus 30. So that's when the monthly CSP offers are locked in. We kind of aligned with the showings, and then that's when we look at the showings and then determine if we want to do a CPM and look at the CSP offers. So I think that I personally don't see a big problem with the timeline. I think the problem is as the slide showed, that people are not offering capacity into CSP. So that's our biggest challenge, is not much offers going in, and we don't know what's going on with the non-RA capacity. So it's just, we're sitting in the blind, having no idea what's available out there. I think that's the main challenge. But if you have suggestions on the timelines modification, let us know. I personally don't see a big issue with them, but for sure we would take feedback. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and just to be clear, my suggestion's not on I think your timeline is fine. My suggestion is we're talking about a new report that is for the purpose of you issuing a CPM. So you only need it if a CPM is needed. So it's sort of a conditional need. And I'm offering an idea to think about as something that gets you the information you need in time to make a CPM decision that is based on what's available or unavailable, but isn't adding an administrative burden on scheduling coordinators on a monthly basis. But I'll just leave it there. I'm happy, this wasn't a proposal, this was a workshop idea as we were kind of talking about it. I also can live with Noah's keeping it to the summer months, if that's a proposal that they kind of want to put forward. My piece of feedback, though, if we can go back to the categories of data that you're looking for, I want to strongly agree with what I heard. Two things I heard Noah say is that this list is false precision, and it's also missing the thing that I think is most important, which is what's available and what's unavailable to the CAISO BAA. Unavailable, I think of that more as like, let's just say an outage, truly unavailable. It may not be shown because it's unavailable. So to me, the information the CAISO needs when it makes a CPM is what's the unavailable NQC, and it doesn't matter why it's unavailable, it's just unavailable. What is available NQC megawatts, and within that available, what's been shown or has not been shown. That's the level of precision that I believe you need. And I think anything more than that, you're kind of getting that false precision. And given how dynamic our RA program is, the bilateral nature of it, I also think you could get into errors and kind of mislabeling and mischaracterization. So just wanted to give that feedback. I think it's false precision. What you need is unavailable, available, and then you can see what's shown or not shown. And I definitely agree with Eric. Part of that error and false precision is you have to recognize there are limits to what suppliers know and as well as what buyers may know. And so kind of keeping it higher level to what you really need, like I just suggested, I think will help you. Thanks.
Thank you.
All the time from Middle River. Kathleen's questions just turned on a light bulb for me. I'm going to ask it this way. If I provide you this information and I do not provide an offer into CSP, will that make you feel better? Will that make you feel more comfortable?
That's literally what we're asking. Yes.
It will.
Yeah.
You're okay without the CSP offer?
It's the reality that we're getting CSP. Are you saying if I do this instead of CSP?
No. Well, you stated that the goal or the problem you have is not enough offers into the CSP.
Right.
Granted, you don't know why right now. So you want to know sort of why, but you don't solve the problem of enough offers into the CSP, which is the ultimate problem to solve your reliability issues.
I think there's a temporal aspect to this too. In the long term, we would like to get to a place where the way that we've designed the backstop program and the CSP process is drawing in enough capacity to meet our backstop needs. So in the long term, that is the goal. But in the short term, what we're trying to achieve here is just maximum ability to find this capacity when we need it, even if in the short term, there is a little divergence. We're picking up information here that potentially wasn't in the CSP. I mean, I'll let Partha or Abdul speak to that, but I think the answer changes over time to your question.
I think you're right. This is the heart of, I think, of Hillary's earlier slides of like why we're staggering it this way, is that the conversations about what a reform to our backstop process looks like to be effective. There's a lot of proposals out there from, incorporating opportunity costs, what's the soft offer cap, the product definitions to better reflect our needs. We recognize that's a much longer conversation, a harder one. So right now, the step one was how can we start with visibility, and then we can build off that to have a more effective, long-term, durable process. And that will be sort of kicked off sort of soon after this portion ends.
Yeah, and no, when I was talking before about the example of significant event, so it's two purposes of the information. So one is to help inform reforms going forward, and then also understanding when you have to go outside the CSP, what's actually there. So it's kind of two separate benefits of the information. So it's not one or the other.
I mean,
and I'd also say, I think the idea of having all generators with a must offer to the CSP, I think it was discussed before, imposing that obligation might be hard to through FERC, but if all the generator community says, actually, no, we would love to take on that obligation, then it's opening a whole new world of possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, given the right economic incentives, like Air is pointing, apparently somebody's paying $80, for RA, that's better than CSP. So maybe you should realign the CPM South Africa.
Okay, great.
I'm glad to know that you confirmed our expectation of it not being an easy conversation on what other reforms
Only
look
day
like.
two, guys.
Yeah,
Two more days to go.
I see we still have a couple questions online.
Yeah, next up we have Mohan.
Yeah, this is Mohan Nirola with CDWR. I had a question on this slide 14, and for the first bullet, sub-bullet, contracted but not needed to meet LSA's requirement. I think we need to add contracted or owned by LSC. So I think we are missing that own part. LSC may own, but that may not be used for RA to meet its requirement for any reason.
Thank you, Mohan.
Yeah, and the second question on the L for substitution, is that L for planned outage substitution? Because you could not foresee post outage when you submit the plans.
That is the idea.
Okay, so maybe we need to specify that L for planned outage substitution. And I think third question I had was, will this information feed into the substitution capacity pool that is being considered? So just those questions.
I'll speak to that last one. That is something, right now what we're anticipating, what we're talking about here is a separate idea, but to the extent that we move forward with the pool idea in the substitution track, the potential for coordination there is something that I think would be beneficial to talk about. I don't know if Partha or Anya, if you have anything you'd like to add there.
Thanks, Mohan, and absolutely agree. You know, to the extent that the plan outage substitution process and the pool approach moves forward, some of the items related to reporting would fall under, you know, the capacity made available to the pool and would be moot. So really, you know, we're coordinating, but want to see, you know, where it advances in the policy discussions, and that'll impact kind of the visibility discussion as well. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And one more question on the graph that you have, bar chart. Like there are 3 CSPs, annual, monthly, and intra-monthly. The chart also, like, is it an aggregated construct, or, you know, could separate out with monthly CSP or intra, you know, monthly CSP like that? That would be interesting to see.
Thank you.
Next up, we have
Thank you.
Ellen.
Hi, it's Ellen Wolf from Mazzaro Consulting. I have just a basic question or two about the obligations that are implied by this concept. So if a schedule coordinator reports that there's some headroom on a resource that it's not held for one of these other reasons or not contracted, is that presumed then to be willing to accept a CPM designation for that capacity?
It's not presumed. What we would be looking at here is, at this point, then there might be contact from the ISO in the event that we are looking for capacity. It's not a presumption of automatic eligibility, but it would be helping us target outreach in those months where we need it. Abdul? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, well, I had a second question. I think that answers it as well, but my second question was going to be, is the presumption of obligation, you know, does it vary depending on the response of these category types? So if there was some presumption of obligation, then it would be true if the resource had headroom that didn't fall into one of these buckets you ultimately define, and not true maybe if it's being held for anticipated outages or something. But it sounds like this is really just intended to be for information only for the ISO staff operations purposes and doesn't come with any burden or obligation.
That is correct. We're not anticipating or proposing that these categories would be treated differently.
Okay, thank you.
For
Yeah.
outreach.
Okay,
Next
thank
up,
you.
Next up, we have Mark, and then we'll go to a hand in the room after. Could you please unmute Mark? Thank
There
you.
we go. Good morning, it's Mark Smith with Calpine. I guess two things. These are just observations. First, on many occasions, we have gotten CPM designation requests from the ISO for resources that we did not bid into the CSP. So somehow or other, You know, the ISO is rolling apparently units that did not bid into the CSP into the CSP. So that confuses me. Maybe somebody can talk to that. Secondly, in terms of monthly reporting, the only thing a generator can report, and that's a generator that is not an LSE, is whether it's sold outside the ISO, whether it's sold, but, or in other words, contracted, but they've been directed not to show it, or it's not contracted. Those are the only three categories that I know definitively. You know, for me to, and I think Eric mentioned this, I have no idea why an LSE may be asking me to not show it in a particular month. So those are the only three things that I think I can report. So I hope that's helpful, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And I hear some alignment with your comments, Noah, too, about those three categories other than outside the BAA and not contracted. For the first part of your question, Mark, Abdul, did you want to speak to that? And then
That Mark, I think that's the outreach you've gotten and maybe some other generators gotten is based on our attempting to find capacity to the best of our knowledge. So what we have, you know, if we're going anticipating a heat wave or a reason for a significant event, for example, that's probably where this happened. And we're looking for capacity to CPM. The information we have is what's RA, what's not RA, and what's available. We have, based on the outage data we have, based on the RA showings we have as well. We can tell what's not shown to the CAISO as RA and not on outage. So we could, that's probably why we reached out to you, because we might have seen some of that capacity and we're like, okay, is this available for a CPM? And what this information would give us, it could tell us that, you know, it would save you and us time. If that capacity is contracted externally, then you cannot take a CPM for it. So that would save us time. We're like, okay, we eliminate that capacity. That's not really available. If you contracted it, an LSC contracted it for, you're keeping it for substitution, or it's contracted for substitution, or it's contracted by another LSC, and not shown for whatever reason, I think that's a fair point. We can probably modify, you know, to meet their LSC requirement. Maybe you don't know why, but you contracted with an LSC, they didn't show it for whatever reason. So these breakdown of capacity can give us more insight into what's potentially much better insight of what could be available for CPM versus in the past we're almost shooting in the dark. It's just we're kind of blind there. So I don't know if that helps.
We can take this offline, but we have gotten CPM offers at $1 over the CPM price, which, as I recall, historically, units that were not contracted and not shown were rolled into the CSP at a price disadvantage, a price over $1 over CPM, as an administrative vehicle to flag them. Of course, you would only be paid the CPM price. So somehow or other, our units did roll into the CSP without us bidding. Maybe we can take that offline and try to figure out how that happened, and maybe it doesn't happen anymore. But it was confusing to us. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah. Let's talk offline. I can explain that process and why we do insert CSP bids that are not. If you bid into CSP, you're obligated, and we CPM, you're obligated to fulfill it. If we insert a bid, then it's just for system kind of processing. There's no obligation on the generator if that triggers a CPM. So I can explain that offline. I think we have it in the BPM explained, but I can talk to you offline and explain what's going on there.
Well, no, I think I understood it. I'm just confused by people's suggestion that all non-contracted resources should go into CSP. I thought they already did. That's my point.
Oh, okay. I think what they're saying is make it an obligation, is what I got. Is like make it an obligation to bid into CSP. An obligation to bid in CSP means if we do a CPM, they're obligated to accept it. Also, I think what they're trying to get at is people bidding into CSP is a way of them telling us what is available to accept the CPM. The current process of CSP bid insertion or creation, I don't know what it's called exactly, but the technical term, but that process is simply looking at non-RA capacity. It's not, and it was intended for a very different purpose. So I think I don't know if that helps, Mark, of what they're trying to suggest. And obviously, folks, if you want to correct me if I misunderstood your suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've always shied away from bidding into CSP because then we're obligated to accept if awarded at a price that might be well below market. So if the pricing conditions changed, maybe we might consider bidding into CSP. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Abdul. That helps.
Also, Mark, the situation is when non-RA capacity, bids into RUC, the ISO actually RUCs the capacity, becomes an exception with dispatch CPM for 60 days or whatever, or I'm sorry, for 30 days. There is that situation.
Okay, thank you.
Non-RA capacity that is bid into day ahead, and the ISO ends up using it for system reliability. There is a situation where the ISO would, without going through CSP, but the ISO would CPM it.
Are you saying, Noah, if they bid into day ahead and then we use the day ahead market bids to determine CPM?
For non-RA capacity, you can bid RUC, and I thought there was a situation where the ISO could ED that RUC capacity for 30 days.
Did it get committed, or I mean, committed capacity that's already committed, dispatched by the market. So I'm not or just bids without commitment. I guess either way, I'm not familiar what the option you're talking about. Maybe we can talk offline.
I want to do a quick. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, please. I was just going to say I want to do a quick time check. I know that we've got a couple more questions in the queue here.
Yeah, we have Eric's hand raised in the room, and then perhaps we should move forward and take other questions offline after.
Thank you. Eric Little from CalCCA, and this is in response to something that I heard from Mohan. And what I heard was Mohan says CDWR doesn't hold resources for anticipated outages and RAAIM penalty mitigation. We routinely hear from the 3 IOUs that they do, that they have a percentage. They may not be able to tell you on a resource-specific basis that this resource is being held for potential for forced outages for RAAIM, but they should be able to tell you out of the portfolio of resources that I have, this is the percentage, this is the number of megawatts. They've routinely said in ERA that they do that. So it is happening. It may not be happening from CDWR, which I think is great, especially under current market conditions, but it is happening with some LSCs.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kathleen's hand raised.
Kathleen from Vistra. That some of this back and forth brought up another question for me. I'm continuing to revisit this idea of, you suggested that you want this information submitted by a scheduling coordinator in the supply plan. But like what we just talked about was two different LSEs talking about how they may manage their side of the RA plan. And I just want to make sure we're not getting confused with your goal. Is it to understand how LSEs are managing their portfolio, or is it to understand whether a supplier is physically available or unavailable to accept a CPM designation? I'm hearing a mix of both, and like the latter is the problem that I'm thinking of trying to solve with you guys, but I'm hearing some of the former, and that may be what's driving, I think, some of this confusion. So can we talk about just getting making sure we're aligned on which one of those is the problem.
Thank you, Kathleen. It's a good clarification. Ultimately, the problem that we are addressing is the second one, but I think the list of categories there, the additional transparency helps us there. We're ultimately looking at CPM eligibility, but to the extent that something exists in between not contracted at all and sold outside the CAISO BAA, that still gives us additional transparency into the status of the fleet. I think, well, Abdul, did you have any thoughts on that?
I think you're right. I think, Kathleen, the first category, I see where the discussion maybe got a little bit off topic about that. We're not trying to figure out what the LSCs are doing with the capacity. We just want to know, if the supplier, and maybe it's a wording issue, we can fix that. If the supplier sold or contracted that capacity to an LSC, we just want to know. It's not shown for whatever reason. I guess that's secondary. Maybe we can reword that last bullet point to just say contracted to an LSC but not shown. Maybe that's essentially what we're looking for.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. Thank you both. And I think the conversation was just getting a bit more complex, and wanted to make sure I understood the task at hand. And I think rewording some of this would be useful. And perhaps there's something that we can do to help in written comments. So I'm going to take a step back, and what I'll commit to doing is taking the categories you have here and flip it in a table of what, based on an SE, we would know and be able to provide, and maybe encourage you to have a question in your template that allows us to clearly do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathleen. I think that's a great idea. This is definitely something that would be helpful to get written feedback on, and we can make sure when we design the comment template that there's a place for that. Just because we are over time, can I ask, I know we still have a couple questions, can I ask that we come back to those, maybe move along now and come back to those at the end? Well, with that, that's a good transition now. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the feedback here.
Well, there you go. All right, I'm going to start over. Should I start over? All right. Noah Tom from Middle River Power. Won't get into too much details on what the ISO's visibility issue is, but since we've already summarized it and talked about it last section, essentially what we want to try to do is resolve the data collection aspect for the ISO here with regards to unsold, withheld for substitution, and sold as export. So things we talked about internally was what we are missing right now, really for a lot of scheduling coordinators, buyers and sellers, is really just we have a individualized ledger. And so what if we, the ISO, I'm not at the ISO, but what if the ISO created a system for all the scheduling coordinators such that the buyers and sellers of capacity would log its transaction with the ISO ledger. And that would, for every time there's a transaction, provide term, so think, start, end dates, quantity, resource ID, and the buying and selling SCIDs. And this will continue every time their capacity is sold and resold. That way, as a seller of capacity, what we have now is actually all that capacity is being sold from to LSCs or to other generators for various purposes. That capacity is essentially tracked. Think of it like an import tag, if you will, from one counterparty to the next. And this allows the buyer of the capacity to identify how much they have contracted to meet for their RA requirements. Information of this nature needs to be confidential because it's very market sensitive. Do not want to share, certainly LLC positions, generator positions, and so forth. So, sort of, what do we resolve? We can resolve what's contracted and uncontracted capacity. We can also think about capacity that may be held for substitution, depending on the RASC changes that are coming down later today. Non-RA exports, there might be a sort of on the screen, you might check, hey, this is going as an export. I mean, depending on how it's designed, you can maybe put in who you're selling it to, but if it's an export, maybe it's just simply as an export. And then capacity that may be also available for CSP if the residual amount of capacity that's unsold gets slotted directly into the CSP. This also helps with a very crucial logistical issue that has reared its head a lot for us this year, which is SCs currently has to track down every single leg of a particular transaction for one capacity or for 1 megawatt capacity that is sold to multiple resales for purposes of ensuring the supply plan is accurate. So when Steve was asking, how often does validation fail? It fails a lot because sometimes, I'll give an example. This year, we sold a megawatt of capacity that was resold 6 times to other LSCs, and trying to go through the game of telephone to track down who the ultimate buyer is to show up on the supply plan. It was very challenging when the last buyer down the chain at one point said, "I don't have this deal," and so we are very confused because we don't know who went through the chain to begin with. So with this ledger, we wouldn't need to do that because the ISO would be able to sort of take and track this capacity going from buyer to buyer to buyer at the end of the day. And you can then also sort of think about, maybe what we generally transact in RA space is contingent, unit contingent. And with this, maybe we can go to an actual firm RA construct for this. We can also maybe eliminate supply plans altogether. A lot of other things to be resolved, such as what happens if you sell a resource that has a floating variable QC value on a year-to-year basis. Did you sell a flat curve or did you sell it as sort of a percentage of your resource? What happens to CAM capacity? What if you have import capacity, export capacity, new resources that are not yet COD? what happens for plant outages, and most importantly, we don't have a catchy name yet for this thing. Unlike, what was the new thing for RAAIM that you have? Mara. There you go.
Mara, I'm impressed that you remembered and thought it was catchy.
Yeah. So again, just sort of going through some of the what we thought was the benefits. It can provide the ISO with up to date information, and when I say up to date, I actually mean like not only will you know about RA for the next month, but if somebody's doing a deal for 5, 10, 15 years, you'll have that RA information in your system for that amount of time, and you then can know what exactly is being transacted and potentially even retraded in the markets. You can replace the current RA and supply plan process, eliminate SCs from having to track down and do the game of telephone, and then maybe you can allow the market participants to actually just sort of track their own positions as well. Concerns, certainly software changes within the ISO as well as other SCs. But I will say that there is a little bit of a precedent. The ISO currently has one tracks for IARs for MIC allocation, right, from SC to SC. And then certainly there are definitely, this would mean sort of another data entry point for SCs, particularly ones with a lot of generation, and it does create a little bit of a new challenge if you don't have like an API to help sort of think about, if you didn't have an API for cyber or OMS, everyone have to hand submit their transactions or their offers into cyber. Yeah, that's not fun. That's it. That's the concept, is trying to get maybe a ledger system within the ISO. Questions?
First up, I see Chris.
Yeah, I'm just curious about replacing the RA and supply plan process, I guess. Have you considered how the outage piece of this comes into that?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be slightly different. So, envision maybe the system of, I sell to you 100 megawatts of capacity, and we log it similar to, think about it, maybe an IST with the ISO system. That gets matched up, fantastic. When the month ahead or the year ahead comes, if we don't do anything with it, that 100 megawatts becomes firm into the ISO system, and it's essentially just writes the supply plan and RA plan for you. That's it. If you do nothing, it gets committed. Sort of like maybe think of it maybe like a DEB or something in IFM. But but what you can do, if you don't, other than that 100 megawatts and you only need 80, put it down to 80, and you can put maybe you can put the other 20. You have the option. You can put it into CSP. I don't have to do that.
The SCs that are in charge of all of this then? That's what you're envisioning?
The SCs so as a generator, the SC would log in, here's my capacity that I've sold, and obviously the residual is what I've not sold. As the buyer, the SC of the buyer, out of that 100 megawatts, if you take 80, great. That 80 is for your need. The other 20 is still yours. You don't have to tell me what you want to do with it. You can tell the ISO, hey, I want 20 to go to CSP, or I want 20 maybe saves for somewhere else for outages, depending on how outages work, like whether it's the pool, slotting into the pool. The buyer of the capacity has that ability.
What about the seller? I mean, how are we as the seller supposed to indicate if there's a planned outage that we need to take on that unit that can't be shown for RA for that month?
Well, what if you change the paradigm of you're buying your substitute capacity from the pool, and if that automatically feeds back into the system, you don't have to go and manually do that yourself. Or if you want, maybe you can just buy it back from your buyer, and you buy and put another transaction in it, and that 100 megawatts comes back to me.
Okay, well, yeah, so you're just talking about an entirely new RA paradigm in general then, I would say. I mean,
Not a quite paradigm, it's just a system of transactions, or to track the transactions.
yeah, but then you're saying we're getting rid of all the substitution rules and all the outage submissions.
I
and
would
all these
love to
things.
get rid of substitution rules.
Right, I'm just saying, let's just call this what it is. It's a lot bigger changes than just simply a, new ledger here. I mean, if you're actually talking about getting rid of the supply plans and all these other things.
Well,
there's probably different flavors of this that you could do. Maybe some are less intensive and others are more expansive.
Sure, we could do, but tell me, give me a vision of what that looks like.
I'm just saying, I mean, you could have a ledger system that, like what you're talking about, that doesn't replace the current RA and supply plan process, and they can still track all this stuff, and, it's perhaps a simpler thing, and then you're not updating these rules and digging into substitution rules and all these other things. I mean,
Chris,
we have a lot
I
of
will
other.
say that we are going to be talking about RASC and changes to substitution. So that is already happening. Whether or not you like this versus that approach, we'll have to kind of see. This is just
I'm just saying it's a big potential change if we're moving to all this, so.
Yeah, I'm
Fair enough.
fine for big potential changes to make our lives easier and make this run smoother and be more reliable.
So are we. I don't want to, get that wrong here, but I'm just saying this does seem like a pretty big sea change. And then just to go back to the part about the, issues to work out here, the contracting piece of this. I mean, we all have different types of contracts. We all have different arrangements. We all have different resource NQCs, and the part about the NQCs changing. I mean, we've seen how there's a lot of regulatory uncertainty between the slice of day, how people contract under that, how LSCs want to contract under that, how suppliers would like to contract under that. There's no clear-cut market favorite contracting mechanism under this right now yet. I mean, it hasn't shaken out really, I think. So, I mean, and then the CAISO has, installed some approaches like for the solar NQCs that we have major problems with that we think need to be reevaluated, and that could really cause a lot of churn in this. I mean, if we go into something like that. So I just think we should talk more about, if we're going to go down this path, we need to make sure that there's, some rationality behind how we actually update these NQC values on a monthly, yearly basis.
Sure, but that is a regulatory risk to which you already have baked into your contracts anyways, right? Because you have already signed, executed a contract that based on this current set of rules with an understanding that potential regulatory changes could cause some shifts down the pipe. So what we cannot, and I cannot say, is what those changes will be, but what we can design them is this particular system to be flexible enough, which I've done before in a prior job to design software like this, and it's doable.
I'm just saying, if you're talking about, a ledger system like a, Bitcoin or something, right? We're talking about, you have a set value for these things. It changes. You sell per portion. It's all very clear, right? When you have these very uncertain values for certain types of resources like solar and wind that change drastically and can really change year to year, we're going to have the ledger system is going to become exponentially complicated when we have different contracts. We've sold portions of resources. We've, some of them may be sold under a longer 10-year, 15-year contract. Some of them may be sold on a monthly basis, those sort of things. So we just have to think about that, I would suggest.
Yeah, so sounds like you are open to thinking about those changes and would be helpful in the design aspect component of this phase.
I'm just saying it sounds like it's going to be complicated to do this.
Welcome to life. Yeah, it's so simple. Eric.
Thanks, Noah. Eric Little from Cal CCA. I guess I want to make sure that I understand this. It sounds like your intent here is you sell something to me. You're the generator. I'm the LSE. I turn around and I sell that to Partha, who is an LSE. I then record that within this ledger that it's now Partha's. Partha recognizes that he got it. Partha sells it to Abdul, and on and on and on we go.
Yes, this is currently happening.
Okay, so here's the concern that I'm having with this. we have certain entities who have relationships with the ISOs and responsibilities to the ISO, and we have entities that don't. So what happens if I sell to Partha and Partha is an out-of-state LSE and has absolutely no obligation to tell the ISO anything about what he's bought?
Sorry, Partha is out of state, you said?
Partha's out of state, or he's a marketer, or whatever. He's he's somebody that does not have a relationship with the ISO through their tariff.
Yeah, so I think that with regards to additional details to be addressed, export capacity being one of them, it's possible you can say that, put in your sale as export.
Okay, but I thought the purpose of this was to track it every time it changes. Now that export person says, I want nothing to do with your system, and they sell it to somebody else who is an LSE inside the state, and it just disappears from the reporting.
Why does it disappear from the reporting?
Because the out-of-state entity who sold it says, I have no obligation to the system that you have. I'm not going to do it. I'm not playing.
Wait, sorry. Were they? Well, again, we're getting into details, into very much details here.
I guess first of all, I'm just trying to make sure that I understand it. And if
do you understand what happens internally without exports?
Yes.
Okay, great. So now we're
I'm just trying
addressing sort of an outlier a little bit here. The question then is, does the buyer, does he have an SC, is he an SC within the ISO? Does he have business within the ISO? There are different ways, right? Like where is he thinking it in a sense?
That's exactly what I'm trying to understand is in your proposal, what obligation does this entity have to the ISO? Because the ISO has a tariff that defines entity relationships with the ISO and obligations between them.
Yeah.
And if we've got people who are going to participate in this chain who do not have that relationship and do not have that obligation, then we have to figure out how to fill that hole.
Yeah, I don't know how often does that occur? Is that like a big significant amount, or is that one of those, a small amount that we can cover as we sort of think about it more?
I don't know either. I'm just trying to figure out whether or not it's worth it to go down this path, knowing that there are certain relationships that don't have an obligation to tell the ISO.
I think it's worth it to go down this path because the majority of people that certainly we've dealt with is within the ISO, and all the people that down the chain that have been resold 6 times has been with the ISO.
Okay, thanks.
Next up, we have Abdul and Anya.
Abdul Muhammad Ali from Kaisa. Thanks, Noah. I think it's an interesting idea. I do, however, agree with Chris and Eric. These are some examples of the challenges. This is not just a visibility change. It's actually, I think, it sounds like from my understanding, it's a paradigm change of how the RA showings are done. Which again, I mean, maybe we can figure that one out. Maybe kind of a longer term kind of discussion. But I think some of the challenges are probably tough we got to figure out those challenges. To Eric's point, if it's gone externally, even if it's a small amount, that's gone. And if that external team doesn't report it, then we'll think it's still internal because no one updated that capacity. The supplier put in their contract, the initial LSC put it in, and that's the end of it. The new LSC never reported that transaction. To one of Chris's points about the NQC changing, and I see that you have them there here. Noah, so I think that's good. NQC changing, when we take a submission, we do a validation to confirm it's not exceeding NQC. As NQC changes over the years, how we do treat a multi-year contract submission. So you're trying to align the RA showings with the contract and give them probably a more headroom. I mean, they don't have to be I guess even today they don't have to wait till T-45. They can submit in advance. But this is actually saying submit it as far as in advance. Let's see, confirm it. CAISO validate it. It could be multi-year validation. Again, it's interesting, but I agree. I think it's bigger change than just a visibility thing, and there's a lot of question marks that we need to understand, which you rightfully, kind of pointed to.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you have to look at the benefit that you will receive, right? You will know that a resource is contract for the next X amount of years potentially. And I think that holds value for the ISO with regards to its long-term strategies and long-term LLE studies and so on and so forth, right? I think the fringe outliers of capacity going out and then potentially coming in, sure, we can solve. I think that's solvable. We have to work through it.
Thanks for this proposal. Just thinking about how this relates to the pool and maybe the discussion we'll get into a little bit later this morning. I think it's straightforward in terms of maybe the pool quantity that's procured could enter into the ledger in terms of what's being used for replacement. But I was curious if you could expand a little bit on kind of your thoughts around the planned outage process in the ledger.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I was hoping to get rid of RASC altogether and not have to really think about or not have to require substitute capacity. But understanding that there are different sort of ways to resolve this. You know, what happens, let's assume under the current paradigm that as a generator, we have to provide the substitute capacity. And there are sort of multiple flavors of how to actually do that within our contracts or with the ISO. So, you know, take for one example, what if I bought a substitute capacity for my offtake or my counterparty, and I provide that directly to my counterparty? So how does that slot in to this particular process? One way is maybe design the user interface to say, hey, I'm going to put in 100 megs out of my 100 megawatt resource, and that's going to flow down the pipeline for everyone that gets updated. Another way that I can, and therefore my 100 megawatt resource that I originally sold is no longer available in the sense of it's non-RA capacity because I didn't sell it. Essentially, I just bought someone else to stand in my place. Another flavor is that I provide it directly through RASC now, and so I do nothing with this ledger. The ledger maintains itself, and on the ISO substitution side, on Sierra, I provide that as normal. Third way is I don't do either of it, right? And the ISO has a pool, and it gets automatically, I'm going to use air quotes, cleared within the ISO pool, and that goes, and the ISO just sort of charges me the cost of that for what I need, what I would need to buy. Sort of, you know, going in the final version, maybe sort of here's what if I buy back the capacity? Again, if I sold 100, I'll go to the counterparty and say, hey, can I buy it back from you? They say, sure, I don't need it. Great, and then we'll essentially just book it out within the system. Assuming they you know, yeah, essentially assuming that they have enough capacity for if they already done their downstreams or whatever.
Next up, we have a few hands raised online. First, we'll go to Carrie.
Hi, this is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. Thanks, Noah. So first, just a high-level reaction is that in my mind, with so many new resources and SCs and lack of transparency, that I thought, you know, kind of this initiative was about paradigm shifts. And I see we could kind of shift in two ways. One would be what you're suggesting here. You know, you call it a ledger system, but I view it as this kind of efficient, integrated RA system. And I know people brought up some issues, but you can't fully design a market in 3 slides. And I see the concept you're saying, and I see it as much more efficient than what we have now and allows us to expand in ways that we can't unless you move toward this. Expand in ways that allows additional transparency for both non-RA and RA, and in the new planned outage process you just described. And I think you have to move to something like you're suggesting in order to get those cleanly and easily and not just keep adding complications to the system. So you could do it this way, or we could do a complete paradigm shift and move to seasonal and completely change our planned outage rules. But either way, there's risks to contracts, there's risks to, you know, how we do things today, and there's a lot of design details. So I'm kind of reacting a little bit to the criticisms of this because I don't think they're reacting conceptually and they're expecting a fully baked plan. Like, I don't see Eric and Abdul's issue as an issue. Like if you sell outside the CAISO, in order for that entity to use it, it actually has to be registered as non-RA in the CAISO systems. And when someone buys it back, you could just create a rule that that has to be registered in your ledger. Like there's a lot of market design answers to kind of the criticisms that have been brought up. And I don't see any fatal flaws in this, which I think when we are, you know, examining a new way of doing things, we should just be checking for fatal flaws, not design details. So I think WPTF is really supportive of exploring this further. And I think I'm also supportive of hearing from other stakeholders generally, and I hope the CAISO asks this in their comments, do people want to move toward this kind of efficient RA process that allows us to have kind of this sleeker system, or do people want to change in a fundamental, more general way towards seasonal and less data inputs? Because it's clear what we're doing right now isn't working. That's kind of all I had. I didn't have any questions. Again, I think it's just a great conceptual design to kind of jump off of. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie.
Next up, we have Kathleen.
No, thank you so much. And Kathleen from Vistra. So actually, can I ask Carrie a question? And can we have her come back real quick? So that was incredibly.
So yeah, go ahead.
Great, excellent.
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay, cool. So that was super useful framing for me. So thank you so much for that. I just wondered if you could expand before I ask my question on. So I saw this a lot as like visibility and transparency, which you know I love. So I'm there for efforts in that direction. But then I heard you connect it to this or alternatively switch to a seasonal, which gets at something more operational in my mind than just providing transparency. So could you just connect those dots just a little bit better before you drop?
Yeah. Yeah. So connecting the dots is it's overwhelmingly complicated right now. And in my mind, you could clean up the processes in two ways. You could either say this monthly obligation where we trade contracts 6 times on a monthly basis is overwhelmingly burdensome and adding cost to the market. So how do you fix that? You can make it more efficient by including transparency and automated mechanisms, or you could take out the complication that's inherent to the market itself and just have a seasonal contract and take out a lot of the outage rules around it. You don't have to do pooled outages, right? You could require more capacity because it's on a seasonal basis. And then you could do, you know, first in, last out like we used to do. So in my mind, they're connected because you have they're two separate RA paradigms that actually solve the same problem, which is lack of transparency and overcomplication.
Excellent. That was super useful. Thank you, Carrie. It's also something that, you know, I'm going to make a mental note for myself when submitting written comments that, you know, providing feedback at that kind of like programmatic level, I think is useful for the CAISO. But what I think would be excellent is to start chunking these and say, these are in fact different like options of design that we could evaluate. Because I can say off of like first blush, we would prefer going to a seasonal. So if those are the two things we're debating, that's awesome. I'm happy to put that in comments. We think that has a lot of value. And then if that makes something like this, which does seem and sound to me like a massive, frankly, it's a system. It sounds to me like a system upgrade. So what we're essentially saying is that SEER is a bit clunky and it's not meeting our needs. And we need something that's better, more automated, and remove some of the friction in the reporting system. And so we're going to do a massive redesign and system enhancement on what is our SERA. That sounds very expensive. That sounds difficult for the CAISO to look at from an impact assessment perspective. So I think I would need in the list of details to be addressed, like greater understanding on whether or not that kind of enhancement is on the table for the CAISO from a resource perspective. So that's one question. But at a higher level, I had one other piece of feedback, which is I think if we're still focused on transparency and wanting to get insight into the RA sales from kind of what as Noah, you were talking, honestly, I was envisioning FERC's EQR database, because the EQR database is effectively, if you want to call it a ledger, but it's a database that you can go and query all of the RA sales in California and look at all of those transactions, sales for resales as well. And so like, I've long been a proponent of CAISO making sure that they're unlocking the value out of the EQR database and using that for its own analysis to, you know, help them with their visibility. It's not just on the energy side. As I said, all capacity sellers are required to report on a quarterly basis their RA sales to the EQR database. And so as an interim step, maybe to help inform how much transactional churn and whether this is the paradigm versus, let's say, a seasonal shift, I'm just going to make that ask. So I really do think you should look at the EQR database and kind of see if that kind of information provides value, because it just sounds like another reporting requirement. As I mentioned, we already report on a quarterly basis, and everyone has that kind of additional reporting obligation to FERC.
Hey, Kathleen, this is Noah.
Oh, and that addresses Eric's issue as well, because Eric was asking about the counterparties outside of California, which is exactly why FERC is the best source for this information. Yeah, Noah, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Does the EQR data include resource IDs for each counterparty?
It's a good question. I have not personally, I don't do our EQR filings. We could definitely look into it, and so could you guys, and then circle up with the CAISO. I assume you're in the same boat as me. You're not on the EQR filing team. But yeah, we can take that as an action item, and CAISO can also look into it and confirm. Thanks.
I mean, anybody in the room know what?
It's not. I do EQR filings. It's not.
There's no resource ID. I just wanted to ask Kathleen though about like the lag part of that, like, because those are, kind of after the fact by like a quarter.
Yeah, quarter.
Well, Chris, to the extent if there are longer term contracts, that would help. But it would be more useful if it provided resource IDs, and you could actually track it.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, and let me just also add.
Fair.
Kathleen, I agree. I think Tara-Jen would agree with your general positions here that you just stated. I think you said it better than I did. I wasn't really trying to criticize the proposal, so just let me clarify. I just
workshopping.
Yeah, exactly. And I just was pointing out that there's some big pieces that do need to change, but I think that you pointed out correctly that there would be some pretty big internal system changes. And in general, previous feedback that Tara-Jen's given would be that we would think it might be a little bit easier to move to just a seasonal or annual showings process and reevaluate the plan outage rules that would be associated with that. So thanks for mentioning that too, Kathleen.
Well, I want to preface this. Providing this data, regardless of seasonal or annual, provides the ISO with the contract capacity and where it's going. Right, you can have that in the ISO system so that they know what is actually contracted far out and what is not contracted. I think that's a big plus for the ISO.
Yeah, and I would just say thanks to you guys for putting this out there. I think it helps the discussion to say there could be some other more wide-ranging options that we could get to here.
Next we have Anya and Abdul, and then we'll go to Brian.
Old card.
I guess I'm still not following the planned outage substitution impact. Noah, if you can elaborate. I mean, the way I'm understanding this, it would really impact the showings paradigm. That's the big change, how the showings process would work. But as an outage planned outage substitution solution, we still need to find a parallel independent solution of how to deal with planned outages and how the substitution process would work. And this would not really, it would not address it. This is not getting there. But I heard folks on the phone, and maybe you talk about how this would impact planned outage substitution process. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Well, I think what Carrie sort of provided as two scenarios, right? I provided one for the current regime, what we have in the current tariff and the process we have for that. Carrie said instead of doing all the planned outages, what if we do seasonal seasonal RA requirements? In those seasonal RA requirements, instead of the monthly shaped requirements, we just have sort of a flat requirement that is for the entire set of months within a season. And that, because various months may be, because they're flat, you will have a built-in buffer for outage substitution. I think that's you can let Carrie, who's got her hand up, but that's my understanding of sort of those two options in her mind.
And in my mind, Noah's proposal right here makes the pooled outage process so much easier because you know what all the capacity is, and you could just have a little flag. Yes, I'm available as replacement capacity. So that's why, in my mind, there are two different mechanisms to get you at a cleaner planned outage process. His gives you the systems to do that pooled outage process. The other way is like exactly what he just described.
Okay, so it's more of how could this potentially impact or help with a planned outage, a parallel planned outage substitution solution, but this does not solve the issue. We still have to solve the planned outage substitution issue that we have today and what could be a potentially a better solution. I think what you guys are saying, without getting into seasonality, because I think getting into seasonal, that's a whole different discussion of setting the requirements on a seasonal basis and getting the LRAs on board and all that. But getting out of seasonal discussion, just getting us this or changing the showings paradigm into a contract-based, potentially multi-years. I think what you're saying is, Carrie and Noah, that it could potentially help make the planned outage, whatever planned outage solution we come up with, maybe more efficient. Is that correct?
I think we can design this system around other variables that we have in front of us, because I don't know what the final solution for pooling is at this point. But it is certainly, we can probably design around it.
And for me, I view these as both, I view this as a paradigm shift that enables more efficient rules that we've discussed in other places. Because if you're going to do a giant system change like this, it needs to come with a lot of benefits, as people have pointed out. And I see a lot of benefits programmatically that would enable other changes and other, pieces of this initiative. But to me, you would want to put all those pieces together. Otherwise, why change all your systems completely just for a little more transparency? Does that make sense, Abdul?
Yes, it does. Yeah, thank you.
Next, we have Brian, and then we'll go to Nick.
Yeah, thanks. This is Brian Thaker with Middle River. Briefly, thanks to the ISO for letting us bring this idea before you. When Noah began to discuss it internally, it's a total paradigm shift. Abdul, I agree. But this conversation, I think, reinforced, and you guys said it at the beginning, and I'll say it again now, all of this is interrelated. You can't tweak one piece of this without affecting other pieces. So given that we have a bilateral market, we'll have a bilateral market forever. I mean, RPM is taking some serious body blows now in PJM, so we're not going down that direction, not that we ever did. But given the bilateral structure we have, I don't know if this is blockchain, because I don't understand blockchain, but this just seems like a more efficient, at least worth considering. Is this a more efficient way to record all of this and capture these transactions? And maybe there's some collateral benefit that we could eliminate or reduce showings or make them more efficient along the way. So thank you guys very much for letting this present this. And the last thing I'll conclude with it, you will need a catchy acronym. That's an ISO requirement. It's in your tariff, I believe. So I'll just throw one out, RA transaction ledger, rattle. You heard it here first.
I say catchy, remember this. Yeah, thanks again. And I'll say, like, this is, while we think of these changes as probably extraordinary, they're actually not. I mean, we've been, all of the SCs essentially deal with this on a day-to-day, month-to-month basis. And I would like to meet the person on the SC side who says they love trying to track down all the individual resales, and like to know how many emails they have for that.
Thanks, Nick Pappas, NP Energy. First, I just appreciate Brian raising the cryptocurrency link. I was waiting for somebody to talk about the distributed ledger with big implications for electric grid reliability. I wanted to link this discussion up with two other sort of parallel planning environments. Noah's comments about the importance of long-term visibility, I think really emphasizes two very similar problem statements in the California IRP process with the CPUC as well as with RAP. And I just wanted to flag both of those and ask if there's contemplation of potential applications of this data in whatever form it comes into to inform within the CPUC whether there are some in-system resources being committed externally, whether that's externally within California to non-CAISO LSEs or to RAP or other external parties. I think that's a really critical question within the California IRP process that would be very usefully informed by this. And then similarly, if there are long-term imports that are being flagged here that may not be coming into the CPUC through its data collection process. And then within RAP, and I would say within the kind of IRP processes for individual utilities within RAP and outside of RAP in the West, this is always a critical question. What is the balance of system in CAISO and in the broader WEC? And I think there could be some real value if there's a way to get around the sort of legal and confidentiality hurdles of sharing data and some validation with RAP. I think this would go a long way. I know there's been a long-standing discussion within RAP around concerns of what are the imports CAISO is taking, where are those coming from, how does that match up with our resource set, and vice versa. I believe RAP is more explicitly resource specific than CAISO's import process, but I think there's, in the long term, some real value in exploring ways to cross-validate there.
I'm not seeing any other hands raised at the moment. Does anyone have any final thoughts before we take a quick 10-minute break? Okay, seeing none, we'll return at around 11:12. Thank you. Hi everyone, welcome back. We'll now get started again discussing Track 2 outage and substitution with Anya.
All right, well, thanks so much, everyone. My name is Anya Gilbert. I'm with the ISO's policy team. I'm the policy lead for Track 2 items related to outage and substitution and availability incentive mechanisms. Maybe just as a quick agenda update, I'll be going through outage and substitution, and then the LSEs will do their joint presentation. We'll break for lunch, and then DMM has kindly agreed to shuffle their presentation to right after lunch at 1 o'clock. So just a quick update on that reshuffling of the agenda. And with that, let me get into outage and substitution. So maybe I'll pause and do some reflecting on where we've been and why we're considering certain changes. So throughout our working group process, there was a lot of discussion around the current challenges with the outage and substitution process. We heard a lot about the inefficiencies associated with some of the capacity that's been held back for substitution, and the challenges with the bilateral procurement process for outage and substitution when all outages require substitution. Also discussion around some of the artificial tightness in the market as a result of holding back capacity for substitution. some discussion on how that can turn into maintenance delays, as well as turn into higher forced outage rates as documented by DMM and reported in our working group process. And many of you have also shared in your comments. So wanted to talk about some of the challenges with outage and substitution before getting into some of the reforms we're contemplating. Overall, we're looking to have a more efficient and reliable process, both for generators and for the grid as a whole. So today's focus is to really talk about a straw proposal leaning and options. This isn't kind of the former process of telling you what the straw proposal is. It's really co-developing some of these options with you all. So really looking to have a dialogue around some of the design details that are going to be presented. However, we have evolved from what was presented in the issue paper phase, where we had about 4 options on the table for outage and substitution reform. Based on your feedback, we've narrowed that down. We didn't have any opposition to the pool, and there was a lot of support for a pool. And then there was also additional discussion around, does substitute capacity, is it required in all instances? And so at a very high level, the proposal is to allow conditional approval of planned outages without substitution, but in that case that there would be a reliability impact, and that CAISO does require substitute capacity to be procured, there would be a pool available for that procurement. And we're really viewing this as an incentive, not withhold capacity, because that capacity can be made available to the pool rather than being held aside. And if you are the owner of that capacity and you're not using it, you can also receive the revenue if another SC procures that capacity. So the first element of the straw proposal is conditional approval of outages. And kind of looking back at the ISO's former processes, POSO, and some of the reliability events of 2020, there was an understanding that there isn't necessarily a blanket approval that the CAISO could provide to say outage substitute capacity would never be needed. And so there is an opening to allow for conditional approvals. And this would mean that the SC does not have to provide substitute capacity, but we also recognize that reliability conditions can change over the course of a month. And with that in mind, we may go back to the SC and say, you know, in this case, due to reliability concerns, substitute capacity is necessary, and this is where the pool comes in. One of the big consideration for the discussion around conditional outages that we're looking for stakeholder feedback on is really determining the criteria for what is conditionally approved. Is it just based on the supply plan showings? Is it based on the net peak value? What is that criteria that could be indicative of what would be allowed to be conditionally approved? And I think that'll be an area of, you know, more design discussions, and maybe I'll pause here and see if there's any stakeholder reactions to either the general concept, and I'll note that the next slide really gets into the pool discussion. So this is really around feedback on how to define the criteria for what would be allowed as a conditional outage.
First up, we have Adeline.
Hi, Adeline with PG&E. I think the issue with conditional is obviously the timing, as when you will say to an SC, oh, finally I need substitution. And you will see, like, from discussion we had with a couple of LSCs, it is really a must known, like, if we have to provide substitution or not. Because if I see this timeline, so you will be waiting on the supply plan showing, so you will be conditionally approving some outages, and then what will be the time frame when you will be really requiring the substitution capacity? Because in terms of planning, in terms of like certainty, it's really important to know if you have to provide substitution and who should provide the substitution. Because I think we really go back into the POSO system with this approach, which was really something that was problematic in the past. So conditional aspects.
I think recognizing that there are some areas where this notion of conditional approval is going to tie into certain aspects of the pool design. This slide highlights some of what I'm calling the various attributes, which are these columns, and then the options that we could consider with the pool design, and is really kind of a placemat for our discussion. But when it comes to the conditional outages, I think something that might help with that is this visibility column in terms of maybe what additional headroom is above that threshold for conditional outages to kind of help provide some of that certainty. And then I think the last column, when we talk about the procurement mechanism, really gets into the timing of outages in terms of, we recognize that some outages are, planned years in advance, and recognizing that this might need to occur both before T-28 as well as between the T-8 and T-28 timeline.
But within this time frame, if you don't have already planned for substitute capacity, you can't really find substitute capacity within this time frame between T-28 and T-8. So that means, like, anyway, as a SC, you will have to always plan to provide the substitution. I don't see how this is addressing that. So basically, you will be saying, okay, we conditionally approve your outage, but you will still need to keep capacity in case you will have to provide the substitution? Or how do you envisage that? Like, okay, we conditionally approve, but you still want to have some capacity in the pool in case the substitution is needed?
Maybe it would help if I talk about some initial straw proposal leanings with the pool, and that might help with this question that Adeline has raised in terms of mitigating some of the uncertainty that SC may have with the timeline aspect. So at a high level, kind of thinking of this as a pool by SCs, for SCs, potentially at a daily granularity that would be voluntary, but that the pool creates an inherent incentive to provide that capacity available because it can be used either by that SC or at free of charge because it's their own capacity, or they could be paid by another SC if it's picked up. Open questions on how to think about the kind of unit of measure. Do we think about it in terms of megawatt, or do we move to something similar to like for like by measuring it based on marginal ELCC? I think a key aspect for SCs that might have incentives to hold back capacity for themselves under today's paradigm is this idea of the right of first refusal, that SCs that make capacity available to the pool could also access it in that, as long as it isn't picked up through the kind of procurement mechanism, so at any time in that time frame. This approach also doesn't preclude bilateral contracting in the advanced time frame. So if you're thinking about taking the outage 2 years in advance or a year in advance, that is accommodated. So maybe I'll pause there and see specifically, Adeline, for your questions around some of the uncertainty, how this proposal is landing in areas of concern that you still might have.
So I haven't seen the quantity. I'm not so sure how it will work with the marginal ELCC. So that's maybe one follow-up question. What do you mean with, you will have to provide the substitution in terms of marginal ELCC? Is what you...
So this slide highlights in bold areas of the straw proposal leaning. When it comes to the quantity, we haven't provided a straw proposal leaning. Through the working group discussions, there were questions on should there be any kind of notion of like for like substitution not from the perspective of you must use a gas generator to replace for a gas generator, but recognizing that different resources have different capabilities and how, if or should that be accounted for in the outage substitution process. And so I'm bringing that discussion that happened in the working group context into this straw proposal, leaning to still raise that question, since we didn't receive much feedback on it, of if we should have something akin to like for like by using a marginal ELC to value resources to determine if the substitute capacity being replaced is equivalent on a marginal basis with the resource that's going on outage. So that is some of the design discussion kind of happening on that front. Does that help clarify?
It's the like to like or like for like substitution type we were talking last night. What is it?
Next, we have a hand raised by Stephen.
Steve Keen, Edison. I have a more basic question about the conditional approvals for their conditional outages, and that is, what timing are you looking at for that? And my reasoning is just, sometimes for some of the planned outages, the generators plan them 6 months or a year ahead. So they're going to put the request in at that point, but that may be well before you even have an idea of what RA is going to look like. If they're trying to put them in a year ahead in June, all right, you're not even going to know what the annual showings were for RA for the next year. I'm just trying to understand how, what time frame were you looking at that? I think part of it would depend on, like, when you give them that conditional approval, it's like, how likely is it that it's going to stick? If it's the type of thing where, if they get that approval, it's okay, unless there's like a heat wave that week, and then you might ask them. Okay, that's one thing. But if it's like, yeah, we'll see, and there's like a 50-50 shot you're not going to be able to get it, that's different. I also think that as part of that consideration, it's whether the resource is planning on being, whether they're planning on being RA for that month. And to some extent then, how long the outage is. I mean, it used to be the case, this is showing how long I've been around, is that one of the first things I did when I came to the CAISO, which was like 14 years ago, was substitution, moving it from, because it used to be a PUC thing, they dropped it and then it moved it, so we had to move it to the CAISO. But when they had the rules that the PUC used to have was that you couldn't show a resource for RA if it was going to be out, and I can't remember, I think it was more than like a week or two during that month. You couldn't show it for RA. So it's, the outage, if a resource is going to be out for like 3 weeks, they probably shouldn't plan on being RA for that month. And I'm just wondering, so my question is basically, what time frame were you looking at doing these conditional approvals?
I mean, we are looking at doing it in the forward time frame, and what I'm hearing in terms of what would be helpful for the straw proposal is to maybe have more clarity on, the timing of that conditional. And I think this calendar, in terms of getting a sense of potential headroom, inherently in the off-peak months, there is kind of some headroom to take that. To take those outages, and that's typically what we see from a planning perspective. But I think what you're kind of alluding to, or what I'm hearing, is looking for more certainty around conditional outages and having a better sense of what that headroom might be, even in the forward time frame. Did you want to add something, Partha?
Yeah, no, I think both you and Adeline sort of raised the sort of kind of foundational questions about RA and sort of who's bearing the risk under what timeline. And that I think that to some degree, I think what we're trying to do is balance, the idea of like, how do we create sort of more efficiency by allowing optionality, but still sort of having the ultimate obligation rest with the SC, where if you're going to have a resource being shown as RA, one option is to not show that resource as RA. and not face that risk. But if you are going to do it, we're trying to create sort of that opportunity to take an outage if there is a buffer, but ultimately have the SC be the one who is either, needing to, like, if it's a, if it's a high importance outage where you're really needing the capacity, then the options are, you could have substitute capacity that you're bringing to the pool, and it's going to be prioritized for your outage. Could still be shared to the degree that it's not a full month outage. Other resources might be able to use and access that resource, but it's ultimately sort of still on the SC that if you're going to show up for RA, you're going to be the one who's going to be needing to sort of manage your outage and manage the risk associated with that, including if you're going to take that outage.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing that I see potentially complicating that is for local RA resources, because that's the one type of resource that gets committed for a whole year. So if you want to take an outage and you're a local resource, you're either in for the year or you're out for the year. And frankly, most of them couldn't even take a whole year off RA because there's just not enough local resources. So I think for them, that's a different situation. But I think, yeah, trying to understand how this works, so to give a little more, I don't know if it's security to the entities that, and I think that would help the CAISO if, because you get the planning, if you're doing the planning the year ahead, so even with the local resources, okay, this guy's going out in June, or in January, this guy's going out February, you're timing them along so that you're not stressed and you're not feeling stressed. I think that to me is what the idea of this should be.
Thanks, Stephen. This is Abdul. I think one thing to add maybe to what Anya and Partha said, to your concern and Adelie's concern. So keep in mind, we have an outage coordination process today that runs in parallel to the RA process. We're not proposing to change that outage coordination timeline. So to your question about the timeline, it would follow that same timeline. It is long range, mid range, short range outage processing, planned outage studies. They follow that process, and the outcome of the process is what we're saying would be a conditional approval. Kind of like today. It is conditionally approved based on fulfilling the RA substitution obligations that come in usually later in the process or in parallel. Short-term and RA substitution, they pretty much align, but the longer-term processes might happen before RA. So if you get your approval in that process, today it's conditional upon you providing your RASC substitution. Tomorrow, it's going to be conditional upon you providing substitution if needed, if the CAISO says, we need you to provide substitution. Based on the questions that Aya is asking, what should be the criteria to determine the need, system deficiency and net peak deficiency? What should be that criteria where we decide what the need is? That process inherently, to Adeline's point, yes, that would mean there would be some uncertainty for the generator because the showings don't get finalized in the monthly process until T-30. So we don't have the final data until then. That's why we can't determine, well, we don't think we can, but if you have ideas, we're all ears, but we can't finalize your substitution obligation and therefore confirm if your outage is approved, final approval, or conditional approval still applies and you need substitute until the monthly showings come in. So that uncertainty and risk is still there. I think to Anya's point, we're trying to mitigate that risk with some enhancements to the process by adding that, maybe asking the question, should we add a calendar that tells you the days that have more long versus short so you don't schedule outages on those days? Again, we won't know until we get to that month ahead deadline. Should we also, I'm blanking out what the other one was. Oh, the pool, obviously. Now we're trying to give you a pool, trying to help facilitate generators that have excess capacity, bid into the pool or offer their excess capacity into the pool. You have access to it now. Potentially, that could help facilitate the substitution. But obviously, Are we removing the risk completely? I don't think we can do that. With the way, to Parth's point, the way the RA process works, the things don't get finalized till T-30. That timeline we're stuck with, and that's kind of causing the challenge there with the outages.
All right, Doug, and then Noah?
Yeah.
Oh, Doug.
Yeah, Doug Carpa, Peninsula Clean Energy. Really interesting proposal, and glad to see it coming forward. There's sort of two or three issues. I would think that so on the question of determination, like how would you decide it? Not to be too trite about it, but it seems like that's going to turn on the reliability, right? And so it would be a lot to say like, hey, we're going to do a loss of load study to see like, are we above or below? Yeah, I know. But I guess part of me is like, I feel like you all probably have a better handle on what the better metrics or proxies are for that than we do. Like, we should know like, hey, these are the hours where there's going to be potential problems. And if you've got all these slice of day showings, you have a more granular view into like what resources are likely to be there in those hours that you really need them. So that might be a way to go. And on a similar note, I would think for the the like for like quantity issue, if we want to try to make this as flexible as possible, that an ELCC kind of approach where it's really fungible is probably the way to go, so that you're not as like locked into different categories. Yeah, Noah's going to tell me why I'm wrong. So,
I'm surprised you just said that slice a day RA capacity is not fungible.
Oh, that it's not fungible?
Yeah. I mean,
well,
the recognition that ELCC is more fungible as a capacity product than what slice a day is.
It's a single number, right? But it's also, we're not aiming for like precision here, right? This is a little bit more back of the envelope, seat of the pants kind of thing, I would think. Which ELCC kind of inherently is.
Yeah, but I would say this is precision. I mean, this is very precise. That's what they're trying to solve, right?
Okay, well then we should stick with slice a day.
But you're not going to get a fungible product out of it.
Right. Well, if that's where you want to go, then yeah. I mean, if you're like really honing in on like, we need a substitute in this hour, that's going to be the pinch hour. We really need. That's like. Then you could track across all hours and say, at 2 a.m. on February morning, that's your battery's going to go on outage, and that's actually a pinch time because of where the showings are going to be. You could do that. I was assuming there wouldn't be an appetite for that.
Well, the ISOs, what sort of glitch in my brain was when you said like the ISO would know on an hourly basis, which I don't think is true because the ISO's RA
is not
showing is block day, 1 day. If you're out for an hour, you're out for the whole day.
Yeah.
Currently within the ISO system. So all of that sort of just doesn't jive with what the ISO, what we have to deal with at the ISO on substitution.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. So put a pin in that. I guess sort of the broader theme would be more flexibility if possible. Right? I think you were going that way of like, we're not going to like, this exact technology has to be substituted with this exact technology, right? That's not what we want to be. So as much as that can be loosened up, ELCC is one method potentially to do that. And I guess conceptually, like getting to Steve's question about like the timing thing, I don't know. It seems to me like this is a risk sharing problem, right? That people come in at different, like you could do a queue system, like the first people in have less risk, the people who are later in the queue have more risk. Which then happens because like you could do it like, hey, here's a bunch of time. Like if you're in early, you have no risk. We're not going to bill you unless we really have to. And then the next tranche, like we'll get to you second. Then the third tranche, like if there's any substitution, we bill the first tranche first, or the third tranche first, and then the second tranche, then the first tranche, something like that. Or it could just be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and you just go in reverse order until you've got your need.
And I think that's what we're trying to build out with the notion of the calendar of,
Yeah.
you know, when you see the available headroom, that gives you a sense of kind of maybe that risk profile of potentially needing to have substitution later.
Yeah. And I guess then you got this problem that like the person who comes in last is bearing most of the cost, which maybe that's fine. I don't know. I'm not a generator, so I won't allow a pine on that.
Yet.
No, tell me.
You will one day grow up and own a generator.
I know. I'm still a larval energy professional, not a real one yet.
Noah's parenting tips. No. Noah.
You know, I think my first question is really just the voluntary nature of this pool design, right? Sort of can we walk through a scenario of how that would be played out? You know, what we're concerned with, I think, here is the accessibility within the bilateral market to find substitution. If there is a risk of substitution requirement and the pool is voluntary, that essentially just says that people are going to still withhold capacity, not make it available in the bilateral market, because the bilateral market is difficult to contract for substitute capacity. And so if you do not make it a voluntary program, then everyone has to go into the pool to draw from the pool, to put back into the pool what they have. It makes finding the substitute capacity much easier.
I'm curious to hear other perspectives too in terms of the idea of it being required. In designing this and thinking about the design options, there are some challenges with making it mandatory. And one of the kind of goals here was to create the incentive to make it available to the pool, recognizing that once you make it available, that SC could use it for their own purposes or be paid. I think it also feeds into the granularity of the pool design by having a smaller granularity than a kind of a 30-day term and potentially having it daily. You know, that capacity could be made available theoretically to like 30, 31, SCs that all have a one-day outage or need. But I would also like to hear feedback on the granularity. You know, there is some challenges when we think about the procurement mechanism in some lumpiness of outages, meaning if you have 3 SCs and one SC's outage is 5, the second is 10, and the third is 20, how do you kind of do that matching either administratively or with an auction mechanism? And so I think the goal here was really to create the incentive for SCs, and that was complemented by the granularity of the pool and the potential revenue opportunities provided and the ability to access that capacity if needed.
I'll put out there that I think as generators, granularity of hourly would be phenomenal because that reduces cost, right? Because we don't need to buy for hours to which we're not on outage. However, to access the pool, it may be easier for the broader good to have a monthly construct. In the sense of the ISO is the one who's procuring it for all the outages that will happen in that particular month, and then allocate the costs maybe on a 2-tier system potentially, very similar to how the ISO allocates cost on CPM. What I mean there is if there's a 23 megawatt efficiency for RA, and the P-min of the resource is 27 megawatts. The ISO will, I think, CPM 27, allocate 23 to, the LS. I think this is how this happens. Allocates the 23 to the LSCs and then sort of peanut butters the additional 4 megawatts to, I think, everyone else, or at least everyone else that is somewhat missing it. But but that is maybe one way to try to ensure there is sufficient capacity and then figure out how to do cost allocation. Really, I think for everyone, it's just cost allocation. I've certainly heard from folks that like, we can't have this pool because we're concerned the ISO won't allocate the costs appropriately.
And I think that gets into, Noah raised a concern about kind of the cost allocation piece, and that really gets into how is this procurement mechanism really designed? Is it really a matching mechanism so that the CAISO isn't procuring all of it, but is essentially facilitating that transaction, so it's more of a one-for-one, or is it the CAISO procuring and doing the cost allocation? So various options there. I see we have a long queue in our online audience. Why don't we go ahead and take those?
First up, we have Kathleen.
Thank you, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Couple things, and I'll maybe start with where you just landed, which was the cost associated with the substitution from the pool and the cost allocation. In my mind, that's probably the more challenging design element for us to work on, and so I am hopeful that we can start working on that in more detail. But it does feel like we're stuck on some of the other elements first. That would be great to kind of at least firm that up so that we could do more of the cost allocation, cost settlement and cost allocation, maybe in the future meeting. I wanted to get feedback more on like the product definition side, which has been a big part of this discussion. So on, I'll just share my opinion about the granularity is that don't disagree with Noah that there's ideals, but honestly, daily is enough precision for the incremental value add of an hourly relative to daily. I don't think merits the cost and the complexity of an hourly. Take it for what it's worth. It's my opinion. On the participation piece of voluntary or required, I appreciate I heard you, kind of like want to stuff that out a little bit more. So I want to share with you also that and I want to make a distinction between the voluntary versus non-voluntary CSP discussion versus a voluntary or required under this pool, because I think it will be useful for you to understand why I see them differently as a supplier. In my mind, I don't like the idea of requiring CSP offers, and I do see that as a new transaction that you would be forced into if that were required, which is why I don't support that idea. This is different to me because what we're talking about is, I think what we're talking about is, I as a supplier have been facing significant challenges over the past several years under the new paradigm. I'm going to say new because since I've been doing this, we switched from when we used to do a planned outage substitution obligation assessment where you looked at the supply, cushion, like the margin available, and just like Doug talked through, there was a first in, first out. Like that is what we used to do, where there was someone at the end of the outages who would then have the substitution obligation and might have not be able to find it and then might not be able to take that outage. But all of those who had submitted before and had been would have been able to take their outage. So there was an incentive to make sure that your outages were in as early as possible. That's what we did. CAISO changed that, and they moved to 100% planned outage. So the challenge that we've been raising and others is that under the current rules, there are instances where we have what is called a planned outage, but is really an advance notice forced outage that comes, we become aware of after we show, we go out and try to find substitution, we cannot find that substitution. And under the current rule, you're at risk of being canceled as an RA resource, right? If you don't have the substitution, it's not available. So the problem that we're trying to solve is to create a mechanism through a pool where we would be able to show that resource on the RA plan. There would be this now new mechanism to allow, let's say, matching of that resource who has an outage with a resource that has available capacity that is not already subscribed to provide that substitution. I think there's a ton of merit to this, so I'm so glad we're discussing it. But I just wanted to be, frame this as that is different. And so I do think it would be appropriate to require resources that are available. And this harkens back to the way that I think you could define the fleet is, right? Unavailable and available. And within available, you have shown or unshown. So for that available subset, those that are unshown to participate in this pool in exchange for when they have to take an outage to have the benefit of benefiting from the pool. So there is a cost benefit associated with it, which is why I think that it's fundamentally different. And you could, in good conscience, require participation if you are available for that month, even if you weren't shown. So before I have one more thing, but does that make sense why it's different to me as a supplier?
It does make sense in terms of how you see it different than the CSP process, and I hear your recommendation on daily. I do want to flag just for all stakeholders that, in our comment template, we are going to be asking for feedback on the various design attributes and options for folks to weigh in. But did you have one more item, Kathleen?
Yeah, I just had one more, which was I was hearing a lot of confusion around the substitution rules that exist today. My understanding and my hope is that this element of what we're working on is really scoped to adding the pool, not to changing the existing substitution rules. So when you're talking about quantity, like for like, and what's the type of RA, my request is we start a new mechanism for pooling using the existing substitution rules. The existing substitution rule, so forced outage doesn't apply. I would hope we're keeping all of the existing forced outage substitution rules that apply to the day ahead or real time, depending on forced. I think we're only talking about outages prior to T-8, and that those can be substituted by any resource, whether it's internal or external, and it can be local or non-local, and it's just a megawatt amount. And so I do encourage us not to deviate from the current rules, at least out of the start. And then once we get experience, if you can come back with a problem statement that how we have been substituting isn't working for reliability, I think that could be like a future effort. But for right now, the scope is the pool design. It shouldn't be changing our substitution obligations, which I think is your last two on the product definition. So it is generic, and it's just a megawatt amount. Thanks.
Thanks, Catherine. And I think you've kind of highlighted for me something that'd be helpful in the comment template of, areas where stakeholders would like to see the pool design start out versus maybe contemplated in the future. Let's go next to Perry.
Hey, this is Perry Servideo, CISA. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have a sort of similar question and then some easy, just clarifying questions. Just first, is it still a question? This gets to what Noah was saying. Is it still a question in this pool design who the buyer is? Like, are the individual SCs buying from other SCs to cover their outages, or is the CAISO buying to fill the gaps of the outages?
We're viewing it as by SCs for SCs, where CAISO may have a more administrative function of doing that matching, or if there was a more auction type mechanism that would perform the matching from SCs to SCs.
Okay, but it'll still be individual buyer bids or SC bids to buy and SC offers to sell on basically a daily capacity product?
Correct.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. I did want to flag one thing to maybe think about then, is there are existing contract arrangements that you could say are between LSE SCs and SCs of just resources where a supplier may have sold RA capacity to the LSE. The LSE does not use all of it. It's still supply under that, supplier SC's resource. But the LSESC has basically an option to use that unused RA capacity as substitution capacity. And I'm wondering who's bidding to sell in that instance.
Kind of that call option that a LSC may have on that SC's capacity. I wonder if that
contract arrangement
introduces the need to kind of have an association with certain SCs to an LSC. That's a design aspect I hadn't considered, and maybe an area to kind of hear recommendations from stakeholders on how to do that matching.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I didn't really, I guess, expect an answer on it. But one reason it's tough is because what Kathleen is saying, under the existing rules that you may not want to change, there's resource specificity and like for like, et cetera. Because typically how you might consider solving this problem is to basically create an RA, for lack of a better word, I'll call it a credit system, where you basically anonymize the resource underneath it, and you say this is the total quantity of RA credits that there are per day. And then that would make, the clearing of the pool happen much easier. But in doing that, you then lose that resource specificity, which you might care about for like-to-like substitution reasons if you don't want to revisit that. So I'll just flag that as a complication that sort of falls out of that. And then now my easier questions. To the extent that the PRM does include excess capacity, I'm wondering, how does that get incorporated into the pool? Is the CAISO then putting that excess capacity into the pool at a price? Or is it that the total amount of outages requiring substitution is reduced, and under what sort of process does that follow? Because that's kind of a key part of this as well. If it's in the PRM, it's effectively capacity that the LSEs have already bought. So I'm curious how you guys have been thinking about that.
Thanks, Perry. I think what I saw in CISO's previous comments highlighting the increased forced outage rates over time, citing from DMM's report and what we've seen from DMM and highlighted in the working group, is forced outages exceeding what has been planned for. And so there wasn't a vision to separate out what was in the PRM, that 7.5% for forced outages in the PRM, but rather anything above headroom, which could include some of that capacity, would be kind of noted in the calendar of what was available as far as excess beyond what criteria we established for providing conditional outages. But if you have a recommendation on that front or how we should consider it, please include that in your comments, or feel free to address that here.
Yeah, no, it was just a question, because if you have planned on having 7.5% of forced outages in the PRM, that's capacity that's already purchased. So the simple thinking is that then what you require to actually come with substitution capacity should only be those outages that go above and beyond that first 7.5%. And
Hey Perry, this is Noah. Aren't we talking about separate things now? Your 7.5 is forced outages. This is planned outages, isn't it?
Okay, so then it's still the same question. To the extent that the PRM has assumed some percentage for maintenance.
My understanding now, given Energy Division's latest LLE study, is a 0% assumption, because all capacity is substituted. And so therefore there are no planned outages in the LLE study.
Oh, I thought, Yeah, no, that's good clarification on that front. I was curious if CAISO's PRM study or LOLE study also did not use a maintenance outage rate in it.
I think they took it out as well, from what I read.
Terry, can I ask, is the question is also linked to what will happen with RAAIM, where you require to?
No, I think what Perry's saying is that, look, if you already assumed 5% of outages or 7.5% of outages in the PRM, then then the ISO should not need to have 7.5% replacement of outages, or or of
Right.
megawatts, essentially.
Yeah, so that's the theoretical. I understand the practical point on whether or not. So I've couched this as to the extent that the PRM includes something, whether it's planned or enforced. And honestly, I thought this pool was going after the forced substitution, given some of these timelines. But that's a good clarification too. So I would just say, to the extent that it does, the PRM does include excess capacity, that right there sort of makes up either a first tier within the pool of basically capacity that should be available to cover for forced outages, or you could do that by just having a pre-process that is determining which outages should be able to be shown, or should be able to be allowed without substitution. But yeah, thanks for the clarification on that. Maybe just I'll do some more thinking on that. And then just on this slide here, just the access priority, can you explain some of the thinking on this priority right of first? What does this actually mean? I'm picturing, SCs buying and selling to each other. What is this right of first refusal? Can you describe that?
Sure, and maybe I went over that a little too quickly, but the notion that SCs that provide capacity to the pool would be able to access it prior to having it sold. So if for some reason closer they decide that substitute capacity is required, they would be able to access that capacity that they'd made available to the pool without having to pay for it. And that would be also an incentive to make capacity available to the pool, in that it could be accessed by that SC if it was needed for substitution, or if they decide that it's not required for their own substitute capacity purposes, they could also, receive a payment if there's another SC that is looking to procure that capacity.
So it's like a daily, you'd have to make that match up with the granularity then. It's like a daily right of first refusals. If you don't use, I want this for me, so don't give it to anyone else. If I don't tell you by 9 a.m. the day before, or whatever the timeline is, then you can let someone else buy it, and here's my price that they would be buying it for.
Correct.
Yeah, I would think that they could represent that within the bid curve itself by having a high offer price, and it would be higher than, say, some other SC would be willing to pay for the substitution.
I think that gets into what auction mechanism or matching mechanism comes under play, but I think going back to some of the discussion that happened in the 2020-2021 timeframe when the pool was discussed, this, from comments from LSEs, seems like a priority in order to make the pool design work. So just recognizing some of the history of that former proposal, we wanted to kind of recognize that that was already well-trodden ground.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'll do more thinking on that. But yeah, thanks for clarifying what was meant here by right of first refusal. Thanks, Anya. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Perry. Paul?
Hi, this is Paul Nelson with the California Public Utilities Commission. Can people hear me okay?
Yes, you're coming through clear.
So I've got a question on the quantity and the use of the marginal ELCC, and maybe the case I'm about to mention is an extreme or maybe wouldn't happen, but if you've got a resource that has a near zero ELCC, would it be required to replace it? And if so, can it replace it with a near zero ELCC resource? And sort of the hypothetical example I had is a solar resource, and the CAISO determine it needs to be replaced, and they replace it with a wind resource. They both have matching ELCCs or near matching, but the production profiles are very different.
No, thanks, Paul. That's a really an excellent question. I think that's sort of the challenge that we're getting at today as well, where, within our processes, if we choose any one value for what the capacity looks like, how do you really have a efficient and easily implement process where you have very different values depending on what their profiles look like? So I think what you're getting at is a different scenario where, if you looked at just the ELCC, it might have a very low value for some resource, and that's sort of like what we're getting at. That our calculation says that's really the marginal contribution to reliability for that resource type. And so from a reliability standpoint for substitution, that would be what the calculation would look like. If we did sort of, if we looked at, a single, single gross peak value or net peak value, we'd have sort of similar discussions, where if we looked at the net peak value only, the net peak value based on the exceedance calculation for certain resource types might be close to zero in terms of what the value looked like. And so there's some questions of like, well, is that the right value that we should be looking at from a substitution standpoint? The same complications could exist today in terms of what the stack looks like and what the substitution could look like if we just use the gross peak value, where the values could be very inflated if we just use the gross peak value. So none of these values are really simple in terms of what the impact would be to substitution. I think what we're getting at from, if we looked at an ELCC marginal or averages, that might be sort of the best apples to apples comparison about what the reliability contribution of resource types look like. And we're trying to get the feedback of what's the right values to use, and what's the sort of benefit from a implementation standpoint, the benefit from a consistency with the LRA program standpoint. So any thoughts you have would be really appreciated.
It kind of hasn't, if you're looking at ELCC, its impact on reliability, and it has a near zero ELCC, it even begs the question, well, do you even need to replace it? Because your reliability model says on a marginal basis it has a very little impact on reliability. So, that's why I even preface it, would this even happen? But,
a lot of conversation happening around this quantity number, and some debate if we should keep the existing approach or kind of look for something like for like, and some of the implications there.
Really, Paul, thanks for weighing in. Love to hear your thoughts about sort of which of any of these values is most appropriate, and sort of the harmonization between our process and designs and the PUC's program. That's certainly sort of an important element. So if you all have any thoughts about which is the right approach, we'd love to hear more.
I think we have to know more, I think, about exactly how the CAISO would go and make the determination of whether a resource is required to replace or not, and what metric that it uses to be able to, I think, answer that question. Would it, would it, if like the example, would this ever happen? The situation I have, would that ever happen? If the answer is yes, then we got to really think about, is the ELCC the right metric, because the shapes are different. But if the example I have is, would never be replaced, then maybe the ELCC works fine because, you're basically looking at a very, generally a very narrow set of hours within a particular month of when the distribution of ELCC occurs. And so I think from the CAISO is probably knowing a little bit more about how it would go about determining when replacement would be done. Would help you then get the right metric to quantify the megawatts.
Next up, we have a question from Kathleen.
Thanks, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I'm having a little bit of PTSD from like 2020 when we were doing the 100% post, when 100% POSO was proposed. During that process, we talked about, substitution markets and other options, which is what I mean by I'm having a bit of a flashback. And I think, so, as a part of that, to put it bluntly, we went with 100%. So the answer is CAISO requires 100% of planned outages to be substituted. Currently there is no assessment because that was decided during that process back when we did that. Prior to that, CAISO did an assessment, and I have to be honest, I was fairly comfortable with the way that the planned outage substitution obligation assessment worked. And then we were issued a POSO if there was insufficient supply margin to cover that system need. My recollection of when we did this policy process 5 years ago is that part of the reason 100% POSO happened is because we couldn't come to an agreement, or we couldn't come to a design for a substitution or a pool like we're talking about. And so to me, they are alternatives, maybe to go back to what we were talking about earlier today. We're talking about a couple different large-scale reforms. We went with 100% POSO because we didn't have a good substitution market or pool design that we could come up with. But now we're talking about a pool design. And so in my mind, the assessment that CAISO would do is the same that it did before. We're just now solving the problem with you being uncomfortable with not having a mechanism to ensure that substitution is going to be available. And of course, also paired with the other policy challenge, which was that to ensure that there wasn't any kind of leaning and that there was an appropriate cost causation, cost allocation approach for that substitution. So now we're I'm back to the future from where I was 5 years ago or so, and we're talking about a pool design. So the assessment's what we used to do. Substitution rules are the same. The pool design is the scope of this proposal. Unless somebody else has a different history lesson, that's what I thought we were working through. I feel like I see Noah reaching. Are you reaching? Yes. Or Abdul, are you comfortable with your prior assessment under this pool design?
Define prior assessment, Kathleen.
Yeah, so prior to 100% POSO, remember how you used to run a actual POSO calculation and then identify the POSOs? Yeah. We were just talking for a while about how you would identify it. And I don't mean to be Pollyannish, but I assumed how you would identify a need for a POSO under kind of one of these mechanisms, like the pool, would be what we did before.
There's probably some key differences, right?
There are similarities, but there's key improvements. Anya.
Yeah. So, I think that former process really kind of put the risk of reliability on the CAISO, and this process is slightly different in that the requirement to procure is still on that SC in terms of bringing capacity available if needed in that shorter time frame. Noah?
To which, by the way, the reliability.
Wait, before.
Hey, Kathleen,
sorry, no, I was just.
sorry, yeah, I was gonna ask you whether or not your statement is intended to say like, hey, maybe we shouldn't go back to POSO. You're comfortable with the 100% replacement, but let's buy the replacement from the pool. Is that what you're trying to get at?
I'm trying, no, and thanks for asking it that way. But before you do, let me say to Anya, that is the improvement that I see here, right? Before, when we did this, there wasn't a cost causation, cost allocation approach that felt appropriate, which is why you went forward with 100% POSO. So I understand and agree that that's what we're trying to solve here, right? It's a mechanism by which the cost associated with it, the risk is still borne by the SCs through what you're proposing. So I just wanted to confirm that I am aligned with what you just said, that that's the key improvement. The technical assessment, I assumed would be the same process of looking at the supply margin relative to identifying when substitution's needed. To know your question of, or is this pool design still under 100% POSO? And then it's just effectuating all planned outages to be substituted? That is my question. I had assumed that it would be doing an assessment and the pool would be used when POSO was needed in absent of the supply margin like we did in the past. I haven't heard us discuss this element, and that's why I'm asking my question.
Sure, and that's discussed on the previous slide, this notion of having conditional outages and determining.
I didn't understand the previous slide, thank you.
Okay, looking for feedback on that definition of conditional approvals, and heard some feedback from Doug in terms of leaving that up to the CAISO. Looking forward to reading folks' comments on that topic. I realize we're eating somewhat into the lunch hour. Let's take Mohan's question and then break for lunch.
Yeah, I had a question on that quantity megawatt marginal ELC. So why can't it be resources NQC, whatever is remaining? It could be subject to different ways of counting,
This is really just an option we're raising that had been discussed in the working group. And there's some perspectives that we should keep the status quo of just, the kind of current megawatts or NQCs being replaced versus having an approach that looks something like for like substitution, where there's a consideration of the resource capabilities, recognizing there's not always a match in place. And so having one tool for that to be marginal ELCC rather than require the same resource type replace the other. So this is really an option. And as I noted on the slide, the areas in bold are the straw proposal leanings. So there's no kind of bolded element here, and we're really looking for stakeholder feedback on thoughts around the process for what megawatts are substituted for.
Thank you. We'll provide comments on that. Thanks.
Just to add to that, I think that links to your question on using the current NQC values. I think this is kind of maybe the first time we're sort of broaching the topic of, right now we have a process for, 2025 and with the slides today where we're taking the gross peak values. I think there's some question is that we think that is workable for 2025 and we have processes in place. I think going forward, I think it's kind of an open question of do we need different values this is one example for our substitution processes where that single gross peak value might not make sense for our substitution, both for the obligation side as well as for what's getting credit for providing substitute capacity and sort of what the incentives look like for that. And so I think that's part of the reason why we're raising up this topic here is that sort of that open question of should we be looking at something different going forward?
All right, thanks. And back to Christina.
Thank you. We'll now be breaking for, we have one more question.
Sorry, I'll make this very quick. Nick Pappas on behalf of ACP California. I just wanted to note to Partha's comments, this is in scope in ACP California's CPUC proposal, and it will be up tomorrow at the CPUC workshop. So I want to just welcome folks to weigh in during our presentation on themes for addressing the current CPUC QC process. Yeah, sorry, just the current kind of slice a day QC translation is sub-element of our resource counting proposal.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks. We'll now break for lunch and we'll return at around 1:20. Hi, everyone, welcome back. First, we're going to be hearing from Adeline regarding load serving entities and DMM.
Hello, so I will be covering the LSE presentation. So Adeline with PG&E. So this presentation, same intro and disclaimer as yesterday. This is a joint presentation, joint LSE presentation with CalCCA, SE, 6 cities, and PG&E. So same kind of disclaimer as yesterday. We have more questions than consensus or design proposal for the plan outage substitution process. And the objective of today is to share our thoughts. So we start with the CAISO problem statement and options for consideration. You remember CAISO was proposing to reopen the plan outage substitution process because of a couple of inefficiencies that were observed over the past years. And so the CAISO has mainly two proposals in their issue paper. One, which is to revise the outage definitions with the introduction of the urgent outage type. And the second proposal was to revise the substitution, the outage substitution process, where there were like 5 proposals in the issue paper. We will be discussing mostly the pool, since based on stakeholders' comments from the issue paper, it was basically the only option that received kind of interest from stakeholders. So let's start with the outage definitions. We have been discussing this potential introduction of new urgent outage type, and we have a couple of questions related to that. From the issue paper, the CAISO was explaining that this new outage type will actually give the CAISO the ability to deny outages if there is a reliability concern. And that's maybe the justification or the background we didn't quite get, since it seems CAISO already has this authority today. So that's something we might discuss, because I think we didn't go through your slide on that. I think a bit like the discussion we had this morning about the potential conditionally outage approval, the certainty, I mean, the clarification we really want to have is related to the timing for this urgent outage type and the requirements associated with it. You know, like the current forced outage definition at CAISO is every maintenance outage submitted at D-7 or less would be considered as a forced outage. So it's not really clear where this urgent outage, what would be the time frame for that, and also what would be the requirements for the outage to be categorized as urgent. Then also what we discussed also this morning, I think from LSE standpoint, there is a need to really have like clarity if we submit an outage, if the outage will be approved or denied. So that's why this conditionally approved outage could be kind of bringing some uncertainty, and it's not something we would like to see in the future, also based on previous background and POSO issue we've seen in the past. The general question was like, now that we may have like these four outage types, forced, urgent, opportunity, and plan, what will be the substitution requirements for each of the outage type? I think we're also thinking of, okay, if RAAIM is changing, which basically asks you to provide forced outage substitution for certain resources, will this still be a requirement? So, and ultimately, what would be the penalties associated if you do not provide substitution for any of the outage type? I mean, mostly urgent and forced. So that is regarding the outage definition, a couple of clarification we would like to receive from Kaizo. And we touched a little bit the last bullet point here yesterday in terms of UCAP implementation and also related to the outage. We asked this question yesterday. In case there is a very extended forced outage, what would be the process for this outage? So we came up with this question like, are there currently a process to convert a forced outage into a plan? When you see like the outage will be forced for a long time, are you able like to take that outage and move it as planned? That would be like one clarification, one important clarification. And also related to that, well, okay, what would be the circumstances to eventually like move a force to a planned outage? And in terms of UCAP calculation, which will look apparently mostly at the urgent and the forced outage type, will there be like a process to cure any like very long extended forced outage? So that's kind of question we had that on our slide on UCAP yesterday, but we didn't really discuss that. So that's important question. On the next slide, we talk more about the process for outage substitution and the options that the Kaizo was proposing. So we came here with a couple of very high-level principles. The first one is the need to have a clear and efficient process. And what do we mean by that is to have like the clarity if the substitution has to be provided and who has to provide the substitution. That is one of the first principle. The two other principles are we should have the ability to schedule long plan outage with whatever the time frame that is now. Same with clarity if the substitution has to be provided or not. And the last principle is to be flexible. We still need to have the ability to take short-term outage, to submit outage on a short-term request, which is like 2 months between like 2 to 8 days where you finally hit the forced outage definition. So based on these principles, that's why we have only one option left, because all the other 4 options don't really meet these principles. And potentially only the voluntary pool could meet these 3 principles. Well, now that we have the conditionally approved approach, maybe we should rediscuss that. But on the pool, I think the LSEs, the pros are definitely the granularity. Right now, we don't have this weekly or daily granularity, and that is definitely a plus that the pool can bring. So it's really an interesting features of the pool. It could also ease some transaction instead of every SC trying to find, or LSCs trying to find substitute capacity for their plan outage. So we definitely see like some benefit from aggregating and having like the pool doing this aggregation work. But then there are a couple of open questions. We have been addressing some of them this morning. And we go back to the process for approving or denying outage, which is like really important for everyone planning, dealing with RA planning, months ahead, year ahead. The question was also like regarding to the voluntary aspect of the pool, like it just wanted to have more clarification on how we will operate, but you also already provided some kind of potential answer to that question this morning. Also, what will be the timeline for the pool to operate, when SCs can actually provide capacity to the pool, when other SCs need to actually find the substitution for the pool. So considering 2 days timeline for the outage and the RAAIM, so I know we don't use the same acronym, but the RAAIM process, basically the process is between T minus 28 and T minus 8. So we were wondering if the pool will be operating at the same time frame. And obviously, like the price of capacity. So the GMM will be sharing soon the views on the auctions. From very, brainstorming, we were wondering like maybe auctions every day, if the granularity of the pool is daily, could be maybe too much. So we came up with this potential mix of options, like maybe have a monthly auctions to select like the plan outage, but then trade within the month with more like administrative prices. So, kind of using both filters. So we didn't talk about the like-for-like substitution because we didn't really take that as a potential filter for the pool. So that's either open question on the definitions and on the potential functioning of operation of the pool. Questions?
This is Anya. I just wanted to thank the joint LSEs for putting this together. It helps us kind of hear what some of the areas of key concern are or areas that you'd like us to flesh out in the straw proposal. And I'm seeing a lot of alignment with kind of some of these key questions and the design options we discussed earlier. I think what would be helpful is to understand if other stakeholders have similar questions and also see maybe in the comments any positioning on some of these questions that you may already have or kind of move in that direction of, a desired outcome. But really appreciate this coming together, and I'm curious if other folks have questions or want to echo similar questions or concerns. Noah.
Hey, Adeline. Noah Tom from Middle River Power. In your joint proposal here or presentation here, is the pool is only utilized after a buffer, or is there a buffer? Maybe start with that. Is there a buffer?
So no, the buffer, I think we recognize that there might be too much complexity, essentially to define what plan outage will be covered within the buffer, and it's moving, and there was a ghost. So the buffer, I think the issue was we were seeing was really like first you have LSEs who do not own generation, you have LSEs who do own generation, so it's also like bringing like maybe moving something from generator to like a larger group. So that was kind of one of the issue, and yeah, the second issue was like on which basis you define which plan outage are covered through the buffer and which one are not, and thus require substitution. So because of that complexity, we said that it was not meeting principle number one, like clear and efficient, because you still don't know if your outage will be like covered for the PRM or not. So no buffer.
So essentially, the requirement to replace RA is the same as today, or substitute, or yeah, for plan outages it would be the same as today. Then what do you think are the incentives to provide some capacity into the pool from LSE bases? Like I can certainly think of a couple, but just sort of talk through this idea.
So I think the voluntary approach of the pool is something we also question ourselves, like what could be the incentive to really bring the capacity to the pool. That was something we discussed. I think we overcome this discussion because coming from the granularity, we saw that the different granularity could solve most of the problem we have today, where like if you just have a partial outage, you won't show the resource and you will have to find substitution for that. So it's really like whether it's voluntary or not, the feature that was really interesting from the pool was this idea that it will pool actually like potential capacity for substitution purposes.
If what happens if there is not enough, right? I think that would be the bigger question from the buyer
that is,
side?
it's more
What if
me
they're signing up?
talking, especially from the discussion this morning. I kind of hear what also like Vistra was saying, that we kind of try to have a voluntary CSP process before the CSP process, maybe for this pool. I hear also Kaizo talking a lot about the risk, and I didn't ask the question, but yeah, the risk is like, what if we didn't plan to substitute the outage? Then we don't have the substitute capacities for the pool. So what our Kaizo option is to backstop, but that's me talking, not this.
So this is Eric from CalCC. I think I'm going to simplify that one a bit. The answer is the same thing that happens today. The outage is denied, right? I mean, that's the process today. This is a planned outage. The ISO comes back and says, I can let you have that outage if you provide me a substitute. If you can't provide me a substitute, I can't allow you to take the outage. So in the situation where the pool says, I've got 100 megawatts of stuff and the outage requests are 150 megawatts of stuff at the same time period, the answer is there's 50 megawatts that I can't accommodate. I'm going to deny it.
And so how does, I think we're getting into sort of, again, workshopping these details, whether the ISO makes that determination of who gets denied, and what happens then, right? I guess what we're all trying to do is trying to make incentivize that there's sufficient capacity,
right?
And people participate. The voluntary nature is the thing that is the regulatory uncertainty, if you will.
Sure, and I guess it depends on the mechanism, right? We've talked about an auction, and if there's an auction, then you've got buyers and sellers, and eventually you find people who say, I'm the 50 megawatts that doesn't want to pay that price. I will forego taking my outage. It's fine. I think to your earlier question about why are the LSEs going to show up to this to sell any excess positions, I think it's the same issue that people have been discussing in this space to begin with, which is, look, I don't need the entire month. I need a small portion of the month. And an LSE who's a potential seller looks at it and says, I don't want to sell an entire month, but if you only need it for these days, I might be willing to do that. So it's the difficulty of finding buyers and sellers in a bilateral marketplace for that kind of granularity, for that kind of product that perhaps some form of a centralized market will take care of. So I kind of thought that was the whole concept here. Centralized market? If I say it 3 times, will it appear?
Yeah.
Sorry, there was one other thing I wanted to hit real quick, and maybe it's just adding a bit of color. And this discussion happened a bit yesterday and on the prior page to this, and it's this forced to planned. And it's really important under UCAP, right? If we're going to ding somebody's UCAP because of a forced outage, you could have an outage occur for a resource that you look at it and say, okay, I could have that resource up and running in a week or 2, but when I look at what really needs to be done to it, there's a bunch of other stuff that I should do, because if I don't do it, it's likely to suffer another forced outage in the next month or 2, right? So if UCAP then is going to say, no, that entire length of the outage is a forced outage and I have to take the thing out for 6 months, it's just absolutely decimated its RA value for the next year. So that's the whole question about, can we look at these and at some point in time say, we're going to turn this into a planned outage? And of course, in a planned outage, it can't show as RA. So it's not going to show up on an RA plan, right? So I think it's staying as a forced outage until it's out of that RA, right? If it's already shown for the next month or the month after that, because you've got the T-minus 45, then okay, fine. But at some point in time, is there the opportunity to look at it and say, look, this needs more maintenance to be able to really make it reliable and operate for a longer period of time? And rather than bring it back for a short period and then ask for another planned outage, can we just take the entire thing at once and not continue to accrue UCAP problems with it? So that's, I just wanted to provide that color, because I think it's, until you have that discussion and understand the detail that we're talking about here, I think it's a difficult one to get.
Yeah, I think it was Brian and Doug.
Yeah, sure. Adeline, Brian Thaker with Middle River Power. Thank you much for the presentation. You've touched on the fact that there's a lot of moving pieces in this and a lot of open questions, but I'm going to ask you an unfair question, because I've always looked at this problem from the side of a generator. From the side of the LSC group, what's the overriding concern about this process? What's the one thing you want to make sure that we get right with this?
I think the big issue is to find the substitution. When you have to find substitution for resources that you will normally put on your RA plan, That now you can't, because if you don't have the substitution, you can't, I mean, if you have a resource that is on outage, you can't show it to your on your RA supply plan, RA plan. So that is definitely like, how do we, because it's, I think that's why we brought back the finding from CAISO that, okay, there is a artificial tightness in the RA market. Where this is coming from? Is it coming from these like mandatory substitution rules? Potentially, especially the fact that, you know, like it works month by month. So we definitely don't have these like, so of course, like there are some rules where the CAISO can allow you to take like an opportunity outage on the weekend, but you have the resource to be back. I can't remember the exact timing, but so I think that what is also like costly and time consuming for LSEs is to actually be able to buy some capacity that you will just use for the substitution purpose. Yeah.
So Brian, I'll answer it just a little bit differently from Cal CCA's perspective. Equity was really one of the biggest issues, and it's having the correct set of incentives, right? So you see up there the planned outage buffer. That was one of the ones that was a big concern for us, right? The planned outage buffer effectively says all LSEs go out and buy more so that somebody can take an outage. So effectively what you did was you told Doug to go buy excess RA so that Adeline's resource that she contracted with can take an outage, which makes no sense from that perspective, right? We are sensitive to the idea that there's a limited amount of capacity out there, that resources do indeed need to be able to take planned outages, and that to be able to get those planned outages done, if you need to have more availability of these resources, then having some mechanism to get them made sense, but that mechanism shouldn't then say, we're just going to spread those costs just any way that works, just so that we have those resources available. So the idea of a pool seemed to work well in that sense, because then the entity that wants to take the outage is the one who seeks somebody to give them the substitution, and they would pay for it. So it places the incentives in the right spot.
Doug?
Yeah, a couple of thoughts. One, again, in the spirit of workshopping this, one other feature that I don't think we talked about a little bit in terms of clarify my thoughts here, is instead of having like voluntary versus mandatory participation for generators in the pool, there's also potentially mandatory or voluntary participation in the pool for the generators taking the outage. Because one of the things I've been noodling on is like, how do you disincentivize withholding and withholding for your own generation? If you require everybody taking planned outage, you can only get substitution from the pool. Then if I've got a generator, it's going to go on outage. I have other capacity. The only way I'm going to get substitution is so I pass it through the pool. And if I'm in the bucket of outage that's like, you don't really need substitution, then what I've offered into the pool, that's just money I get. And if I do need substitution, I'm going to pay like $100 for it, and I'm going to get the $100 back because I'm matching my own contribution to the pool from what I'm taking out of it. So if I have both a planned outage and substitution, if I pass it through the pool, I'm made whole and I'm no worse off. But in a lot of circumstances, I'll be better off. So if every outage goes through the pool, that might be an improvement. I'm sure there's reasons why complexities that will arise, but there's a voluntary versus mandatory on the entity taking the outage. And the other piece too is listening to Eric talking about if you're evaluating how much outage can be taken, it sounds like there's maybe some sort of notice deadline for generation that's going to enter into the pool. Like, hey, I'm going to raise my hand and people can use me for substitution 45 days ahead. And then that's when you can start to say how much outage can be taken.
I think
two ideas.
We don't have that on the slide, but it's also something we discuss in terms of for the capacity we'll make available for the pool, to the pool. Like what will be how firm the capacity will be offered to the pool. We saw that there should be like some flexibility in making the capacity available. But once there is a match, if we go through the matching or the auction, the commitment should be firm. So that might address a part of few questions, if I understand. But we're lacking space on this slide, so we don't.
And I'll say there's, oh yeah, go ahead, Noah, and then I'll.
Thanks. Just real quick, you know, the way that I read sort of voluntary participation in the pool, I think it needs to be more clear. It should be voluntary to participate in the pool. However, the only mechanism to provide substitute capacity is to withdraw from the pool rather than the bilateral market. Does that make sense?
So you will make capacity available for the pool, but then you will have the ability to withdraw what
I'm
you want?
saying is, right now, the only way to provide substitute capacity is to procure bilaterally and provide it to the ISO, or there's other mechanism within contracting. I think the contracting mechanisms can still certainly stay, but to the extent that how we provide substitute capacity to the ISO is cut out the bilateral market and only go through the pool, that makes it easier. And therefore, then the voluntary aspect of it is, sure, you can voluntarily provide capacity, through the auction or however mechanism that works, but that is the only market we shall have.
So there were a couple of comments in this vein in the issue paper, I think mostly from generators. We were saying basically, yeah, what would be the advantage of the pool, because you will still be on a kind of bilateral transactions type. So I believe where we will be deviate from the pure bilateral relationship that we have right now is depending on the features that you have in the pool. And one important one is definitely this granularity, which I think it's the only thing we don't have right now. And I think that's why also like there was a interest in exploring the pool.
I appreciate this discussion on mandatory versus voluntary. And I think, we put in our straw proposal leaning that it be kind of voluntary to offer into the pool. But maybe there's a distinction that Noah is outlining in terms of, yes, voluntary to make it available to the pool, but mandatory to procure from the pool. I think I'm going to kind of differentiate that in the comment template to get feedback from folks on both elements of what's voluntary versus mandatory. But I'm also curious, for anyone that would like the kind of making capacity available to the pool to be mandatory, to maybe share their perspective on that, since that's not a perspective I've heard yet in the room. If you want.
I'll give you a real quick example. Assume we're in the current rules. There may be a reason why we don't want to offer into the pool, mainly because what if we're expecting ambient D rates and the NQC values are at ICAP based, right? In that case, if the top 10% of my resource I'm expecting to have an ambient, then what does it actually mean for me to offer into the pool to get picked up, but then have another outage for that? Something to think through.
Ambient will be solved soon. Ambient G rate will be solved soon.
Yeah, Mora or whatever.
There's a couple people on the phone I thought that have had their hand up for a little while. I don't know, Abdul first, and then we'll just Kaplan.
I had my hand up for a long time, but no, it doesn't follow order. Anyway, it's fine. It's a good discussion. I think a critical thing that we're discussing is, Eric said something that's very important, which is I don't want to pay for the substitution, it's too expensive, and I'm required to substitute based on the excess capacity, then the outage is going to get denied. That's probably straightforward. It's on the supplier to decide on that economically. I think the challenge is, what if they cannot find substitution in the pool? I think that would could single-handedly, cause a major collapse in this entire approach. Is if generators and LSCs with generation capability don't offer the excess capacity into the pool. I think that would, people won't be able to find substitution. I think to solve this partially, if you're substituting for your own outage with your own generation, we can easily say you got to go through the pool, meaning put the capacity in the pool and then pick it up and substitute for your resource, which I think we're calling that whatever preference to the right of first refusal. Thank you, David. So you can do that. That's probably easy to do. We're just essentially requiring you to go through the mechanism to substitute for your own outage with your own capacity. The challenge is if we need to, which is kind of the goal of this, is to help facilitate, NOAA has excess capacity, Chris can't find it, the pool is there to help them facilitate. If NOAA doesn't offer to the pool to start with, which we're saying it's a voluntary thing, then that concept is not going to work. So I think it would be great to hear from suppliers and LSCs with generation, like you guys handling. Would you offer into this pool if it's a voluntary concept? I don't know if we can make it required. That's probably a big challenge, unless, like David said, everyone says go for it. But if it's a voluntary offer for other people to use your excess RA, not excess capacity, not RA, excess capacity to substitute for their outages, would you offer into such pool? I think it would be great if we can hear back from you guys. All right.
So if I just say, Abdul, I think from a supplier standpoint, maintaining resources, it's obviously costly, and it requires also different steps. That's why I think it's important to have these, to let generators be able to plan their outage, but also to be able to have some flexibility in the short term. So I would say from the planning and maintaining your resources, that is one big block, okay? Then you enter into the RA space, which is annual, which is monthly, where you need to meet your RA requirements. And on top of meeting your RA requirements, you have to provide substitution if somehow the resource is not available. So you have already a couple of, elements to take into account to this decision. And you were noticing that the CPM, so the CSP, you don't have so many offers because maybe there was nothing left really, or you still have a tiny buffer to manage every last minute and plan situation, right? So I think there are a long-term vision, there is a mid-term vision, and there is also a short-term vision. And yeah, it's very difficult from generation standpoint, but also then from LSCs who do not have hands-on generation, you are also depending on all these kind of decisions. So I believe there will be some offer to the pool because, as Noah was saying, right now this is done bilaterally. So there is definitely something happening right now, and the pool is more to facilitate that. So I believe there will be. The problem is there could always be a day where you won't have all the substitution you need, possibly.
All right, let's move to the phone. Kathleen?
Thanks. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Very helpful conversation. Thanks for this presentation. I appreciate Joint LCs doing it. And I hope it's the best way for me to try to ask some clarifying questions, both of you and the group and the CAISO around the outage definitions, because you did a nice job of including that content in your slide deck. So with that, I wanted to kind of focus more on this because I think that it's important. I didn't, the problem statement that I have been raising on behalf of the challenges my company has faced over the last several years, I didn't see well captured in the CAISO's issue paper. And I thought some of the questions you brought up here created a good framework to raise that concern. And it's been years that we've been raising that how we view the challenge. And what I have been noticing in these conversations is I feel like it's been really focused on a part of the process that, and I don't want to speak in absolutes, so I'm just going to say generally speaking, we haven't seen that many challenges with. And what I mean by that is the part of the process by which we're planning a maintenance outage far in advance, and then we know that maintenance outage is scheduled in an RA month, where we then go out and buy substitution for that maintenance outage. I think that part of the process works pretty well today. If you know you have the outage in the month, you know when it's scheduled, then you have months of advance notice to go and procure a substitution. And in that kind of many months in advance, there is more substitution available to do that. And so from our perspective, that's not really the problem statement part of the process, right? It's when after, so I just wanted to try to make sure to add a new outage type that I didn't see captured. And I want to make sure at least it's transparent to you and hear your responses on like, what is the problem that we have faced is after the RA plan is submitted, RA and supply plan, and you're now an RA, you're on the RA plan, and you go into, now we're in the T-30 window, right? And now we're in that window, and an outage is now identified that is not optional. So the two easiest examples are you have a long-term service agreement with a vendor, and they have done testing, and they come out and say, you have to take your outage, and you have to take it in 2 weeks. The second easiest example is a gas pipeline operator identifies that you have to take outage in response to a curtailment on their system. Neither of these are optional, and neither of them were things that we knew of at the time that we submitted the plan, right? Because the expectation and the obligation is that when you submit your RA plan, you either have substitution or you have a credible line of sight to substitution. So knowing those rules, that process works pretty well, right? It's this, you're 2 weeks out, so we're not in a forced window. We're in the what we're calling planned, but it's not a maintenance, so it's not optional. So Eric, when you're describing what happens, I take it a step farther. The CAISO cancels the planned outage. You then have to resubmit it as a forced outage, but then you have to wait for the forced timeline, which I personally think is not very consistent with the intent of our outage reporting rules. So what we want is a fix to this problem, right? Where you continue to submit your outage at the same time as soon as you're aware of it, which is the reporting requirement. Let's say that's 2 weeks out. Flag it as planned, flag it as, it doesn't matter, it's not optional, right? So at that point in time though, setting an incentive, which is not consistent with the tariff in my opinion, to wait to resubmit as a forced outage, this plan to force conversion, that's the problem that we've been raising. It's different than your forced to planned, but I don't know where it fits in either the questions you're asking or CAISO, because this is the part of planned outage substitution that we have challenges with. Because 2 weeks out, the available substitution is generally just not there.
So I think there are two issues, two different ones. There is definitely the force to plan is more related to the UCAP discussion, and when we're discussing what forced outage will basically use for the UCAP calculation purposes. And then we also came with this discussion where we're saying like, oh, should all RA eligible resources have like a UCAP rate? I mean, depending on the QC calculation. And we also came with this scenario where like, oh, where you have a very long forced outage, you know that if it's like 6 months forced outage because something unplanned happened and you are definitely under the forced outage. then you know that your UCAP value will be terrible because you will look at 6 months forced outage. So that was one discussion where we were asking like the conversion about forced to plan outage for the purpose of UCAP calculation. Then the second question you have, and that was more like coming from the CAISO problem statement and the discussion we had last year, when CAISO was acknowledging that there might be like some, I mean, we all acknowledge that there is like tight RA market. We see that the RA price is going like very high. And CAISO shared some analyses where they were showing us that there was like a huge increase in the forced outage rate observed over the past years. Then it's still unclear to me if the increase in the forced outage rate is coming from what you are talking about, the plan to forced outage because there is no choice. As you explained, like you have to, you can't bring back the resource and you have to take like an outage for 2 weeks, and now you really hit the forced outage definition from CAISO, and you have no choice as categorizing this outage as forced. But so I think it won't change the way you have to plan ahead your maintenance. I think the pool will really address like this potential substitution for these like outages happening after T-30. But that's still like open for discussion, the time frame.
Yeah, thanks, Adeline. And maybe I'll just respond as well.
I appreciate it.
That forced to plan discussion, you know, we're open to continuing to discuss that, and just recognize that if there is a forced to plan conversion, if that kind of approval happens and the outage is denied, that may also bring on a risk. So maybe more discussion is needed in terms of maybe some of the scenarios that might relate to, and kind of the timing or kind of needing to denote when that forced to plan occurs. And then Kathleen, you brought up
plan to forced, do you mean?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you mean plan to forced? Just to be clear, since I saw forced to planned elsewhere. Just wanted to confirm.
No, sorry, the forced to plan scenario that Adeline raised.
Oh, okay, yes. Which is fair, but not, it's an interesting one of a forced to plan. I have not thought about that. So just to provide that to, I am very insularly focused on a tangible challenge for plan to forced.
We can agree there are two problems.
Okay, all right. And then additional scenario. And then with the problem statements, it's always helpful to get your feedback with kind of the two scenarios you raised. You know, really, I think that those will fit under the urgent definition that we're adding. And so maybe stay tuned for that under the straw proposal. But I think that, you know, those scenarios kind of fit under that concept. So
that would be helpful to clarify. I read the urgent outage definition, and I'm looking at it right now. And it says carries an increased risk of a forced outage occurring. And I think what's confusing about that, Anya, to be transparent, is that technically the forced outage has been noticed, right? It isn't, whereas the way the urgent outage reads under kind of a NERC, under the RC definition, it contemplates something different than what I'm describing. It contemplates that it's actually in the plant trouble definition. So if you read the plant trouble definition, it talks about equipment failure or imminent failure. The way that I understand urgent outage is that it's kind of that imminent failure risk, which definitely when you get into the forced timeline, I think that makes sense. I think you would need to change the urgent outage definition to capture these that are gas pipeline has identified 2 weeks out, you cannot operate. It's not an imminent failure of a forced, it's not an increased risk of a forced outage occurring. It's that you have been told you're on forced outage 2 weeks out. They say have a slightly different.
Thanks, Kathleen.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Perry.
Hey, this is Perry Servideo, CISA. I wanted to go back to the conversation Noah and Doug were having, and I think that Noah's point about bilateral transaction, I think you'd want to design this in a way where you would still allow for bilateral transactions of this to happen. And I'm just pointing that out to say it's not impossible to design it that way. You just need to make sure you have the right kind of mechanisms in place to effectuate those trades. Something that you all do in day ahead in real-time markets or inter-SC trades. So you could potentially allow for that in this type of design as well. And I also think that that almost solves the problem that I had identified this morning, where you have where you might have one SC with kind of a call option on the substitution. If the two could enter into an inter-SC trade through the pool, that might as well solve that problem. To the question about, and there are other mechanisms you might want to consider including in here as sort of a standard market design on this thing. But the other question that we got from you all was whether it should be, voluntary, fully voluntary, or if it's mandated that you have to kind of offer into the pool. And I think that question gets back to mandated up to what quantity. Like if you're saying if I'm on an NQC list and therefore I must offer into this pool, what you're really saying is that by virtue of being on the NQC list, my capacity is committed to CAISO. And I think that's a big issue, especially because suppliers can sell capacity to non-California load serving entities and non-California scheduling coordinators that might need that capacity. So you run into that issue. The way that is solved in, say, day ahead energy markets is if you are purchased as RA and you are an RA resource, then you must bid into the day ahead energy market. Here, you're now looking at what's your MOO for bidding into the pool. And that's a little bit more complicated because you don't have an RA for RA or a buy substitution to have a must offer into the substitution pool. So I just would encourage you all to think about that as well, and maybe as a reason why it almost has to be voluntary. There was a lot of discussion there, so I'll stop there. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. So I'm going to pause you there. The discussion on voluntary versus mandatory in the leaning slide, we have a leaning towards voluntary. And I think the discussion, the back and forth we just had with Noah was maybe like separating the concept of kind of what does it mean for it to be voluntary versus mandatory. And there's actually two facets. And I think you spoke to the first one. There's the offer facet, and then there's the procurement facet. And I'm hearing consensus around the offer facet being voluntary, but that potentially some stakeholders are leaning towards procurement for substitute capacity being mandatory from the pool itself. So in the comment template, we'll separate out that notion of voluntary versus mandatory along the parameters of what's offered versus what's procured. So just wanted to.
That's helpful.
Sounds like you can follow up.
Yeah, that's helpful. I would also say that it seems to me that, and you're going to gather this information in your RA visibility stuff, but it would seem to me that if capacity is contracted to a California load, but is not shown on a plan, there's probably reason enough there to say at least that capacity has to be offered into this pool because it has been purchased. It has been purchased as RA and should be committed to California. So that might be one sort of nuance to keep in mind on the supply offering side of this. And to the extent that it was purchased by a California load serving entity, you'd want that to stay committed to California and therefore be available to this substitution pool, rather than it being released to go be sold outside of California.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on that one in particular. I'd like to at least maybe understand, it might be from some of the LSE's perspective of, like, would that be a reasonable proposal in your mind, or where are some of the potential hurdles? Like, are there certain issues associated with like the MU obligations or other provisions that would sort of lead you all to say, like, yeah, that capacity really should not be mandated to be a part of any sort of substitution pool or other process? Or yeah, just love to hear some feedback on that.
Yeah, I mean, I gave you my feedback, but it seems to me that, yeah, it seems to me that it should be in. Yeah, open to other perspectives there too.
So
I think it could be linked to exact example that Kathleen from Distora was providing. Like, yeah, maybe you already know that you may have a resource that won't go back online as planned because there is another outage. So that might be the reason why you have contracted that, but you do not show it because you might keep it for something that is not certain yet, but that might happen.
Yeah, the reason I was asking that, it might be it's probably more of a holistic question. I think we're really just trying to understand, how do we remove any incentives to not show contracted capacity as a part of this? And I think this sort of ties into Hillary's section as well. Is it's one thing to get visibility on it. We certainly want to have visibility on those resources. Like, to me, like, we're really talking about what's the step beyond visibility. Like, are there other impediments that would say, like, no, yes, we'll provide visibility to this. We're not willing to, have this be fully shown as RA and be subject to the must offer obligations, the consequences in terms of the performance incentives. So I think that's the type of conversation, the type of feedback we're looking to have is, are there ways that we can adjust the program such that more of these resources are shown in the program rather than just visible? But I have a couple of hand raised, so yeah, really appreciate it. I don't know, Eric, I don't know who is first. So
yeah. So if I'm understanding the question right, it's non-shown resources that are under contract of some form with a California LSE. And I think actually Noah's question, Noah's point around that it might be something that's available for out-of-state entities. That, yeah, I get a little nervous around that. I just wonder if we were going to run into Commerce Clause issues, if we're like putting a restraint on interstate commerce when we're saying, like, oh, you're in California. California's going to tell you can't sell out. And I don't know the parameters on that, but I think nope. You're saying no?
Well, that wasn't my question. Wasn't that? It was more of like if the LLCs actually have the resource under contract and it's not needed to meet their RA showing. Like one of the examples was that, I might be, if they're an SC and they have multiple resources, they might be holding it back for substitution. Now that we might be solving that issue, are there any other reasons that are sort of stopping them from including these resources on the supply plan, rather than sort of like, because like we're stopping this one barrier we're addressing in terms of the substitution issues. Are there other reasons that that LLCs have? So I think that's sort of what Perry was just teeing up, that maybe all that capacity that's under contract should really be mandated as a part of the substitution pool. And so I was really wanting to get feedback on, what were the economic or commercial or reliability considerations that folks had around that.
Lead folks to not do that.
Yeah, Doug, I didn't really see an issue with, if it's not contracted, there's definitely no issue. It just seems to me that if it is contracted, it is committed to California. The only way to effectuate that commitment is through something like this, where the commitment remains within the substitution pool, even if you were not initially used on the plan.
Because you've contracted.
Because you've contracted. It's in the, yeah.
Because you've contracted. Okay.
It becomes
yeah.
part of the standard, yeah.
Yeah, that gets a lot more comfortable for sure. Yeah, I would imagine there are all sorts of reasons why we might not want to do that. I think one of the it's like selling it on to somebody else. I'm not quite sure what those reasons would be, but I can get back to you on that.
Recognize we bookmarked about 15 minutes for this update based on what Adeline kind of mentioned would be kind of the time needed, and we've gone about an hour. I want to take maybe 2 last questions and then move on to DMM's presentation. So Rahul, and then it looks like we've got some, and Noah.
I'm just, hi, this is Rahul from the AES, and I'm trying to balance these 2 thoughts in my head. First, whenever we think of having anything voluntary, why would anybody use that? It would be good to put that in paper. My fear is if you create something that's voluntary, no one ends up using it, it might not meet the objective of what we are trying to get here, right? For every scenario, I've heard an exception. So if after doing all of these things, you create something voluntary and everyone just uses the exception, I don't know what we will achieve by creating that process. The more I hear, I feel all of the transaction is not self-contracted should go through this process. So some type of like creating an incentive to use the voluntary process rather than creating a mandatory process. Thank you.
This was the point that Abdul was raising. What are the incentives? And RA capacity is an expiring product, right? It has a daily use value. Once the day is gone, it is done. You cannot say I'm going to use capacity from yesterday to substitute for today. And so if that RA capacity is a sunk cost, the participation, if you haven't sold it, the participation of getting some revenue versus zero revenue is certainly better. However, you have to take a step back on what were some of the causes before of why we don't have these buffers from month to month. You have to separate LSCs and with or without generation, this guy, or LSCs with generation, because the incentives are different. You have this current thing called RAAIM. If you put additional capacity beyond your requirements, your entire supply stack is going to get RAAIMed. Let's put aside the acquired resource for the time being. But so then the question is, do you want to risk penalties on that extra megawatt that you're putting in? And if you don't, we don't have a buffer to which you can't then say, we are not going to measure first in, last out. So if you want to create an incentive for people to show more capacity, then that ultimately you have to figure out how to, that's going to take away capacity from the pool for substitution because it's shown as RA. The same capacity is not going to be in both the pool and shown RA at the same time. And so you need to balance that. And this aspect of, most LSCs that I know of that do not have do not have generation and are buying capacity through PPAs and so forth are more likely to take to not have the RA RAAIM risk. That is on the generator side, and so they'll sell their surplus capacity generally. For others who have their own, they'll try to optimize what is the least amount of RAAIM risk to themselves. And then for generators, like Middle River, certainly we're looking at our entire fleet of resources and what can we do to stack different outages, play the Tetris game, go buy back capacity from the market that we've sold. There are multiple aspects. If I'm taking a 30-day outage, if I can go buy it back from the people I've sold, great, fantastic. I don't have to go through the Sierra nature of it. But if I have an 8-day outage, I'm going to go to the pool. This is so much easier because then I don't have to be in competition with other LSCs in the market to buy a 30-day package. It makes no sense, right? Unless I have other outages I can stack on and I can use all those 30 days for that.
Hey, Noah, I think that was a good point about the RAAIM risk. Would you see an issue with just incorporating the RAAIM risk into your offer price, into the substitution pool?
I think a lot of things are included into the offer prices in the market these days.
You'd have to at least cover the RAAIM risk, just like the RA prices do today.
There's a couple of other people who have had their hand raised, and I have my glasses on now, and I still can't read them. So could Grant? Great. Operator, could you open up Grant's phone line?
Hi, thank you, guys. This is Grant McDaniel with Wellhead. Appreciate the conversation. I'll try to make this quick. You know, I really don't have a problem with the bilateral market and my annual maintenance substitutions. It's going quite well. It's kind of getting to Kathleen's point, and I want to emphasize this. The problem is when we get into an outage that happens or notification, we find out about something that is after, you know, we can get on the monthly with our substitution, that T-30, that is really where the problem lies. So I'm all for the pool being voluntary until you hit the T-30. If the T-30, if you have RA that's contracted not shown, it should be mandatory at that point in time. And that would help us to get in and be able to, you know, take care of that short-term planned outage, but that we're find out about it after the T-30.
And Grant, do you mean that it's kind of mandatory to offer into the pool?
Yes, mandatory to offer it, but only voluntary prior to the T-30. But after the T-30, if you have RA that's contracted in California, contracted RA, California RA, and it's not shown, and you still have it, it's not been taken as sub RA, not shown in any other way, it should be mandatory to show that into the pool at T-30. And that makes a nice clean point at which you allow everyone to, you know, manage their own economics and their own resources. But there comes a point in time at which we're kind of scrambling of, let's keep the grid reliable. If you have it available, make it available at that point in time. And that solves really our primary problem with the current system.
Yeah, I think we have a couple people who might want to respond before we go to the last caller. Eric?
Yeah, so I have a problem with us saying that there is one group that has effectively a must-offer obligation to this substitution pool, and that only entity is a load-serving entity that bought RA and isn't going to use it. Anybody else can sell it to the most profitable venue possible, but the LSE can't. So what we're saying is that the customers of an LSE, what you're saying is if I'm a generator who has not sold RA, and I have that excess capacity sitting there, I have no obligation to put it into this pool. But we're saying if I'm an LSE who has bought it for RA and decides for that month I don't have to use it, then I get to a point in time where I have to offer it into this pool. That was what was just said. That was Grant's proposal, right?
No,
and what I'm saying is,
no, it's not.
That's what I heard. Grant, I heard at
Sorry,
30
no.
days, if you hadn't shown it, that you had to put it into the pool. Is that not correct?
Prior to that, no. It's voluntary. Prior to that, manage it the way you want. It's only after T-30.
Right, but a generator doesn't have to do the same thing, right? So a generator hits the 30-day mark and can still do whatever they want with it. I'm not seeing the difference between an LSE who has an excess RA position and decides, I want to use that capacity for some other purpose. I have customers that have paid for that. I ought to be given the opportunity to be able to benefit them in any way possible from having bought that. If that means selling it to LADWP, which means it is staying in the state, just not the same balancing authority area, then I should be able to do that. If it means selling it outside of the state, I should be able to do that. I'm not sure why we would restrict an LSE any differently than we would restrict any other entity. Why does it become mandatory for an LSE at a certain point in time, but not for anybody else? So I really think we need to think about that. And even CalCCA will have to talk to members about it to see where they are on it. But as a general matter, I don't like rules that are different for two similarly situated entities.
Fair point.
Just to clarify on that one, Eric, I think it's a good point. You're specifically saying for an LSE that is also the SC for a resource, right? Or are you talking about just, an LSE?
I'm saying for whatever the proposal is that an LSE has to sell it to the pool at a certain point in time. Whether that's the SC or it's the LSE themselves, whatever the requirement is, I'm saying that having one entity that's treated differently is not fair. And I'm also looking at Anya here, knowing that we are way over time on this and we are in way too much detail on this topic. So I'm happy to take it offline, but.
Well, to me, we'll have a question on that. I'd love to hear more about what the economic rationale is and how we can change that. Because if it is an opportunity cost issue about being able to sell into other markets, there might be very similar situated rationale for why you would want to have a consistent process. We're trying to figure out how do we remove those barriers and what the implications are to doing that. So really appreciate your insight, Eric. Should we get the last caller before we move on?
Could we unmute Mohan's line?
Hey, this is Mohan Nirula from CWR. So I just wanted to share one example here. We have a resource that goes on planned outage within the month, and couple of days it is an outage. It comes back into operation every day in the super peak hour, and then again goes on outage. So that could be one of the reasons we don't use it for RA. But if it is available for a few days, within the month, we know that then we could offer to the substitution market, but which should be voluntary. That's just a thought. Because we don't know when the planned outage is going to end. It could be extended like that.
Thank you, Mohan.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the LSEs. Up next, we have DMM with their kind of conceptual thoughts on kind of the academic literature around auction mechanisms and their proposal for a reverse second price auction. So if we haven't, could we promote Ben or unmute Ben's line? And he'll be sharing his slides. Oh, there he is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're coming through clearly.
Awesome. I'm going to give a quick hello and then drop back off of video, but let's see if I can figure out how to control screen. Okay, here we go. Can you see my screen share here?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Hi, everybody. I'm going to drop off, but we're going to change tune a little bit here and think about how the auction design might work. And what DMM is looking to put forward here is an idea of what the substitution capacity pool auction may look like, supposing we wanted to move forward with an auction. Again, I'm with Department of Market Monitoring. I'm a senior economist, and my background is in a PhD in economics, so I'm going to actually bring forward some stuff that we learned early in the PhD economics track, because I think it's going to help motivate a better understanding of how we could be thinking through the creation of an auction for the substitution capacity pool. So what we're going to be looking at here is a quick revisit of the problem statement. We're going to propose an auction, and we're going to walk through a little bit of theory here to think through why these theoretical underpinnings that I'm going to put forward for you are valuable in us thinking through this auction design. The ISO goals, they laid this out quite nicely. They are looking for a design for the outage substitution pool that is economically efficient. It's a reliable process for buyers and sellers, as well as the ISO, and it incents showing of resources. And we think that an auction design does this. And so we're going to add a little bit to this in a moment. But the idea being, we're going to propose an auction mechanism through what we've heard from stakeholders that can help reduce search frictions as well as coordination problems when looking for substitute RA capacity. And keep in mind, like, this is very nascently fleshed out. We're not trying to do market design. We're trying to just put forward fundamental principles that would help us situate ourselves as we move into the straw proposal process to design an auction mechanism that meets the needs of the design principles that we've laid out. And the auction mechanism that we're proposing is called a reverse second price auction. And I'll further explain this in much more detail later, but if you're familiar, we can just keep that in mind as I work through things. So those were the ISO's goals. DMM's proposal is looking to do exactly the same thing, which is design the auction mechanism that's efficient, that's reliable, that incents the showing of resources, but also thinks about market power concerns and considers the strategic interactions between market participants. And I think this is a really important part of this because we're looking for kind of simplicity, efficiency, transparency across buyers and sellers. And we want to make sure that we have the fungibility of a market that can reduce all of the difficulties that we've been hearing for, gosh, a little bit over a year now, thinking through the outage substitution process. And what we're going to do is really rest on some principles that we get out of the economic literature, which is called a Nash equilibria. And the idea here is that we want to create an auction mechanism or a market that creates a situation where no participant could gain by changing their own strategy. And I'll talk about this a little bit more, but what happens when we create auction mechanisms that come from these sorts of principles is that they create equilibria that are just theoretically economically efficient. And there are many examples of this. I'll talk about a couple at the end, but we're looking for an economically efficient auction mechanism that can serve the purpose of the outage substitution pool. So really quickly on the Nash equilibria, before I jump into this, I'm going to have a number of slides that have a bunch of text on them. Those are for you to revisit, and I'm going to talk through them really quickly. And the idea being that the text is there so you can revisit this later if this is something that you want to pursue in the comment period. So Nash equilibria, again, what we're trying to do is create an auction that creates a situation where no participant could gain by changing their strategy. Meaning we want you to reveal information to the market, and that information reveal is along the lines of you revealing the true value or the true cost of you providing something to the market. And we don't want any kind of deviation from that strategy. And so by resting on this economic theory that comes from the Nash equilibria, we gain the value of predictability, fairness, really important price formation principles that come from this. It's efficient, and it's actually simple. I hope to articulate how this is simple throughout this quick discussion, but this is very straightforward for all market participants that would be involved. I'm going to actually breeze by this one. If anyone took like an Econ 102 class, you've played these two-player games that think through and talk through what a Nash equilibria is. Probably the most common known one is the prisoner's dilemma. But the idea is what we're looking for players to do in this game is to coordinate, meaning we want them to make similar decisions to find the kind of maximizing outcome or most efficient outcome. And the Nash concept, we can take these two-player games and then we can repurpose them and then extend them to a multi-participant space through auctions. And a bunch of this, sorry, I'm partially wearing my professor hat at the moment, but part of what we're trying to do here is just build up a little bit of theory and thinking through what a good auction design would look like that would be beneficial for both the supply and demand side. And what we're going to do to try to motivate the way in which DMM thinks that we should be thinking through this comes in the form of what's called a reverse second price auction. And I apologize for how jargon laden this is, but I will unpack that here in a moment. Let's take this in turn. There's the reverse, the second price, and the auction. And the reverse component of this is that the roles of the buyers and sellers are reversed. So you can think of a traditional auction where somebody is selling something and then they're buyers. What we're doing is we're flipping that on its head. And we're saying it's the buyers that need the good, and it's the sellers are the ones that are bidding to provide. So in the context of the outage substitution market, the buyer is the market participant that is planning an outage, and it is the seller that is providing the substitution capacity. That is the reverse component of the auction design. There is the second price, and I'll have a number of examples for you later. But the idea of the second price is that the clearing price is not actually the bid that clears the market. It is the second price or the last clearing price. In the case of a reverse auction, it is kind of the most previous bid price that clears the market. And again, examples will be coming to help articulate this. And then lastly, the auction. And what we're looking for is a outage substitution pool where an auction clears and we get a good clearing price and we get good market signals from that, but it comes from the second price. What we need to end up doing is operating a sequentially clearing market. And the idea being is that the highest buyer enters the auction clears, and then it repeats until price and quantity pairs can't support any further transactions. And then the final, quote, second clearing price is the price that clears the last available megawatts. Again, this will all come clear in an example here in a moment, but the auction conceptually is very similar to eBay. So if any of you have operated or been on eBay before, the idea is basically take an eBay market, apply it to what we're trying to do in procuring outage substitution capacity, and we repeat the auction until the auction can't resolve any longer. The notion of a second price is really important here. And I'll have an example on this one as well. But the auction is not setting marginal prices. What it's looking to do is elicit a willingness to trade goods as if you were in a bilateral market, but bring the benefits of market thickness of the additional buyers and sellers. So right now, one of the clear and obvious difficulties that's going on in the outage substitution market is that it's bilateral, and we can thicken this market through an auction clearing mechanism and use principles like a second price to ensure that we have a really good price formation process going on behind it. And so the prices in the auction are not marginal prices, but the reservation prices. And a reservation price is the maximum price that a buyer is willing to pay for a good or service, in this case, good or capacity, and it's the minimum price the seller is willing to accept. A marginal price is the price of producing one additional unit of good. We're not producing anything additional here. What we're doing is we're trying to match already pre-existing capacity and make sure that we have a good market clearing mechanism good price formation properties, efficiency, simplicity, other aspects of this that I'll get to. And the second price is really improved price formation properties over the marginal price or the first price that leads to this Nash equilibrium that gives us the benefits I've already run through. As a quick example, we're going to talk through a second price auction really briefly, and we're going to use eBay as a starting point. I think this is helpful to kind of pinpoint how this clearing mechanism works. And what we're looking to do here is sell a disk demand. And here we are, we're in 1995. The eBay markets have just opened up, and the seller comes into the market and has a reservation price of $80 for their disk demand. It's got a 10-second ESP. This is really nice disk demand in 1995. And they are looking to sell it for $80, and the market opens after it's been posted, and there's three buyers. There's the first buyer who puts in a bid for $50, and this is their true value that they are looking to provide, or that they think the disk man would provide them. So to them, the disk man is worth $50. Because it doesn't exceed the reservation price for the true value of the seller, this bid doesn't clear the market. But when buyer two enters with $85, it exceeds the reservation price of the seller, and now they are in the market. Buyer three enters the market for $100. So we now have two buyers who are in the market, 2 and 3, who have revealed a price or value that they would like to have this disk man for. And buyer three comes in above at $100. And in the way an eBay market works is the solution is that the disk man sells for $85 to buyer three. And this is how the second price works. So buyer three put in the highest price, but because the second price in the auction was $85, it sells for $85, but to the highest price bidder, which is buyer three. And hold on to your hats. The second price is a really important part of this. And so we're going to jump into that here in a moment. The way we typically think about auctions is what is called a first price auction. And I don't want you to read all of this. I'll talk you through it really quickly. A first price auction is a classic auction where the highest bidder wins and they pay the amount that they bid. But this doesn't give us the price formation properties that we would be looking for in something like an outage substitution auction, because what we're looking for is we're looking to reveal the true value of that substitution capacity for the market participants. And so I'll use a first price auction as a straw person to somewhat exemplify like why this doesn't work. And we have two bidders here. We have Alice and Bob. Alice's true value is $50. Bob's true value is $40. And this is just widget A. They're bidding on it. So Alice values the item at $50. And if she bids her true value in a first price auction at $50, she risks overpaying. So suppose, it doesn't matter what the value of the product or the widget is, if she bids $50, she may not get any surplus from this. So her incentives in a first price or normal auction are for her to bid lower because she's looking for surplus, which is the difference between her value and the price she pays for that good. So let's suppose Alice bids $45 to win, thinking that, okay, maybe Bob only values this at $40, but she's hedged that $45 might be the right number and went with that. So she's leaving herself with a $5 surplus if she were to win. Bob knows his value of $40 is lower than that of the other market participants kind of in this auction, which this auction is overly simplified, but this is going to highlight the value of the second price. Bob bids $44 in hopes that maybe Alice thought that he had a good idea that Bob's actual true value is $40, but Bob still wants to win. So Alice could have bid 41. Bob bids a little bit above that in hopes that this would give him a better chance of winning. So he bids $44, which is exceeding his actual true value. And what we find here is with bids of $45 and $44, Alice still ends up winning. She pays $45 for this, has a surplus of $5, and Bob has a surplus of 0 because he didn't win. But with these sorts of bidding incentives that are set up in a first price auction, Alice and Bob, neither of them revealed their true value of what they're looking to transact for in this auction. And so this strategic bidding has led them to distort the price formation process in a first price auction format. And what we're looking for is true value bidding, which is, suppose you are going on a long-term planned outage and there's the opportunity cost of you being on outage, plus there is the cost of arranging everything. We would like you to indicate that true value of you going on outage and doing those plant repairs as a true value instead of some strategic object that you're bidding. So in a second price auction, it's the second highest bidder. This is not in the reverse format, just a normal second price auction. And a second price auction, it's the highest bidder wins, but they pay the second highest price, like we saw with the Discman earlier. And in this setting, Alice's true value is $50 to buy this product, this widget, and Bob's true value is $40. And because of this second price auction format, Alice can bid $50 because she doesn't need to be strategic, knowing that if Bob bids his true value, he'll pay Bob's price of $40 and then receive a surplus of $10. So in this case, it allows Alice and Bob to bid their true values. And in this case, it's revealing the true value of, in the case that we're planning for here, substitution capacity. It's revealing the true value to that resource in the auction. And it's creating very robust, sound, transparent price formation principles in a case where we're not looking for marginal prices, we're looking for reservation prices. And this is a really important part of auction design and gives us this Nash equilibria to provide this price formation value that we should really keep an eye on if we are to move forward with something like an auction design here at the ISO in the outage substitution pool. All right, to run through a little bit of the value of this in this very overly simplified example, the second price auction is superior because it's incentivizing market participants to bid truthfully, and it's bidding that true value that is going to reveal the value of the, in this case, the outage to the market, and we'll have the price formation principles there in that will help us with this. It creates a very efficient auction design, and it should be pretty simple and predictable. So there's nothing about this in a thick market that would be overly complicated other than there's an opportunity value or a true value or a reservation price that buyers and sellers will both be providing to the market, and then we can resolve these pretty quickly and easily. To not use toy examples anymore, I've got this final example, and so this is now actually looking at the reverse second price auction example. And what we're going to do is we're going to suppose a market, an outage substitution pool, with 3 hopeful buyers and 8 sellers. And I'm going to walk through how the reverse auction works, how the second price works. Both of these should be pretty clear, and then the sequential market clearing logic. And one thing to keep in mind here is that the way a robust reverse second price auction would work in a setting like this is something that is called a sealed bid auction, where no information is revealed before the auction. So no reservation prices on the buy and sell side are going to be revealed. All parties who are interested in being a participant in this market submit their sealed bid auction And then once the auction is closed, we open those bids, and then we start to resolve the market along the lines of this example. I'm going to use some prices here. This is a toy example. Please do nothing with these prices other than it's kind of a helpful learning moment to walk through an example of how this will work. So we, again, have 3 buyers, and we're going to take the first highest priced buyer, the buyer with the highest reservation price. They're going to enter the market first, and they have just an extreme value of $100 per kilowatt month. They're going to enter the market. They're looking for 100 megawatts, and we take then the 3 lowest sellers. So we have sellers 1 through 4, and we can organize these sellers quite easily and realize that it takes sellers 1, 2, and 3 to close this market. So buyer 1 is going to clear the market with sellers 1 through 3, and it's going to create a second price of $11 per kilowatt month. I'm not talking about the time horizons or anything that's going on here. We'll talk about that later in considerations. But the idea being that we've cleared the market with sellers 1 through 3, but they're going to take the second price, which is the next highest seller of $11 per kilowatt month. Though this is not the market clearing price, because we're going to have buyer 2 enter the market. So buyer 1 has already taken the capacity of sellers 1 through 3. Buyer 2 enters the market. They're looking for 20 megawatts, and their reservation price is $20 per kilowatt month, and they can go and procure that through sellers 4 and 5. And again, the second clearing price is going to be the next highest bidder, which is $13 per kilowatt month. We finally have buyer 3 come in. So we have buyers 1 and 2 have wrapped up capacity from sellers 1 through 3 and seller 4 and 5. There's some leftover capacity from seller 5, which buyer 3 can go and procure and if the auction resolves. And in this case, they've looked for 40 megawatts with a reservation price of $15 per kilowatt month. And with sellers 5 through 8, they are able to clear the market through procuring sellers 5 through 8, which creates a second price of $15 per kilowatt month, which you'll see that there is no seller 9 that is setting the market price. And this is one of the values of potentially designing the market along these lines, is that there is price containment on the buy side. So we don't have the inelasticity of a normal electricity market on the buying side, where here there is price containment led by the reservation price of the buyers, which are looking for the outage substitution capacity. So in this example, we have a market clearing price of $15, but you can see if prices are changed a little bit by sellers, they may not actually clear buyer 3. So in this case, prices can't support clearing the price quantity pairs for buyer 3. So buyer 3 does not clear, and we're only clearing buyers 1 and 2. So we're only clearing sellers 1 through 5, leaving us with a second price of $13 per kilowatt month, which is the market clearing price. And the way this would work is buyers 1 and 2 would go end up procuring their capacity in total of 120 megawatts at a market clearing price of $13 per kilowatt month. I'll take questions after all of this for the sake of time. I thought I would just motor through this. The benefits of a reverse second price auction is that there are pretty incredible cost savings. All of these principles here that I'm laying out are coming from the mechanism design, game theory, industrial organization literature. So this comes from a deep 50 to 140-year history of how to design procurement markets. And what we know from the theory underlining these sorts of procurement markets is that we have cost savings, there's increased competition, and the competition comes from knowing that it's important for market participants to bid the reservation price. It creates market transparency. We're looking for efficiency. It encourages true value bidding, which again, we're not looking for marginal prices, we're looking for reservation prices. And because of the auction design, it gives access to a broader supplier base. Some of the concerns of this design, which can be appropriately mitigated through or alleviated through market design, there's a perceived bidder strategy complexity, but given the thickness of the market we foresee occurring in the outage substitution market, this thickness is going to be so large that our participants would just be bidding their true reservation price. There's a risk of collusion, but as I brought up earlier in one of the examples, any sort of price concerns can be mitigated through the buyer reservation prices. There's quality concerns, which we've talked at quite a bit of length earlier today about, kind of this like for likeness. Talk about this here in a moment. Limited participation, you'll see the next slide. And then there's the bidder's dilemma. This just comes from the literature. I don't really want to get into the bidder's dilemma, but I leave it here for you to revisit if you're interested. To give you an idea of how much quantity might be needed in the markets, this comes from the Department of Market Monitoring's fourth quarterly report on market issues and performance. And what we're looking at here is the amount of generation outages that we've seen over the last 3 years. And we bucket them as forced and planned outages, forced maintenance and plant trouble and plant maintenance. So if you simply just look at plant maintenance, we have at about minimum almost a gigawatt of capacity that needs to be going on outage, and we have upwards of 4 gigawatts. There's been other discussions around planned outages, planned plant maintenance outages that may show up as something like a forced outage, and whether this is a forced maintenance or plant trouble or kind of other forced outages, we're looking at least a gigawatt of capacity that is looking on this is on the demand or the buy side. And we could see upwards of, let's say, 10 gigawatts if we want to start to lump in a bunch of these other buckets. So the thickness of the demand side is there. And something else I think worth highlighting is that when we look at the September 2025 NQC list, we are looking at 59.2 gigawatts of capacity, which far exceeds the RA obligations at the moment. So this is to say that there is also capacity on the sell side that is in the NQC list that could offer into the outage substitution market. A couple of quick design considerations. DMM thinks it's important that the auction requires an appropriate availability or performance incentive and or UCAP to incent resources to use planned outages instead of forced outages. This comes along the lines of what's been talked about today, the planned to forced problem. Reservation prices on the supply and demand side are going to mitigate market power. However, I think it would be worthwhile if we were to pursue an auction mechanism for there to be a discussion around market power and hear what other market participants, especially on the buy side, would think about this. And here are a number of other design considerations that have nicely been brought up by the LSEs in the previous discussion, but would we allow for bilateral RA substitution contracting? That this seems like a reasonable thing to allow, and this could include the self-provision if you're already sitting on substitution capacity as an SC in our market. We think maybe running this on a daily basis makes sense, but these are open questions to be decided. How do we want to account for multiple day needs? Again, this is an open question, though it doesn't seem unreasonable given the thickness on both the supply and demand side that you just rerun the market. So you set yourself up, if you have a week-long outage, you just set yourself up in the market in such a way that you ideally clear the market for that full week period. Procurement at the SC level seems fungible and easy. Voluntary offerings, this has been discussed at length as well. Timing and alignment with monthly RA showings. Timing here again has been talked about quite a bit. A bunch of this has been presaged. Does this apply for generic and flex RA, RAAIM? Lastly, the way we've been thinking about this is that it assumes the NQC values for resources to be treated like for like. DMM sees this as a concern that goes far beyond the way in which we should be thinking about RA in the outage substitution market. This is a much larger concern that we should be thinking about the general NQC of resources. So we think this should be addressed elsewhere in the RAMP initiative. But in summary, we would like to really put forward that this idea of a reverse second price auction can overcome a bunch of the inefficiencies that we're seeing in trying to find substitute RA for planned outages. And this will overcome a number of the search and coordination frictions that we've been hearing over the last year and allow for substitution capacity to be incorporated at a price effective level into the market. And the reverse and second price aspects of the auction are pivotal to provide sound principles to ensure efficiencies, simplicities, and clear price formation incentives for buyers and sellers. This is really simple. All we need to do is have buyers and sellers bid in their actual true value of procuring substitution RA, and that we don't see there to be much complexity in this market design theoretical framework that we're laying out. And by having these design principles underlying an auction mechanism that creates thicker and more fungible markets is going to create the ability for us to reveal the true value of capacity and create cost savings that will engender transparency and give us a broader supply base. I'm wrapping up here. If outside my slide deck, if you're interested in learning more about this, I cannot tell you how valuable Wikipedia is. You have some of the smartest minds in the world who are writing on Wikipedia and are articulating these things. I got my education in a very standard format, but I did take some time in front of the large language models to get an idea of whether they can actually discuss this with you nicely. So if you're trying to learn more, I do actually really recommend you turn to a large language model like a ChatGPT and just ask it questions and kind of ping it with ideas. They're actually really good at doing this. And then there's a number of other references here thinking through kind of some of the fundamentals of how this works. And just lastly, as examples of where we see this in the real world, and I just limited it to two. Google Ads runs this form of auction. And as you can imagine, you're on Google plenty enough. They're running this auction seamlessly. Spectrum auctions, so the FCC, this is how they run their auctions. But yeah, I hope you think through the principles of an auction design as we're collectively stakeholders moving into this process, thinking through the outage substitution pool, and hopefully the value of the reverse and the second price nature of an auction format can be thought through if we're to pursue something like an auction for the outage substitution pool. And with that, thank you. I'm happy to take questions, but I will caveat, we're here putting forward theory and just hoping to facilitate a conversation and not really provide answers other than the expertise I come with. Thank you.
And thanks for bringing an academic perspective, for coming and sharing some thoughts. I think some of these thoughts have generated a lot of conversation in the room and a lot of interest. So we have a number of kind of raised hands in the room. I think I saw Doug, then Adeline, then Noah. So maybe in that order.
Yeah, Ben, thanks. No, this is great stuff. And actually, it's funny, I was listening to it and I see why this makes sense. I guess my initial reaction, and I'm wondering if folks in the room like have the same understanding. So the way that I would envision that this would come out, every seller is guaranteed a profit. If you bid at your actual cost, because of the second price, you're actually getting paid what the next worst guy cost would be, and your cost delta, you're gonna recover that, and everybody who's ahead of you in the auction would get cleared and get even more. But as you say, the existence of the reservations means that there is a cap, and it's a little bit like 21, that if you bid too high and you go over the auction, then you just go bust and you get nothing. And then those two mechanisms, because they are going to force all the seller bids down, keeps prices down for the buyers as well. Is that a kind of a fair summary of how how this theoretically works?
Yes, exactly.
Great. Cool stuff.
And,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
thank you, Doug. No, it's all to say that it may seem counterintuitive that we're going to take the next second price. So the market is cleared at, let's say, $14, but the final reservation price is $15. To take the $15 price may seem counterintuitive, but what we're doing in the formulation of the market design is trying to bring every bid price down. So
yeah, actually,
it's a really difficult counterfactual to think through, but if it weren't for the second price, would the market clearing price of $15 been $15? And the theory that we get from the academic literature is that that market clearing price would not be $15 because there's a reservation in a first price auction format, not a second price auction format, that would have brought that $15 higher than, and in that case, led to a higher market clearing price, even though we're still using a second price format, which takes the next highest. But
yeah,
kind of think of the mass of bids moving across the distribution, and the way the second clearing price works is it should bring the mass of the distribution of market clearing downwards.
Mm-hmm. And just a mechanistic question. So if you're clearing that last buyer, the buyer 3, if the next, whether that clears or not is not determined by the last seller, like seller 8 being at $15 kilowatt month, it's actually whether, well, if seller 9, if there were a seller 9, if seller 9 is like at 16, that would then create a clearing price that's above the reservation. Does that mean that buyer 3 doesn't clear? No. Or does buyer 3 clear at 8? Buyer 3 would not clear.
This would be a design principle left up to the market designers, but there should be price containment set by the buyers. So there's this is good, just classic market clearing principles. Nothing should clear above the last buying bid.
Right. So you need to have enough sellers to satisfy your last buyer plus one more that comes in under the last buyer's.
No, and that's why I include this example here. And again, this would be up to the folks doing market design. But in a case where you have a final seller and final buyer that can resolve the price quantity pair, but we can't find a second price because in the seller 9 with $16, like in your example, this market would still resolve with buyer 3 and seller 8 meeting at $15 and creating a market clearing price of $15.
I think it's Adeline, then Noah, and then Chris, and then we'll go to Peter on the phone.
Very quick, and I think it's linked to that. So thanks for the great recap of the auction theory literature. I think the issue, what is not clear to me, for the second price, for like price reservation approach, but I think you heard this morning we talk about the different granularity for the pool. Should it be like monthly, weekly, daily? And I'm not so sure how we will be doing this kind of matching. How many auctions should we organize? Because it seems to me we will have very different products. Or if, for instance, I need a daily substitution, but for 3 days, should I go every day and buy daily my substitution capacity? The question is more like, how do you see the product that we will be auctioning? Should it be like just a daily? Should it be like weekly, monthly? Should we have like multiple auctions per day, per week, per month? And also the timeline, the timing for that to happen. Thanks.
Yep, we're not looking to do market design here, so that's up to others. However, I think running this on a daily basis makes sense, and our quick back of the envelope calculations make it seem as if on the supply and demand side, the market would be thick enough that if you needed to have 3 days of outage, we could run this on a daily basis, and then you are just going to bid appropriately into the outage substitution pool, supposing you aren't in a bilateral market. If you're just looking to get your substitution RA out of the pool, you just bid in 3 days and the market can resolve you on each day individually and give you the substitution capacity that's required. And I know it relying on a market for something like an outage substitution may feel a little tenuous, but again, the thickness of both the supply and demand side indicate that the capacity would likely be there, and that there's all sorts of difficulties that need to be thought through, not necessarily difficulties, but the aspects of this that would need to be thought through. However, the market thickness appears to be there that one would be able to find the substitution capacity that would be requisite for them to even meet a outage substitution plan 12 months in advance.
Noah?
Hey, Ben, this is Noah Tom from Middle River Power. I am not an economist. I'm more probably a pessimist. No, realist here. So
you're calling us optimists?
Question. I think the issue of liquidity certainly is called into question. We're very concerned with the lack of liquidity or understanding of what the daily nature of it. I can certainly see this for being applied on a daily basis. The problem fear is that I might have a weak outage and it clears for the first 6 days, but it does not clear for the last day. There's certainly aspects I think we can work on it, but it also really requires a standard capacity product in itself, and that every megawatt and is sort of equivalent to one another. And by the way, this is not to say this is a bad idea. I actually like the idea. I'm just trying to work through that in my brain and talking it out loud here. It's if I'm going to say this to the ISO to the extent that if we're going to require like for like capacity of 24-hour resources for 24-hour resources, we are then, I think, going to run out of, but potentially run out of liquidity in the spring months or in the Q1 months. But if we are able to continue with what we are allowed to do now, essentially, other types of capacity to replace for other, and not have to care about that, then we should not have to worry as much as liquidity, as long as we bring in or incentivize folks to be sellers into this auction. The one thing I will say is, what are your thoughts on rerunning it, to the extent that if, in your other example, I'm buyer 3, I did not clear for that. Do you think there should be an opportunity to rerun this auction? Which I kind of actually suspect you should, because you never know whether or not you're going to have new planned outages as a buyer, day to day, right? But then you certainly will have to maybe be wary about price discovery.
I don't think there's any shame in rerunning the market. This again comes back to, if we were to pursue an auction mechanism like this, and it would be up to the policy designers here to think this one through, but similar in the sense that we have RA showings that are T-minus 45, and then it's cured by T30. That it doesn't seem unreasonable for us to analogize in that regard and rerun a market until it's resolved in such a way that the buyers and sellers have met their needs.
So if we're rerunning an auction, are buyers 1 and 2 out, and as well as sellers 1 through 5 out at this point? Or are we all put back into the hopper? And if I'm buyer 3 and I come in with $150, will I kick out buyer 1 from its sellers 1, 2, and 3?
I am not going to answer that in specifics. I think it would be really worthwhile for us to have a conversation around what a repeated game would look like. So just to talk game theory for a second, for us to have a market that doesn't resolve and then we want to try to rerun the market, and that there's a repetition here in hopes that we find a better outcome. The amount of information that would be revealed from the initial market closing to a rerunning is information, and we would need to be thoughtful about what that means for buyers and sellers. But it doesn't seem unreasonable that we could rerun the market, other than, I think, keeping in mind the price formation and potential market power problems. That would be under additional scrutiny there.
And I can see the value, this is Anya from the CAISO, I can see the value in needing to essentially run it multiple times if, supply and demand doesn't clear, because otherwise the outage is rendered useless, in that if you clear for day 1, 2, but not 3, there's challenges in taking that outage. And then that might necessitate a conversation about numbers of bids that are submitted for sequential market runs and the number of assumptions there. So a lot to unpack there, but interesting questions. Let's go to Chris and then Peter and then Carrie.
Yeah, thanks, Chris, Devin, Tara, Jen. Ben, thanks for the presentation. I didn't see that on the website. Can you guys post that presentation for us? That'd be helpful.
Yeah,
and
that's my bad. Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you for the slides. I was going to kind of also talk to the issue of the liquidity, concerns here, I guess. So that rather than just repeat everything, I'll try to just focus in on maybe could you just help me understand your viewpoint as far as, the issue of, you're saying that there's enough thickness in the market here, and there was one of the slides that looked like you had the, number of forced outages. Obviously there's going to be a demand pretty much every month. But what about the supply side? I mean, can you just speak to what gives you the sense that there would be enough offers here on the suppliers?
Sure. This is kludgy. I don't really have a good one for you, but this is something, what we're trying to do is bring an idea for an auction mechanism into the straw proposal realm, and then talk through these issues a little bit more closely. What I have here as a subtitle is that there's about 60 gigawatts of capacity in the NQC list, and this is September 2025. People were not taking planned outages then, but let's suppose we have even 55 gigawatts of capacity in the NQC list, and the usual spring months when you would be taking planned outages. If we're looking at 55 gigawatts and an RA capacity need of, I'm just making up numbers here, call it 40, we are looking at 15 gigawatts of capacity that, if we don't worry too closely about the like-for-likeness, it could be viable substitution capacity. But this is something that we're trying to bring right now theory, and we're not trying to look at particulars. This is something that DMM could look at and bring to the stakeholder community. I won't promise it, though at the same time, it's hard to see in this case of planned maintenance outages that there would be a dearth of supply given what we see on the NQC list.
Okay, yeah, thanks for the color there. I think depending on this, if this is going to be used for planned or forced outages and the timing, and I agree with, PG&E and some of the thoughts that they provided as far as, the granularity of this. It seems probably should be daily. Then I still would have a question of really if it would be liquid. I think when you get into some of those months in the summer, under current conditions, there's certainly really no substitution that you can find on a granular basis other than perhaps like the month-long stuff. So.
Yeah, and that's the idea of the auction, is that if you do need some last-minute capacity, you can turn to the auction rather than turning to your phone and calling about trying to make a bilateral trade.
No, I totally understand. I'm just pointing out that I think, the outcomes matter, and then the pricing, that actually happens within the market on these offers to buy and sell will, I think, the design of this is going to effectuate how much liquidity we ultimately see. And so we're going to get into a situation where, under the current rules, you look at what we see in the offers in the CSP, and I think, that can kind of speak for itself comparatively. So this may be a really good idea. I like the, academic discussion behind it. I'm just pointing out, and, the ultimate design that I think, the policy folks are going to have to decide on if they want to go this route is going to have some influence on how successful it really truly is in actual, use in reality once we do it. So thanks.
This is Stephen.
And to your point there, I think it's important that the competitive solicitation process take seriously prices that we're seeing in something like an outage substitution pool auction, and also has incentives that are either there on the availability or performance level that bring resources into planning these outages. And that seems pretty paramount to ensuring that this process works correctly.
Yep, this is Partha with the ISO. There's been a great conversation. I would note that we have one more discussion item before we adjourn. So I see 3 hands raised. Maybe we'll go to them quickly. And it might be the case where we don't get through the last item completely. We might want to schedule more time. But more, I just thought I would just sort of preview that before we move forward.
Yeah, this is Steve. I just wanted to add one thing. I think one of the things I'd be interested if you're thinking about when you're looking at the amount of NQC that's available, you have to realize that NQC is also exactly the demand as well as the supply, right? Those are the resources that are demanding substitute capacity. So I'm not sure you can look at the NQC list and say, oh, we have 52 gigawatts worth of NQC, because no, you have that, if there's 10,000 megawatts worth trying to find substitute capacity, then you only have 42,000 worth of NQC that's trying to find 10,000 megawatts worth of substitute capacity. So I'm not sure that the liquidity argument actually holds. And I'll stop at that.
Thanks, Steve. And this is something we could study and get a better understanding of, for just putting together bookends.
Peter and then Terry.
Yeah, Peter Griffiths, representing myself. Ben, good job explaining something that is relatively complex in economic theory. I guess the one question I have is, given the fact that we don't necessarily have a uniform commodity here, in that LRAs can decide what the QCs are, and the NQCs, and you can have the same resource have 2 different QCs. That is a complication, I think. I'm not sure how this would work in that, and I don't know what thoughts you have on that.
Thanks, Peter. The kind of the product definition discussion really kind of teed up, do we consider kind of the attributes of the resource when it comes to something like substitution or not, or kind of use today's practice of just looking at the megawatt value. But good point. Carrie.
This is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. Thanks for running through this. I missed your first few slides, so if you already answered this, please I'll wait till the presentation comes out. But I was wondering why you thought a second price auction would be a good one for this. And it's vague, but my understanding of them is that they're usually run in real time and instantaneously, and they don't have multiple rounds. And I'm wondering if like a spectrum auction, like they use in telecommunications, or I know even less about this, but I know there are batch auctions that are run in advance, whether you investigated those and whether this seemed better suited to you for some reason.
You can revisit the slides. I talk about why second price. And one of the places where you do use a second price auction is Spectrum. And we see quite good outcomes here. I'm not really sure exactly how to answer this other than when we're looking at doing procurement for something that is not marginal and we're looking to do a capacity procurement, not an energy procurement. We're not looking for something additional. That a reverse second price auction is where economic theory fits in pretty perfectly here. You can take a look at my references, and if you want to ping me offline, please do.
All right, thanks.
Thanks. All right, well, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break before we talk about some of the availability incentive reform mechanisms. So let's come back here at 32. All right, folks, thanks so much for sticking with us through the end of the day. Our last update is on the availability incentives mechanism. Kind of thinking back on where we were in the working group, there was large consensus that RAAIM today isn't working. There was mixed feedback in terms of what approach to take moving forward. And what we're going to talk about in this segment is really approaches and options that we could take with reforming the CAISO's availability and incentive mechanism. With that, we do have a straw proposal leaning and, wait for it, a new acronym, MURA, Measuring Unavailable RA. And this new mechanism would assess unavailability during stressed grid conditions, and the penalty for not meeting your availability would be collected and returned to load. And I did want to note that since this is a new mechanism, there's certain features that exist in RAAIM that would no longer exist. So for example, the availability and assessment hours, since we're looking at tight grid conditions, allocating the penalty collected to overperformers, since we're allocating the penalty collected to load. There would no longer be a RAAIM deadband. And in some ways, there would no longer be exemptions. We would kind of recognize exemptions implicitly through their must offer requirements and outage cards. And I think this really leads to some key design questions for us to answer related to defining certain aspects of the design. So what does availability mean? What assessment period should we be looking at? What should the price of the penalty be? And what should the cost allocation of the penalty collected be? So before we get into some of the design features, I did think it might make sense to talk about some crossover between UCAP and MURA, because there have been kind of questions in the past of, you know, if there's a move to UCAP, should there no longer be an availability incentive mechanism applied? And maybe in thinking about what UCAP answers and where it is assessing performance really differs from a time period. And UCAP really answers what was the resources availability based on forced outage rates in times of need. If you're kind of using the proposal for supply cushion UCAP, that's looking at 20% of the intervals, versus MURA is looking at what was the resources unavailability during critical hours of need, which might be, as the straw proposal is leaning, maybe around 10 to 50 hours a year, if we're defining it as transmission, RMO, and EEA hours as those critical needs. Another difference is that temporal differentiation between when UCAP is assessed versus MURA. UCAP is really looking kind of in the forward time frame of if you didn't perform in the past, you're penalized in the future. MURA, or an availability performance incentive mechanism, is looking at based on your current performance now. Were you available as an RA resource? Did you meet your MOO? And if not, there's a penalty applied. I will take questions, but I do want to kind of get through some of the design options first and leaning. So for kind of an initial leaning of what availability would mean, it would be based on, did the RA resource meet their must offer requirements? And if not, a penalty would be applied. When we think about when we're looking at assessing if they met their must offer, we're looking at narrowing the window to more of stressed grid conditions rather than the availability and assessment hours. And one way to think about that is kind of our current transmission, restricted maintenance operation, and EEA hours. Other approaches we could take would be to continue the path of looking at the AAH, or maybe narrowing that even further and just looking at reserve shortage periods. Another aspect of design has been, how to price this. In some future slides, we compare the cost of RAAIM today at 440 to what we're kind of either seeing from a benchmark perspective or have been quoted marginally by the CCAs to kind of look at what we're seeing. Another approach could be to do the value of lost load or scale the penalty based on what the real-time price is. And our recommendation is to start with using what RA is being bilaterally traded for, recognizing there's some key challenges there with the data lag associated with obtaining that and a lack of information the CAISO currently has to RA prices. And then when it comes to cost allocation, we're really recognizing with this incentive mechanism that when RA resources don't perform, it doesn't align with what LSEs have procured. LSEs have procured a certain level of reliability, and when those RA resources don't show up in the market, it might contribute to higher costs, and this recognizes kind of mitigating those higher costs that unavailable RA may have contributed to by returning the penalty to those resources. So I think that, in a nutshell, highlights some of the current design options and leanings. And I'll open it up to initial questions. I see Eric, Doug, and Carrie, and Noah. Sorry, I can't see your text from here.
Hey, Eric Little, CalCCA. So the first one's fairly simple one. I'd encourage you guys to talk with the PUC if you're going to remove availability assessment hours, because I believe those are used in other things. I think DR, and I hate that I know that, but I believe that the DR has to offer for 4 consecutive hours, and it has to be in the availability assessment hours, and if that is now gone and doesn't exist, they won't have that measurement. So need to consider how they're going to replace things like that. And then on this slide, the RA benchmarking, I see that it's a starting point. Here's the problem that I think that you have. RA is sold for a month, and even in slice of day, it's sold for all of the hours that that resource has within the month, right? And that's going to have a value of anything from the very high value of having capacity in transmission, restricted maintenance outages, EEAs, and it's going to have the lower value in periods where there's plenty of capacity and it's not going to command that kind of a high price. So using a benchmark is going to give you an average of all of that, which is below the value of that capacity during that event that you're looking to depict. So I'm not sure that benchmarking gets you there, because you can't really benchmark what's the value of RA during that specific period of time, because we don't transact it that way. So I think we need to look at maybe some different mechanisms, and I think we probably ought to be looking at some of the other markets who have this type of mechanism of what is it that they do with these types of penalties, how do they price them?
Aside from benchmarking, do you have a recommendation on kind of an area that you might be more interested in pursuing if it's not RA benchmarking for pricing?
That's what I'm saying. I think I would want to look at what the other markets are doing first. I think the scaling of prices towards, what is, you mentioned the value of lost load. Is that an area to look at? Is the real-time price showing you something about the value to the grid during that period of time, et cetera? But my understanding is in some of those markets, those penalties for those limited period of hours are really, really high.
Yes, and we can bring in kind of more of the benchmarking from ISO New England and PJM, which have more of pay for performance. They're often kind of a factor of having a forward capacity market and set as a kind of factor of kind of net cone. Let's go to Noah.
Noah Tom from Middle River Power. Can you go back to the slide? Yeah, can you talk through the idea or the differences on the 20% versus 10%? Do they actually overlap or do they not overlap at all?
They can definitely overlap in terms of, but I think they are time differentiated. So this idea of, let's say today is February 11th. If an RA resource does not show up today and we were in an EEA3, that would penalize them today under MURA. And if we're in that EEA3 and that is part of the UCAP's 20% supply cushion, that would ding them on a year ahead forward basis. So there is a penalty applied today,
right,
and then from a planning perspective in the next year.
Isn't that the definition of a double penalty as we've used in the past of because in the future we are using UCAP values for what capacity can be transacted at, and then we are then penalizing them for MURA on the roughly the same hour, potentially the same hours in the future. Isn't that definition of a double penalty?
I think we're also looking at kind of different aspects of were you available when we needed you versus what can we count on you to perform in the future. It looks like we've got some folks still off mute. If you can mute your lines. And I. All right, stay healthy, everyone. I think that the area of double penalty has been an area that FERC has ruled is just and reasonable in other markets when there is kind of this penalty applied on accreditation and more of a performance and availability incentive mechanism.
So then, but MURA is not. Is it actual performance on showing up, or is it availability?
It's availability.
Yeah, I mean, it would seems like a double penalty. And then I would ask, what if we're not using UCAP, but we're using ELCC? Or does that not matter because we're really targeting MURA for only CPUC assets?
I'm not making the argument that it would only be applied for CPUC, but the comparison with UCAP was brought up in light of stakeholders asking, if UCAP moves forward, doesn't that mean, can RAAIM go away, or could an availability and incentive mechanism go away? And I'm suggesting that no, they look at different, they have different kind of impact periods in terms of were you available when the grid was stressed versus what should we plan on in the future? So kind of the operational time frame versus planning horizon.
Would these then still apply to, would these apply to all resources under UCAP or other resources that do not have UCAP as well?
It would apply to all resources regardless of kind of resource counting method. I didn't mean to imply that it was only kind of related to UCAP here, but in light of that conversation of would an availability incentive mechanism go away under UCAP, I just wanted to highlight kind of the comparison between the two.
Yeah, I mean, it would, I would like to better understand how this applies to renewable resources, which have varied profiles throughout the day, and batteries and so on and so forth. That'd be really helpful.
I think the goal is to kind of have a further discussion around the must offer requirements and kind of outage types. You can think of, you know, solar, their must offer is up to their forecast. So inherently, you know, they will always kind of meet their must offer and therefore would be MURA exempt in a way, in that their must offer is to their forecast and their bids are kind of pushed up to their forecast. So that would be one example kind of with a VER in mind. Please.
So Noah, when you asked the question about availability versus performance, would you actually prefer for it to be performance? And let me make sure I understand that. To me, performance says, during this event, I dispatched you at 100. If you hit 99, I'm hitting you with MURA. Versus you had to be available, you weren't on outage, I dispatched you for 100, you hit 99, I don't penalize you for MURA because you were indeed available. You got your uninstructed imbalance penalty for the 1 megawatt, and that's fine. But I'm just trying to clarify why you see it as being better to assess performance than availability.
Well, this is Chris from TerraGen. I'll just jump in and say I think I had the same sort of question because I just wanted to understand if we're talking about availability, UCAP is about availability and RAAIM is about availability. And so if you have something like a performance-based penalty, that's a little bit different. So I would say, in our opinion, I think if this MURA is similar to RAAIM, it's about availability. Did you bid, make yourself available? Well, UCAP is also an availability issue, so it seems like there's a double penalty there or some kind of a double assessment of availability. So I'm just thinking that, you know, if this is really a performance-based thing, that's a different discussion. There's some precedent for that, like in PJM and other places. And, you know, frankly, I don't think that the performance assessments work well. So I don't know if I would support that, but I don't think that if we're going to go with this MURA concept similar to RAAIM and apply UCAP, it seems it would be a double assessment and therefore probably, you know, something that should be discussed further if that is the case or not. And I don't think that that would really be a appropriate thing to apply it if it is you know, double assessment. So.
Could the ISO maybe just do the research on what the other markets are doing in this space to provide the information to this audience so that we can decide what is and what is not a double penalty?
Yeah, I'd say that like most markets just have such a different construct. Like if you look at ISO New England, you know, their pay for performance mechanism applies to all resources, whether they're on outage or not, and it proves to be an effective mechanism for shifting outages. But it's a very, very different construct, but we can bring in that benchmarking.
Okay, thank you.
Abdul.
Quick question back to folks, just to from my understanding. So UCAP is setting your, as Anya said, it's setting your eligible capacity that you're going to sell as RA or whatever. That's based on your historic, you know, outage performance. And then what MARA is doing, or MURA, is looking at did you fulfill the must offer obligation on the RA capacity in those potential extreme events? And if not, then you get a penalty. So as long as you're fulfilling the must offer obligation on the RA capacity that you show us, you're not getting hit, period. And if you don't, then you're getting hit for the capacity the capacity that you show us, which has already been cut by UCAP. So UCAP is giving a cut, and that capacity that's left, as long as you bid it, is not impacted again by MURA. It will only be impacted if you don't fulfill your must offer obligation. So they're kind of two parallel, at least the way I understand it. They're parallel. You could get hit by one by not the other, or you could get hit by both. If you're not available, you're going to get hit by UCAP. If you're not fulfilling your must offer obligation during extreme events, you're going to get hit by MURA. Kind of two supplemental programs. At least that's how I understand it.
But isn't that a double penalty? Hold on.
Wait, me now. It's my turn.
Cool.
Right? Terry Bentley, Western Power Trading Forum. I just want to make sure I understand this since we're running out of time. Abdul, I understand what you just said, and I know everyone wants to talk about the double penalty, but I just want to make sure I understand the proposal. Basically, it's just like RAAIM, but it's different assessment hours. You're removing a lot of the exemptions. You want to change the price, but we've been wanting to change the RAAIM price anyway for years. You want to change the price. There's no band. So basically you're saying it's never okay to have forced outages. It's a 1-for-1. And instead of giving the penalties back to overperformers, you're giving it to load. And it's all on availability, not performance. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think just a quick feedback is that, you know, one of the fundamental issues with removing the incentives and removing the band is that load serving entities end up paying twice. Because what happens is that generators know they're going to have a forced outage. There's no generator in the world that doesn't have forced outages. So now they have to price that into the RA contract, and they're probably going to price that a little high, depending on whatever, you know, this moving target RA price is. So that's going to go into the contract. But the PRM also accounts for forced outages. And so LSEs have to pay for high enough reliability that includes a PRM with forced outages. So when you remove bans and you remove a lot of the exemptions, basically all this money ends up ultimately being paid for by load. So I think, you know, it sounds good and maybe a little bit more favorable to load, but a lot of these incentives here, I think will ultimately end up going into the RA price. So I think maybe we should just call a spade and say, this is RAAIM. It's new and improved RAAIM, hopefully, but be mindful of the incentives these changes will cause to the RA market. Thanks.
Oh, Eric?
Yeah, just to respond to that, I think resources that are better able to take planned outages instead of having forced outages and not have this type of impact will be able to sell their product at a lower price. So I don't agree that this is all going to end up on the hands of load. You are providing an incentive to generators to better deal with their planned outages, and we talked earlier about planned outage substitution to make those types of things happen.
I don't think so, Eric. Not if your assessment period is during transmission RMO and EEAs, because no one takes planned outages during that period anyway. So if you modify your assessment period in this way, I don't think it's going to meet the desired impact of moving, you know, forced to planned.
I think you misunderstood. If you're taking planned outages ahead of time so that the resource does not have a forced outage during these hours that you're worried about, then they're not going to get hit with these types of penalties. That's what the point that I was trying to make. Thanks.
Oh, yeah. I think when we've looked at the data, though, on generators these days, as our gas fleet gets older, it's not really tied to maintenance right now, right? Everyone's doing their maintenance because they want to be online to capture just normal pricing. Forced outage events, not the planned force, but just the pure forced, really do seem to not be due to mismanagement and not taking planned outages. I don't see any evidence of that anyway in the market. I mean, someone who has a gas fleet, Noah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think y'all are taking your planned outages already as needed.
Can I just jump in real quick to respond to what Abdul was saying earlier about the double penalty thing? Because I think it really depends on how you set up the UCAP design and then what the must offer is that flows from that. And so there was a discussion yesterday. I had to miss most of that discussion, but just as my understanding goes for other regions that employ UCAP, you have an ICAP based must offer obligation. So in this situation that we deploy UCAP similarly, if you have a 100 megawatt unit and you have 90 megawatts of RA, UCAP RA on that, you're still bidding 100 megawatts into the market. So, you know, we can set aside if there's any debate about that or not, but under that kind of a paradigm, if you add MERA on top of this, if you have a penalty for them based on not being available to 100 megawatts, then that is a double penalty. So I just want to clarify my view on that point.
Maybe on that, we discussed that yesterday. I mean, we mentioned that, but we didn't really talk about that. And also on the benchmarking request, I think the MISO, they're exactly doing that. I mean, the most offer is in terms of ICAP. RA or whatever requirements are set in UCAP. And then what they do a kind of monitoring between like the potential gap between UCAP RA requirements and ICAP most of obligation. I didn't get if there were really penalties associated, like in case you deviate too much from ICAP most of our obligation and UCAP, but that's maybe also like something to go in that direction, because I tend to agree also with the double, double counting. With the UCAP, you try to have everything up front. Right now, we have everything after the most offer, after the market run. So yeah, maybe we should try to kind of balance those. I don't say we should not have penalties, but it's very extremely rare, critical, or I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm curious about the feedback on those critical hours as well, but Rahul, and then Parsa?
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's a good, because we've had a number of comments on it, I was going to think about some of the trade-offs between that UCAP design and that part of like what at least the supply cushion UCAP would do was looking at the top, 20% of the tightest hours. So it's a very different, it's very different, like in that what that picture is representing with the big UCAP bubble and then this small Mura bubble is really saying that this is really like a much more broad brush in terms of how it's evaluating availability and the incentives that are being applied, where Mura really would be applying a much higher incentive targeted towards these much smaller number of critical hours. And so it can be thought of as a quote unquote double penalty. It can also be thought of as a much more targeted incentive mechanism that's applying to the current year, and it's applying a much higher level to the critical hours that are being performed. It's really getting at parts of the trap between some of the issues that people have with the time delay on the UCAP design, the fact that it's being applied, multiple years forward, so what the incentives look like, versus this is really applying to that target year. We recognize that there are sort of trade-offs and overlaps between how you're devising the UCAP design versus how you want to just find this more real, near-term mechanism for that day-ahead availability. But we recognize that there are trade-offs there in terms of how we might want to design it and how much more we want to sort of be, have more of a critical application. And in terms of the other markets, I think that they are, like the ones that use pay for performance. Anya referenced ISO New England. PJM's another one. I think we can maybe in a next session have some sort of benchmarking in terms of what they do and why they do it. Most of them are sort of basing performance based on sort of that capacity value that's being provided, but they really do sort of see it as sort of those two elements working hand in hand, both having some sort of D rate from all the unit types. I think that they use sort of a marginal ELCC for all their evaluations, but on top of that, saying like we really need to have a strong incentive mechanism targeted towards, for them, I think the more applicable is sort of their reserve sharing events, and we can kind of maybe get into why that they have sort of made those choices for having certain reserve shortages in their markets, and get sort of why they made those design choices. But I thought I'd provide that color.
Can I jump in? A few things. Maybe if we can go a little deeper as to what's driving both these UCAP and Mura changes, right? Like I'm assuming if the idea that RAAIM is not working and we need a better incentive for resources to show up, if we can show by some quantitative data to why there is still a need for these kind of this new mechanism. I really caution folks to not look at other markets and see what they did. You might dig up and find they have a lot more issues. So you really, if you dig deeper into PJM, you will find that they started with this performance incentive mechanism and they cannot get out of it. So that's why I'm really curious to know. And this is not an incentive. This just looks like penalty, right? Like there's no incentive in there And I would argue that, during these times, there is a lot of incentive for resources to produce because that's the opportunity for everyone to make money through the energy sales. So the incentive is already baked in. So I'm more curious to figure out, is there some observation from CAISO? Because I'm trying to gauge did you receive feedback that we need this mechanism, or it's based on data or evidence that says, so yeah, I'll pause there, but those are some of the observations.
I think a combination of the outage rates that we're seeing, kind of the comparison of RAAIM versus bilateral trading prices. We did include some analysis in the straw proposal in terms of the RA fleet's performance during stress grid conditions. And so there was kind of unanimous feedback that RAAIM is ineffective. And this is one proposal in terms of moving the ball forward there. I realize we are over time. Noah, do you want to have
I think I may have been even before Kathleen came on. I wanted to gently comment on the notion that UCAP is a penalty because it's a statistical description of the average performance of a resource. It's a lot in a way like an exceedance of solar or wind, which then does beg the question, if things are derated according to like our expectation around, oh, they're going to have so many forced outages, I'm wondering if MURA is solving a reliability problem because we're now essentially contracted for more resources with an expectation some of them are going to just fall out. And maybe that won't be a problem because UCAP's going to derate a bunch of resources, we will contract for more of them, and everything will work out. And maybe we do need penalty. And the other question, I guess, is around what Rahul is saying, is like, if we make the penalty $1 million, are generators going to be able to change and like reduce forced outage rate? Is this an elastic thing? I don't know. Anyway, two thoughts.
We go back also to the forced outage substitution requirements.
I mean, Rahul brings up a good point in the sense of what is the problem that we're trying to solve with regards to RAAIM, and the original intent, or as Anya, you said, RAAIM is not providing the significant amount of substitution for forced outages effectively. I'm going to paraphrase. Right? I think what RAAIM is doing well is it's getting you your must offer obligations from bidding search for various resources. And so we're really then focused on what are the resources that you are not providing substitution because they're either exempt from RAAIM itself, their grandfather or acquired resource from RAAIM, and then is there a penalty? Is the penalty structure just not a strong enough of a stick to go out and find the substitute capacity? I think within the third aspect, you have the local for local, like for like aspect that you will just never find substitution at times. And so does MURA solve this? I think UCAP can help solve some of it because you've now lowered the ICAP of certain resources, and therefore LSCs will have to buy other resources to meet its PRM obligations. But then what does MURA provide? And that's the part I still, it's not going to provide the substitute capacity. The pool, if you allow the outage pool to be utilized for forced outages, then I can see a case where, okay, you're getting the substitute capacity as needed for forced outages. But then if that's the case, then can we, is there a trade-off between MURA and that? Do we just not, implement MURA and we implement the outage pool for forced outages?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of design discussions in terms of the crossover. And when it comes to the incentives, we are looking to have capacity available in times of need and kind of having that replacement there. The pool can be one mechanism to get that capacity when needed, but also looking to have a penalty or incentive to create kind of that meeting of the must offer obligation. Let's go to Kathleen.
Thanks. Kathleen from Vistra, and we're definitely over time. So I'd like to frame this just as a question, and ask for us to follow up on it. In addition to the benchmarking that folks asked for, which I think is useful in context, what I'm struggling with here is, for lack of a better way to put it, like, what resource types is the availability not being factored into its qualifying capacity methodology such that this is providing incremental value? And I know that today it's an ICAP for thermals and storage, but under a UCAP, let's say, it is informing it. But then other resources that have an exceedance, whether it's hydro or solar and wind, like that exceedance methodology is based off of bid and supply and bid availability as well. So I'm not as familiar with LIP for DR, but if you could take that action item and really map this out for us, I think that would be useful as a next step, because under an idea that we either for thermals and storage go to UCAP or exceedance or ELCC or whatever, the availability is in the QC. And so then I'm just struggling with what the incremental value of this is. Can you do that for us?
Thanks for that kind of recommendation, that we can take that back and think about it. We are going to look at kind of the must-offer requirements, but I think we're really trying to incent ensuring that resources are meeting their must-offer requirements and being available to the market. So thanks for that feedback. And I realize we're far over time. And maybe one thing we can kind of talk about is some of the next steps. Partha, did you want to speak to the upcoming comment deadline and next steps?
Sure. Yeah, really appreciate the good engagement here today. And maybe I'll talk about Mura first. And happy to engage with the group on this. We recognize the fact that, like, from a schedule standpoint, we went long with some of the previous conversations, really great conversations about the outage substitution processes. My own take is that we probably, this conversation deserves more time to have more of a robust discussion on what will be sort of what will get at the best address some of the problem statements and challenges that we have with our current RAAIM design, and how can we move forward with a more effective mechanism that can be sort of applied and work effectively as well with potential evolving counting paradigms, including UCAP. So my own, I'd love to hear, maybe it's in the comments too, of like, would people like to have another, a couple hour likely remote session to continue this discussion? Maybe I'll look in the room first. Does that seem like it'd be worthwhile to spend a few more hours on this topic before submitting comments? Very remote. We have one very remote request. What's that? Sorry, breakfast. We have a breakfast burrito. For people who are remote, we have excellent breakfast options by the cafeteria. We apologize you weren't here. So my own take is, like, just looking at the feedback in the room, it sounds like that conversation is probably needed on this topic before we get comments. Right now, I think we're looking, I think, as we alluded to before, to really advance some of these tracks into the straw proposal faster than others, and particularly around visibility. That was sort of one piece that was based on the original feedback. We felt like we could possibly move forward with quicker. We recognize as well, Noah, really appreciate your presentation that had a lot of overlapping discussion with our, it had additional topics, but also had sort of overlapping implications to our visibility track. So yeah, maybe I'll just sort of open up to others and just sort of see if anyone has any sort of concern with the next steps and timing on the screens in terms of comments. I think based on the fact that we didn't finish having a good, robust discussion on our revised RAAIM design, it might make sense to schedule some more, as Eric alluded to, very remote time for to have another couple hours around this. I really appreciate, Anya, you're teeing this up for discussion. I think this will at least help get people's initial ideas going into that next meeting, but it seemed like that's probably a necessary next step. So maybe let's open it up. Any feedback in the room or on the phone in terms of these next steps?
The deadline for comments due.
Okay.
I think we are working on having comments due on March 3rd. Obviously, a week before that sounds very challenging.
Okay.
And the other thing that strikes me is we've had 2 days with lots of discussions on lots of different things. Maybe you can stagger, have some of them due earlier. I think that would help some of us. Because, yeah, we've also got the CPUC stuff coming through, and it's not like you don't have other things going on right now. But maybe you could, I mean, maybe that's one way, you know, like asking us for comments on this stuff when we haven't finished the discussion on it. I mean, it's just not going to happen.
No, that makes sense. So I think what I've heard is that what we'll probably do is we'll send out another notice on this with sort of, I think that based on this conversation, I think that we might have a revised question list with sort of more targeted questions that to these different topics. We'll think about maybe how we can stagger these comments differently. So I think my key takeaway would be for the next steps in terms of these comment deadlines, I think that we'll probably maybe rethink these a little bit in light of the fact that we'll schedule another meeting on the MURA design, as well as sort of having more targeted questions based on for the track 1 and track 3 items. So that's probably would be my takeaway. Any concerns or feedback from others? Yeah. Was there anything else before we close out that folks have?
Partha, just to real quick flag the last bullet there. This is Ansel from Kaito. I just wanted to kind of have a placeholder for those 2 items, Flex RA reforms, which we talked about in the working groups, as well as a policy catalog item from the 2024 catalog, the MIC enhancements. Both of those are kind of in the parking lot right now, and we are working to figure out a conversation in the future to talk about scoping those with stakeholders. So,
no, good. Yeah, that's a good call. I really appreciate that. I know there's been a lot of interest in, particularly in the Flex RA reforms and next steps. I think that coming out of approved working groups, we identified that as something that wasn't quite ready to move towards policy development. There's been a kind of continued interest in parties in sort of relooking at the effectiveness of our current design. And
I have a question about the MIC. I just noticed yesterday you put out the statistics for last year, and the imports went down from like 11,000 to like 9,700 or something, I think. Yeah, I think so. I think that's what was shown on the maximum imports, which are what's going to determine the mix. So, you know, I don't know what it is, but what my question / concern is that those MIC capabilities, when they, as I understand the way that process works, which obviously isn't very clear because I'm not sure anybody understands it except for you're the one guy that does it. I think, you know, that's going to reduce the overall amount that can be given out, may cause some RA issues for 26.
Thanks for flagging that as a topic. Appreciate that. Yeah, we'll take that back too and think about sort of the timing of that, and maybe we can follow up with you offline.
I think it might be good to make people aware of that before we get to the MIC allocation process in July.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Yeah. Chris?
Just real quick, I just was hoping on behalf of TerraGen to ask if there's going to be any scoping for hybrid resource RA related issues in any of these tracks.
So my own take would be that the hybrid resources is sort of scoped into all these tracks, but maybe I'll like to understand, is there sort of anything particular there? Are you wanting something that's like a separate conversation about a specific topic?
Well, we did put in an idea that, there should be discussion about the hybrid resource must offer obligations, which is not included in the tariff anywhere. So I don't know if that's appropriate to be in a specific part of these tracks. I guess we could just put in written comments about it, but that was something that was noted there, and then
We do have it scoped into the must offer discussion.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask on the timing of the MIC enhancements, is there an estimated time that would begin or not yet?
Not right now, but I think we can discuss. So yeah, thanks.
Yeah, maybe in our follow-up meeting when we're talking about Murrow, we can sort of scope a little more the timing of those last two items, just given the feedback we've received for wanting to accelerate those discussions that were sort of put on hold. So yeah. Well, yeah. Well, maybe with that, I know we're only 20 minutes over time, so I feel like we did pretty good today. I recognize a lot of people are.
Partha, if I could jump in really quickly, I think something that you guys have done really well, but please continue to do, is demonstrate the interdependencies of all of this for us.
Yep.
I know we've talked across these all throughout the day, but once we get to this draft proposal, it'd be helpful to articulate this as clearly as possible, please.
No, thank you, Ben. Yeah, I obviously think that's a overlapping. Every single one of these is intertwined as the conversations have gone. We've tried to figure out how to advance them separately in parts, but we recognize the fact that in the end we're going to want them to fit together as a comprehensive package, recognizing that we're in a evolving world in many ways. But yeah. So yeah, well, thank you again. Really appreciate the engagement by everyone who attended here in the room and on the phone. We'll meet as a team, and we'll be sending out a market notice with maybe updated timelines in terms of the comment deadlines, and we're trying to schedule a next meeting on the availability incentives. So yeah, hope folks have a good rest of their day, and yeah, really appreciate it again.